everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Naruto Path to Godhood. Chapter 514 to 550, 514, Susanoo overwhelms the sand. Strictly speaking, as the Mangekyo Sharingan develops further without external enhancements, Susanoo evolves through 6 distinct forms. Back in Kirigakure, to withstand incoming ninjutsu, Hayashi had already manifested the initial stage, where only the ribs and arms took shape. The second stage forms a complete skeletal giant, but Hayashi had skipped that step entirely. Instead, he advanced further, layering chakra over the skeleton to create muscles and a flowing cloak-like exterior. At this level, Susanoo could already wield unique weapons and utilize advanced techniques. However, it still lacked the Karasa Tengu armor of the 4th stage, and did not possess the lower body and legs that appear in the 5th stage. It was not that Hayashi was incapable of progressing further, rather, it was unnecessary. The higher stages drained too much ocular power, and conserving strength in battle was far more practical. The scale of Susanoo varied depending on the user and their mastery. Legends spoke of the Sage of 6 Paths manifesting a complete body Susanoo that rivaled the 10 tails in size. Hayashi's version was incomplete and lacked legs, yet due to his immense chakra reserves, it still towered dozens of meters high. When something of that magnitude appeared on the battlefield, it brought an overwhelming sense of dread. At that moment, the shinobi of Sunagakure were reminded of what it felt like to stand before something far beyond human scale. Ebizo, who had maintained his composure from the beginning, could no longer hide his reaction. His eyes trembled as he spoke. Susanoo. His voice carried disbelief. That ability could only be used after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Could it be that Konoha's lightning flash had already reached that level? Nearby, the 3rd Hokage watched with concern. He already knew Hayashi possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, but he had not expected such mastery. The power was undeniable, but so were its risks. After this battle, a warning would be necessary. Inside the towering Susanoo, Hayashi stood with his arms crossed, his expression unchanged. Despite his calm appearance, intense pain coursed through his body. Fortunately, his strong vitality allowed him to endure it. Compared to the strain of the 8 gates, this pain was slightly more manageable. That alone spoke volumes about how monstrous Might Dway and Might Guy truly were. Hayashi trained in taijutsu daily and could open several of the 8 gates to enhance speed and power, but the final gate remained far beyond reach. After blocking the barrage of ninjutsu, Hayashi did not immediately counterattack with a weapon. Instead, the massive Susanoo extended its hand and reached toward Raza, as if grabbing a small animal. A sharp sound cut through the air. Raza used the body flicker technique and barely avoided the grasp. His hands moved quickly through seals. The stronger the technique, the greater the cost. He refused to believe Hayashi could maintain this form for long. Magnet release, lapis lazuli shatter. A vast amount of gold dust surged forward, wrapping around the blue giant before compressing inward with crushing force. Hayashi let out a faint chuckle. You think something like this can shake Susanoo? The attack struck directly. Boom. Boom. The impact echoed across the battlefield, yet the Susanoo remained completely intact without even a scratch. Raza's expression shifted. A trace of unease appeared as he quickly began forming seals again, gathering even more chakra for a stronger attack. But before he could act, Hayashi had already completed his own technique. Fire release, great spiral flame bullet. The spiraling motion of Susanoo's power distorted the trajectory of the flames, while wind nature chakra amplified their speed and expansion. In an instant, the attack surged outward into a massive inferno. A sea of fire engulfed the battlefield, trapping the Sunagakure shinobi within its reach. Magnet release, gold dust defensive wall. Raza had no choice but to abandon his offense. The gold dust around him surged upward, forming a massive barrier to block the flames. Even so, the cost was heavy. His chakra reserves dropped sharply, and his combat ability was rapidly diminishing. Looking up at the towering figure, Raza's eyes darkened. This was not something that could be overcome by conventional strength. Fear crept in again, deeply rooted and impossible to ignore. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Hayashi made no attempt to pursue. Without legs, Susanoo's movement relied entirely on his own steps, making it slow and inefficient. Long-range attacks were an option, but they consumed too much ocular power to use repeatedly. At the same time, more sand shinobi were gathering, preparing to launch coordinated attacks. Even Susanoo could be threatened if overwhelmed from all directions. After a brief moment of thought, Hayashi decided to test something new. This was not a Susanoo ability, but a technique he had learned from Tsunade. Monstrous strength. The Susanoo slowly raised its right hand and clenched it into a fist. Then it struck the ground. Bang! A visible shockwave spread outward. The defensive wall Raza had created was instantly torn apart. The fist continued downward, smashing into the earth and forming a massive crater. The Susanoo raised its fist again. This time, slightly higher. Boom! The ground shook violently within miles. Dust filled the air as cracks spread in every direction. That was only the second strike. Hayashi stepped forward, dragging Susanoo along. With each step came another punch, each one heavier than the last. The tremors felt like repeated blows to the heart. Raza could barely stand, and the vibrations made it difficult to even think. Even the third Hokage and Hanzo were forced to halt their movements, focusing entirely on maintaining their footing as the ground continued to fracture beneath them. The sand shinobi fell into complete disarray. Ebizo abandoned his engagement and rushed toward Sasori's position without hesitation. Still, Hayashi did not stop. After building enough momentum, he planted his foot firmly and threw one final punch. Boom! A massive shockwave spread outward like ripples across water. The air itself twisted under the force, and the sound echoed across the desert. High above, vultures circling for prey collided with the invisible force, and were instantly torn apart. Within several hundred meters, nothing remained standing. Raza lay on the ground, his face pale as he stared at the sky, completely speechless. His expression carried only one thought. Please, just stop. Moments later, the Susanoo finally faded. Hayashi stepped forward across the shattered ground. 15 steps. That was all it took to end the battle. Chapter 515, 515, Third Kazekage arrives. 1010 words. Ah, it looks like Konoha is going to win. Far away from the battlefield, White Zetsu, acting as both observer and commentator, clicked its tongue in surprise. Indeed. I didn't expect the Sunagakure shinobi to be this useless, 2,000 ninja, and they still couldn't take down 3 people. Black Zetsu, ever sharp-tongued, spoke with a mocking tone, as if it had not been desperately evading the shockwaves and tremors alongside White Zetsu moments earlier. Even so, Black Zetsu remained Black Zetsu. Its insight was far superior to White Zetsu's simple reactions. Even it could clearly see that Hayashi's use of Susanoo was already at a terrifying level, a peak display of power in the current shinobi world. There was no doubt about it, Hayashi was a combat genius. Just like Uchiha Madara, who once used Susanoo as armor for the 9 tails, fusing dojutsu with tailed beast power to dramatically increase combat effectiveness. Hayashi had done something similar, pouring overwhelming power into Susanoo, and forcing out destructive force from a form that was not even fully mature. For a moment, it reminded Black Zetsu of Senju Hashirama's Thousand Hands Buddha technique. Hashirama could unleash countless giant arms from the true several thousand hands, crushing enemies with overwhelming force, even breaking through Uchiha Madara's Susanoo armor head-on. In this era, Hayashi's current state, combined with Sage Mode and the Mangekyo Sharingan, made him appear almost invincible. However, Black Zetsu was not concerned. A normal Mangekyo Sharingan could not maintain that level of power for long. And even if it could, so what? Could he surpass Uchiha Madara? Even Madara had once been under its influence. Even if Hayashi became another Madara, it changed nothing. Still, Black Zetsu could not help but feel a faint sense of regret. Why had Uchiha Madara chosen Uchiha Fugaku back then? To be fair, Fugaku was not weak either, having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and influenced the Hidden Mist village on his own. But comparisons always diminish value. Compared to Hayashi, Fugaku suddenly felt like the neighbor's child everyone compared others to. If Hayashi had been Madara's chosen successor, the tailed beasts might already have been gathered by now. Black Zetsu was still thinking when White Zetsu suddenly spoke. Konoha's lightning flash is moving. On the battlefield, as Susanoo finally disappeared, the violent tremors gradually faded. Looking around, more than half of the Sunagakure shinobi had already been wiped out or incapacitated. The remaining survivors were shaken to the core. They no longer had the courage to fight Hayashi directly. Hayashi did not immediately continue his attack. After landing lightly on the ground, he released Samahata and took a slow breath. Chakra filled the air around him as he prepared his next move. Water release, great waterfall technique. A massive torrent of water erupted forward, spreading rapidly across the desert. The ground that had been shattered by Susanoo collapsed further, forming a massive crater that easily filled with water. For ordinary Sunagakure shinobi, this was nothing short of a disaster. Those already injured from earlier attacks were especially vulnerable as the rising water swallowed them. Even high-level shinobi could handle it, but the majority were already exhausted and panicked. The third Hokage, standing nearby, immediately followed up with hand seals after Hayashi completed the jutsu. Flames erupted across the surface of the water. The timing was perfect. Shinobi who had just managed to surface were instantly engulfed. The water level dropped slightly as steam and explosions tore through the flooded battlefield. Seeing their coordination, Hanzo glanced upward in silence, feeling that his presence here hardly changed anything at all. Nearby, Ebizo carried the unconscious Sasori while looking at the remaining Sunagakure forces. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Retreat. But retreat was easier said than done. With Konoha's high-speed fighters still on the field, very few of the remaining Sunagakure shinobi would escape alive. At that moment, a dark silhouette appeared in the distance, approaching at extreme speed. In an instant, the figure landed in front of everyone. Ebizo froze. The Mun wore a Kazekage hat and a dark coat. The third Kazekage. He had been on the front lines of another battlefield, but urgent intelligence had reached him through rapid transmission methods resembling space-time communication. The presence of the third Hokage, Hanzo, and Konoha's lightning flash in the same location, intercepting 2,000 shinobi, could not be ignored. Without hesitation, he had rushed here immediately. The distance was not short, and sandstorm zones stood in his path, but for someone who mastered magnet release, they were not obstacles. The third Kazekage was a man of action. Once he decided, he moved. However, as he approached, he had already felt the distant tremors. That feeling alone told him something was wrong. When he finally arrived, what he saw was devastation. A flooded crater filled with bodies from Sunagakure. A battlefield soaked in blood and ruin. Silence followed. Then iron sand surged into the sky like a river, forming countless spears that shot downward. The third Hokage immediately extended his staff, deflecting the incoming attack with precise rotations. Hayashi did not even pause to analyze it. He swung Samahata directly, shattering the iron sand spear mid-air and scattering it back into particles. Hanzo let out a faint comment. Still the same old tricks. Hayashi gave a slight smile. All three of them had faced the third Kazekage before. His methods were familiar. A cold light flashed in the third Kazekage's eyes. He raised his hand. Massive amounts of iron sand gathered in the sky, forming a gigantic flowing river that crashed downward toward the third Hokage's position. Then he turned sharply and shouted. Ebizo, fall back, I will handle them here. Hayashi raised an eyebrow. 1 versus 3. Did the third Kazekage think this was some kind of game? I'll drop one bonus chapter for every 10 reviews. Leave a review/comment. One bonus chapter will be released for every 100 Power Stones. Read 100 plus chapters ahead on patreon.com/_Zeph. Chapter 516, 516, Orochimaru moves. 969 words. The third Kazekage spoke with confidence, but his movements were anything but slow. With a single motion of his hand, the iron sand blocks suspended in the sky scattered under the intensified magnetic force, reshaping into countless cone-shaped spikes that filled the air. The spikes rained down relentlessly, drilling into the earth and forming an unbroken wall of iron sand. Every grain carried poison. Even the slightest contact could prove fatal. Dodging the first wave offered no safety, as the terrain itself became a trap, cutting off escape routes, and making the next strike nearly unavoidable. It was a wide-range ninjutsu designed not to kill directly, but to trap and restrict movement. The third Kazekage had no intention of defeating his opponents outright. He only needed to delay them. But the three shinobi below were not enemies he could casually suppress. During the Second Great Ninja War, he had managed to face both Hanzo and the third Hokage, but only because all sides were locked in mutual restraint. Now he stood alone against three. Earth Release, hiding like a mole technique. Hayashi and the third Hokage formed hand seals at the same time. Their bodies sank into the ground instantly, bypassing the iron sand barrier as they pursued the fleeing Sunagakure forces from below. The third Kazekage hovered in the air, the wind brushing past him as the situation slipped from his control. His opponents had no interest in fighting him directly. Instead, they aimed to wipe out Sunagakure's forces. Underground movement was slower than the body flicker technique, but it completely avoided his magnet release range. From the sky, there was nothing he could do to stop them. He could descend, but he did not dare. The memory of his capture during the war still lingered. If he was seized again, there would be no recovering his reputation. Worse, he had no desire to relive those days of confinement in Konoha. Hanzo, left behind, found himself in an awkward position. The third Hokage and Hayashi had already moved ahead without hesitation, leaving him alone. His usual advantage, coordination with his salamander summon, was gone. Without it, both pursuit and escape became far more difficult. His earth release was nowhere near their level. For a brief moment, he considered retreating to the land of rain. But abandoning the battlefield without orders was not something he could risk. Fear had settled into him as well. The image of Hayashi's towering blue chakra figure lingered in his mind. That kind of power did not seem like something a normal shinobi should possess. Seeing the third Kazekage begin to move again, Hanzo quickly followed. No matter what, he could not allow the enemy to leave unchallenged. The battlefield soon descended into chaos. Sunagakure shinobi scattered in all directions, desperately trying to escape. From beneath the ground, the third Hokage and Hayashi hunted them down one by one. Above, the third Kazekage attempted to slow them with relentless iron sand attacks, while Hanzo trailed behind, striking whenever he found an opening. By the time the sun stood high in the sky, the pursuit finally came to an end. There was no clear victor in the chase itself. Too many enemies had scattered, and with only two primary pursuers, even shadow clones could not cover that much ground. The presence of the third Kazekage further limited their ability to press forward. Even so, most of Sunagakure's forces had already been eliminated earlier, crushed under the force of Susanoo and overwhelming water release techniques. The ambush ended in a decisive victory for Konoha. The first person to learn of this outcome was neither Inoki nor Danzo, but Orochimaru, stationed at the Land of Wind encampment. He stepped out of his underground laboratory, his clothes still marked with dust and travel, and headed straight for the medical ward without changing. "When will Tsunade be finished?" Orochimaru asked, his voice low and hoarse as he looked at the medical shinobi on duty. Startled at first, she quickly recognized him and answered nervously, "Lady Tsunade has been inside for about 20 minutes. Given the patient's condition, it may take some time. Orochimaru gave a slight nod. The cold presence surrounding him made it difficult for the medic to even breathe steadily. Though respected as a war hero, the aura he carried had grown increasingly unsettling, causing even his own forces to keep their distance. After a short silence, he spoke again. "Tell her to come to the main tent immediately after she finishes." "Yes, Orochimaru-sama," she replied quickly. Without another word, he turned and left. Half an hour later, Tsunade entered the main tent, fatigue evident in her expression. "What's going on?" she asked, frowning as she took a seat across from him. "I heard you were mobilizing forces. Are we preparing for a large-scale operation?" Orochimaru, now dressed in a dark green jonin vest, nodded. "An hour ago, I received intelligence from Hayashi. Tsunade has suffered a crushing defeat. Out of 2,000 shinobi, only a few hundred remain." Tsunade's eyes widened. They lost that quickly. She had known about the interception led by the third Hokage, but she had expected a prolonged battle. "And the third Kazekage appeared on the battlefield," Orochimaru added. That unexpected development only strengthened his resolve. "I've already gathered all available forces in the encampment," he continued. "Those on missions have been recalled. Once everyone is assembled, we move for Kikyo Castle." Tsunade hesitated. "Isn't that too sudden?" Orochimaru shook his head. "This is the perfect moment. Tsunade has already lost 2,000 shinobi. Even if Kikyo Castle still has defenders, the third Kazekage cannot return in time. And even if he does, his strength will be reduced." His gaze sharpened slightly. "There won't be a better opportunity than this." Chapter 517, Burden of the Mangekyo Sharingan. 1,253 words. Tsunade fell silent for a moment. Orochimaru was right. This was a rare opportunity, but with so many Tsunade shinobi stationed inside Kikyo Castle, even without the third Kazekage, we would still suffer heavy losses. Orochimaru looked at her quietly and replied in a steady tone, "At this stage, are you still concerned about casualties?" Before Tsunade could respond, he shook his head. "I've felt pain too. This battlefield is where the war began, deep within the land of wind. Supply routes here are far more difficult than anywhere else, easily 10 times worse. Every time Tsunade chooses to fight to the death, it weighs on me. When I couldn't sleep at night, I would sit alone and go through the casualty reports, checking how many names I actually recognized. Eventually, I stopped reacting. Now, even massive losses are just numbers on an intelligence report. Tsunade, from the beginning of this war until now, too many shinobi have died. The priority is no longer to prolong it. How long are we supposed to keep this going? Until Hayashi and Tsukumo finish off the land of Earth. Do you think they are not exhausted? Leading thousands of shinobi across long distances, rotating through multiple battlefronts. Is Hayashi supposed to invade Kirigakure alone? Is Tsukumo supposed to hold back 2,000 Tsunade shinobi by himself? They simply had no other choice. The land of wind front has dragged on too long. Too many lives have already been lost here. We need to end this war as quickly as possible and redirect our remaining strength to other battlefields. That is the only rational path forward. Yes, many will die in this operation, perhaps even more than before. Even you and I might not survive. But once we break through Kikyo Castle, everything becomes easier. We can advance straight to Tsunade. Even if the third Kazekage refuses to surrender, he will have no choice in the end. This is our final opportunity. There is no more time to hesitate. Every death here could shorten the war by a day. It is that simple. Orochimaru exhaled slowly, his eyes narrowing slightly. This is war. This is Konoha. He sat back in silence, alone in his seat, his figure seeming unusually distant. Tsunade looked at him for a long moment. This was the man she had grown up with, a childhood companion who had walked the same path alongside her. For a brief moment, she thought of Jiraiya, far away in the land of hot water. It had been a long time since the three of them had gathered together. Then her thoughts drifted further. Kushina back in the village, Hayashi fighting in the land of wind, Nawaki stationed in the land of earth. After a long silence, Tsunade finally spoke. I understand. She stood up and turned to leave. As she lifted the tent flap, she paused and glanced back. Orochimaru, you should smile more. Don't lock yourself away in the laboratory all the time. Your presence has become too cold. The girl on duty earlier was frightened to tears. As Orochimaru and Tsunade mobilized the forces at the encampment, Hayashi on the other side of the desert had also received the report. The teacher is preparing for a full-scale offensive, Hayashi said, turning toward the third Hokage. A full-scale offensive. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes, thinking briefly before nodding. It is reckless, but it is indeed the best timing. Although he had remained in the village and only entered the battlefield this once, he was fully aware of the situation across all fronts. It seems I will need to return to Kikyo Castle once more. His tone was calm, but his decision was immediate. Are you planning to provide reinforcements? Hayashi asked. The third Hokage nodded. You have never been to Kikyo Castle, so you are unfamiliar with its terrain. It is carved into the mountains, with extremely harsh defensive geography. It is the most advantageous stronghold in the entire land of wind, the only fortress with true natural depth. He clenched his jaw slightly. That is why I must take part in this offensive. I cannot allow our shinobi to be worn down there endlessly. If even one life can be saved, it is worth it. Hayashi hesitated, then asked, what should I do next? Do you need me to join as well? The third Hokage looked at him, and shook his head with a faint smile. You do not need to go. This ambush was largely successful because of you. I did not contribute much. You have already exhausted yourself. You should rest. Over in the land of earth, you should return and take command. Tsukumo may not be able to hold the situation alone. Hayashi paused for a moment, then nodded. The third Hokage continued, you have rotated through multiple battlefields during this war. From the land of wind to others, you have done well. This is my duty as a Konoha shinobi, Hayashi replied quietly. The third Hokage nodded in approval, then his expression grew more serious. There is something else you must understand. The Mangekyo Sharingan possesses extraordinary power. Each eye can manifest a different technique. But this power comes at a cost. If used too frequently, your eyesight will deteriorate rapidly. It may even lead to temporary blindness. He added, temporary blindness can recover over time as your ocular power stabilizes, but with continued use, the damage becomes permanent. Until you lose your sight completely. Hayashi nodded calmly. I understand. The elders of my clan have already told me. It was not entirely true, but he did not correct it further. The third Hokage accepted the answer and continued. Then that is good. But still, try to avoid relying on it. If you lose your sight, your career as a shinobi will effectively end. He looked at Hayashi for a moment and sighed. Your father once awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. With those eyes, Uchiha Kagami saved both me and Danzo multiple times. But in the end, he was ambushed and his eyes were taken from him. A faint anger surfaced in his expression. At the time, we could not even determine who was responsible. I even suspected Uchiha Yama. If those eyes still existed. He paused. The second Hokage once mentioned that Uchiha Madara transplanted his brother's Mangekyo Sharingan. Not only did he regain his sight, but the eyes no longer went blind. They became permanent. That is the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Before Madara, there were no known cases of the Mangekyo being awakened in the clan. If his brother's eyes could be transplanted successfully, then perhaps your father's eyes could also restore yours. He exhaled slowly. It is just unfortunate. Hayashi remained silent. He was not like Madara, just as his father Uchiha Kagami had not been. The third Hokage, having watched Hayashi grow up under Orochimaru's tutelage, naturally trusted him deeply. If Hayashi could fully harness that power, Konoha's strength would surpass the other villages for decades to come. As long as he lived, another great war might never even begin. A rare opportunity wasted. The third Hokage clenched his fist as wind and sand struck his face. If he ever discovered who was responsible for Kagami's fate, he would kill them without hesitation. I'll drop one bonus chapter for every 10 reviews. Leave a review/comment. One bonus chapter will be released for every 100. Power Stones. Read 100 plus chapters ahead on patreon.com/_Zeph. Chapter 518, Catapult Assault on Kikyo Castle. 1082 words. Outside Kikyo Castle, the Konoha vanguard had already reached the city walls. Fierce winds carried waves of yellow sand across the barren land, lifting dry earth into the air and slamming it against the towering fortress walls. Beyond the city, Konoha's forces gathered in overwhelming numbers. Elite Jonin from the Yamanaka clan continuously transmitted orders and battlefield updates through the mind transmission jutsu. On top of the battlements, massive ninja tools stood ready. Every Sunagakure shinobi stationed there tightened their grip on their kunai, tension spreading silently among them. In most ninja wars, both sides would meet head-on in open terrain, fighting until one side was completely wiped out or forced to surrender. But after Konoha advanced deep into the land of wind, the nature of the battlefield had changed. Sunagakure had taken full advantage of the region's constant sandstorms, constructing tall defensive fortresses reinforced with large-scale ninja tools and puppets. Each stronghold functioned like a smaller version of the hidden sand village itself. This defensive strategy was the reason Konoha's advance had been so difficult. A sharp eagle cry suddenly pierced the battlefield. Moments later, Orochimaru and Tsunade appeared at the front lines. Orochimaru wore a dark green flak jacket, his long black hair whipping violently in the wind. His usual cold expression remained, yet his presence brought an unexpected sense of stability to the troops. Beside him, Tsunade stood with her arms crossed. Her golden ponytail, loosely tied, swayed with the wind, giving her a commanding and heroic presence. With the arrival of the two commanders, the morale of the Konoha shinobi surged. Today's assault on Kikyo Castle would be different. Rather than relying on their usual tactics, Konoha adopted a combat approach more similar to Sunagakure's own methods. 300 shinobi were deployed on each flank, charging forward to apply pressure. At the same time, a massive formation behind them revealed something Konoha rarely used in battle: catapults. Months earlier, under Hayashi's suggestion, Orochimaru had ordered the construction of 50 of these siege weapons. Each one typically required 20 strong shinobi to operate, launching massive boulders weighing several hundred jin. But now, each catapult was handled by a single towering shinobi wearing clothing marked with the red kanji for food. They were members of the Akimichi clan. In addition, earth release users stood nearby to create ammunition, while fire release users ignited the boulders, turning them into blazing projectiles. All the Konoha shinobi holding position watched in anticipation, eyes fixed on the sky as they waited for the first volley. Someone suddenly shouted, "Konoha will win." The cry spread instantly, echoed by dozens, then hundreds of voices. The first flaming boulder launched into the sky. It arced high above the battlefield before descending toward Kikyo Castle. Soon after, dozens more followed, streaking through the air like burning meteors. The sight stunned many of the Konoha shinobi. It was not that they lacked large-scale weapons, but this level of relentless bombardment was something they had rarely seen. Orochimaru allowed himself a faint smile. Without Hayashi's earlier suggestion, this tactic might not have been realized so soon. The flaming boulders crashed against the battlements, smashed into the city, or struck the walls and rolled into the moat below. the battlefield filled with thunderous impacts and roaring winds. The ground trembled as if the fortress itself were groaning under the assault. Meanwhile, the 600 shinobi advancing ahead of the catapults continued their charge, attempting to suppress the defensive fire from the walls. Kato Dan, a jonin of Konoha, had known about the catapults long before the battle began. He understood their destructive potential better than most. In his initial judgment, such overwhelming bombardment should have been enough to suppress the enemy completely, allowing Konoha forces to advance without resistance. But reality proved otherwise. As he charged forward, casualties appeared constantly around him. Massive kunai launched from the battlements tore through the battlefield. Some shinobi were struck directly, their bodies pierced by weapons over 2 meters long, pinned to the ground without a chance to move. Even under heavy bombardment, Sunagakir's defenses remained organized. Their responses were steady, precise, and relentless. Kato Dan felt a surge of respect. Under Chiyo's command, the defense of Kikyo Castle showed no signs of collapse. This battle would not end easily. He glanced toward a familiar figure in the distance, and chakra surged through his hands once more. After this battle ended, he would finally confess his feelings to Tsunade. With that thought, he pushed forward, breaking ahead of the formation. He was not the only one. Across the battlefield, countless Konoha shinobi fought with their own reasons driving them forward. And just as many fell. Some were struck in the chest by massive projectiles, their bodies dragged backward by the force before crashing into comrades behind them. The formation wavered, and those at the front quickly became targets for concentrated attacks from the battlements. Still, no one stopped. Ignoring the wounded and the fallen beneath their feet, the Konoha forces continued their advance. Akimichi Choza roared, signaling the next phase. The 50 catapults began to move forward, preparing for another round of bombardment. This time, the goal was not to destroy the walls, but to disrupt and divide the enemy forces inside. Orochimaru listened as Inoichi Yamanaka relayed battlefield data directly into his mind. Numbers filled his thoughts. Casualties, injuries, losses. Within just 2 hours, hundreds had already died. Orochimaru exhaled quietly and looked ahead. The Konoha forces had finally reached the effective range for ninjutsu. At this distance, Sunagakure abandoned their large weapons and switched to standard combat, throwing kunai and unleashing a variety of techniques. Some shinobi even leaped down from the walls to engage directly. Konoha responded in kind, coordinating their own ninjutsu to maintain pressure. Earth release users burrowed underground, attempting to reach the walls and plant explosive tags to break through. Orochimaru formed hand seals. Summoning technique. A burst of white smoke erupted. 2 massive creatures appeared on the battlefield. One was Manda, Orochimaru's enormous serpent. The other was a 3-headed snake, equally imposing. At the same time, Tsunade had already activated the strength of 100 seal, continuously supplying chakra to Katsuyu to support the wounded. Under Orochimaru's command, the giant snakes moved forward, their massive bodies coiling as they climbed toward the fortress walls. Their muscles tightened. A harsh grinding sound echoed across the battlefield. Then, with a thunderous crash, part of Kikyo Castle's wall collapsed into rubble. Chapter 519, Konoha breaks the sand defense. 1,215 words. By the afternoon, the intensity of the battlefield had begun to slow. But that brief lull shattered almost immediately. A tearing sound split through the sky as something vast surged overhead. A massive river of sand twisted across the air like a living storm. It's the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage has returned. The Sunagakure forces erupted in renewed morale. Their pressure on the battlefield sharpened at once, and Konoha's advance momentarily weakened. But that hesitation did not last long. Konoha soldiers soon spotted another presence on the field. The third Hokage had also arrived. Earlier, the third Hokage had been pursuing Sunagakure forces under Ebizo, deliberately disrupting the third Kazekage's return route. The Kazekage had not realized that Orochimaru had already launched a full-scale offensive, and had remained focused on trying to capture Hiruzen alongside Ebizo. By the time he understood the situation, valuable time had already been lost. He rushed back at full speed. But what awaited him was no longer a defensive fortress in preparation, but Kikyo Castle already engulfed in a full-scale war. The sight made his expression sink. Fortunately for Sunagakure, their numbers were still significant. With Chiyo's precise command and coordination, they still held strategic positions, even if their situation was rapidly becoming unstable. Inside the Konoha frontline command post, the blood-stained third Hokage entered. Tsunade immediately moved toward him. He raised a hand to stop her. "It's all Sunagakure blood," he said. Tsunade ignored his words and placed her hands on him anyway, channeling medical chakra to restore his stamina. Hiruzen did not resist. Instead, his gaze turned directly toward Orochimaru. "How is the situation?" Orochimaru exhaled slowly, his voice rough from exhaustion. "We have suffered heavy losses. 800 shinobi have already been killed in action." The third Hokage's eyes sharpened. Kikyo Castle is known as the second hidden sand village. We broke through it once in the first Great Ninja War. This time will be no different. He stepped forward. "You two continue commanding. I will join the next wave at the front." Tsunade opened her mouth as if to object, but stopped herself. Hiruzen shook his head. "I once intercepted 2,000 Sunagakure shinobi with Hayashi. This is nothing compared to that." Orochimaru let out a slow breath. "I understand." As the sun descended, the battlefield did not stop. If anything, the killing only intensified. Shinobi fell continuously, in every direction, at every moment. The pace of death increased as both sides pushed harder to break the other. Konoha's attack frequency rose in response. More importantly, Sunagakure's counteroffensive was visibly weakening under sustained pressure. Chiyo remained at the front lines, leading 50 puppeteers throughout the entire afternoon. Without her extraordinary control over her puppets and the elite Jonin protecting her, she would have fallen long ago. Inside Kikyo Castle, corpses accumulated without pause. There was no time to clear them. Both Kazekage and Hokage had already taken the fight outside the walls, refusing to let the core battlefield become too congested. Orochimaru and Tsunade also committed themselves fully, acting as decisive forces at critical points. Firelight and explosions filled every corner of the fortress. Sunagakure's losses had already reached a point of collapse. The exchange ratio of casualties steadily tilted in Konoha's favor, and the battlefield momentum shifted decisively. Konoha's victory, once uncertain, now became increasingly inevitable. By night, the third Kazekage was finally forced into retreat. Even then, it was not simple. With Ebizo and Raza arriving as reinforcement, and a large number of Sunagakure shinobi sacrificing themselves to cover his withdrawal, he managed to escape the battlefield. His appearance was disheveled, his aura clearly diminished. Konoha did not pursue. The objective had already been achieved. Kikyo Castle had been breached. The final defensive line of Sunagakure had been shattered. That alone marked the turning point of the war. At dawn, the Battle of Mount Kikyo came to an end. An eagle's cry echoed over the ruined fortress, the same sound that had marked the beginning of the battle now signaling its conclusion. Nearly 5,000 shinobi had fought within and around Kikyo Castle. Many of them would never hear anything again. Orochimaru stood among the ruins, looking over the battlefield. Bodies lay everywhere. He exhaled softly. The wind passed through the broken fortress like a voice that could no longer speak. One day later, 2 pieces of news spread across the shinobi world. Kikyo Castle had been broken in a single night. 2,000 Sunagakure shinobi had been annihilated. The land of wind war had shifted violently in Konoha's favor. Sunagakure had suffered a decisive defeat. The entire shinobi world reacted in shock. Inside Iwagakure, the third Tsuchikage Inoki floated above a large map of the ninja world, circling it repeatedly. He drifted toward the land of grass, paused, then moved toward the land of wind. He stopped again. His gaze shifted to the border between the land of wind and the land of rain. Finally, he descended to the center of the table, placing both hands on it. How could Kikyo Castle fall to Orochimaru and Tsunade in a single night? And how did Konoha's lightning flash and the others block 2,000 Tsunagakure shinobi? His expression darkened further. Third Kazekage, you useless piece of trash. Enough to hold Konoha back, and you had the nerve to say that. If I had not believed your nonsense, Iwagakure would not be in this situation. Inoki struck the table in frustration, his rage shaking the room. After a long moment, he finally forced himself to breathe steadily and sat back down. According to current intelligence, he muttered, Konoha lost at least 2,500 shinobi in the Kikyo Castle battle. Even after victory, they cannot immediately reinforce other battlefields. He studied the map again. There are 3 remaining fronts. The land of hot water and the land of rain both have Tsunade Heime's disciples stationed there. Tsunade herself will likely move toward the land of grass. As for Orochimaru, will he go to the land of hot water to face the hidden cloud, or support the land of rain's front where Konoha's lightning flash is deployed? Inoki narrowed his eyes, unable to decide. His thoughts drifted again. Should I let Han enter the war as well? He immediately rejected the idea. No. It is already dangerous enough that Rashi is deployed. If the Five-Tails Jinchuriki also enters the battlefield, any mistake could become irreversible. There was no such thing as luck in the shinobi world. Iwagakure could not afford to gamble. Not yet. But the real concern was elsewhere. Inoki's gaze shifted toward the land of wind. Tsunagakure's defeat was unavoidable. Their losses were too severe. But what if the third Kazekage, in desperation, turned his blade toward Iwagakure to compensate? It was not impossible. If Tsunagakure withdrew now, they might later imitate Kumogakure's strategy and launch opportunistic strikes against the land of Earth when the war stabilized. There would be no safe outcome. Inoki's eyes narrowed further. Iwagakure could not afford to miscalculate. I'll drop 1 bonus chapter for every 10 reviews. Leave a review/comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100. Power Stones. Read 100 plus chapters ahead on patreon.com/_Zeph. Chapter 520, The Fate of Shikaku. 1,185 words. Inoki's concerns were not entirely misplaced, but there was one thing he failed to accurately predict. The Konoha forces stationed in the land of wind would not be reinforcing other battlefields for the time being. During the battle at Mount Kikyo, Konoha suffered heavy losses. At least 2,500 shinobi were confirmed killed in action, with many more sustaining injuries of varying severity. Without Tsunade's Katsuyu support, that number would likely have been even higher. It was not without reason that Konoha stood at the top of the 5 great nations and maintained repeated victories across successive shinobi world wars. Beyond its vast resources, the strength of its shinobi forces was undeniable. Each generation produced individuals capable of standing at the pinnacle of power in their era. What was even more alarming was the fact that while Tsunade's generation was still in its prime, the next generation had already begun to establish itself on the battlefield. After the Battle of Mount Kikyo concluded, the Konoha forces did not remain in Kikyo Castle. Instead, they pulled back slightly to avoid provoking unnecessary tension with Tsunagakure. After all, any village would feel uneasy with a large hostile force stationed too close to its borders. Since Konoha had no intention of continuing the war with Tsunagakure, a tactical withdrawal was the most reasonable course of action. On the 3rd day, the 3rd Kazekage dispatched an envoy. The purpose was clear without being stated: peace negotiations. Tsunagakure had formally requested peace, and as other villages in the shinobi world had already anticipated, the conflict in this region had effectively come to an end. After receiving Sunagakure peace proposal, Konoha withdrew once more, pulling its forces all the way back into the land of rivers. This withdrawal was not demanded by Sunagakure, but instead initiated by Konoha itself. Even though the army had remained in the land of wind for over 2 years, it was far from an ideal environment for sustaining military operations. Supply transportation alone placed enormous pressure on logistics, making it a serious burden even for Konoha. With the Third Great Ninja War still ongoing, conserving strength and resources was the most rational decision. However, most of Sunagakure's fortifications along the front line had already been destroyed. It was clear that even with full effort, reconstruction would take several years. In other words, if Sunagakure attempted to break the agreement, Konoha would be able to advance again at any time. What followed was a series of preliminary negotiations between both sides. Naturally, neither the Hokage nor the third Kazekage appeared at this stage. Only after the basic terms were finalized would the leaders formally meet. Konoha Year 38, October. Konoha and Sunagakure's negotiation teams held 7 meetings in quick succession before the peace agreement was finally concluded. Unlike the agreement with Kirigakure, Konoha had suffered far greater losses at Mount Kikyo. Even the third Hokage had been deeply angered by the casualties. As a result, the terms imposed on Sunagakure were significantly harsher than those given to Kirigakure, though still far more lenient than the post-Second Great Ninja War treaties. This outcome allowed Sunagakure to breathe slightly easier. Overall, the contents of the agreement were largely expected. Sunagakure was required to submit an official letter of surrender, sign an alliance treaty with Konoha, and complete prisoner exchanges. The remaining clauses focused on war reparations. Most of these conditions were anticipated by Sunagakure, except for one point that caused prolonged dispute between both sides. That point was the fate of Shikaku. Tailed beasts were self-evidently crucial assets, and for Sunagakure, Shikaku was their ultimate military deterrent. Their primary objective in the negotiations was to ensure its return. Unfortunately for Sunagakure, their situation had always been unfavorable. In the Second Great Ninja War, they had already been forced to pay a heavy price to recover the third Kazekage, and now they were once again compelled to negotiate for their tailed beast. However, Konoha had no intention of returning Shikaku so easily. Just as Inoki feared Sunagakure might rebel again, Konoha also viewed them as highly unreliable. Among the 5 great nations, Sunagakure had a history of initiating conflicts and dragging others into war. Keeping Shikaku under Konoha's control served as a form of restraint. Of course, this was only the official justification. The true reason was simpler. Konoha also required the power of a tailed beast. With both Kumogakure and Iwagakure already deploying 2 tailed beasts each on the battlefield, Konoha needed to balance the situation. However, using Kushina was not an option under any circumstances. Shikaku, on the other hand, was ideal. Since it was not Konoha's own asset, there was no hesitation in using it as a disposable weapon. The third Hokage also harbored the intention of not allowing Shikaku to return to Sunagakure intact. In his view, releasing it easily would be letting Sunagakure off too lightly. The plan was simple: deploy Shikaku to the battlefield and exhaust it through combat. Even if it were destroyed, a tailed beast would eventually reform, most likely in the deserts of the Land of Wind. From Konoha's perspective, this would still satisfy the agreement. What happened afterward, including how Sunagakure attempted to recapture it or how many losses they would suffer, was not Konoha's concern. Naturally, Sunagakure strongly opposed this condition. However, Konoha remained firm, refusing to compromise on this point. It became the central issue of the negotiations. Other terms could be adjusted, but this condition had to be accepted. After prolonged debate, Sunagakure eventually yielded. They had no real choice given the situation, though they managed to secure one concession. The third Hokage guaranteed that Shikaku would be returned to the Land of Wind in an intact state. Once the main terms were finalized, the final step was a direct meeting between the Hokage and the Kazekage. Only their signatures would give the agreement full legitimacy. Shortly afterward, both leaders signed the treaty in the Land of Rivers. With that, the war in the Land of Wind officially came to an end. By the end of October, Konoha's forces in the Land of Rivers began withdrawing in organized batches. From commanders like Orochimaru and Tsunade down to ordinary genin, all would receive a short period of rest before being reassigned to other battlefronts. The surrender of Tsunagakure marked a major turning point in the Third Great Ninja War. With one front resolved, Konoha shifted its overall strategy. Instead of launching immediate large-scale offensives against Kumogakure or Iwagakure, it chose a different approach. The situation had changed. Konoha was now effectively fighting against two major villages simultaneously, yet the balance had become more manageable than in the early phase of the war. At this stage, a prolonged war of attrition favored the Land of Fire. Konoha prioritized stability while maintaining its shinobi-centered military doctrine. As long as the current balance held, victory in the long term remained achievable. Rather than pressing its advantage, Konoha began consolidating defensive lines and maintaining equilibrium across all fronts. The war then entered a relatively stable stalemate phase. Chapter 521, 521, Kakashi's Early Graduation Request. 1,320 words. Konoha Ninja Academy, inside a classroom. Hey, hey. A boy wearing goggles raised his hand high, almost leaning forward, as if he might climb onto the desk just to be noticed. The beautiful red-haired instructor on the podium, Kushina, did not respond. She was currently in a slightly irritated mood. Normally she could tolerate minor disturbances, but once someone truly pushed her patience, it became a different matter entirely. Even so, the boy kept his hand raised. In fact, he was now half standing on his seat, trying to force attention onto himself. Beside him sat a girl with faint markings on her cheeks. She looked at him with concern and tugged gently at his sleeve. "Sit down quickly, Obito," she whispered. But Obito ignored her completely and kept his arm raised. Naturally, the entire class had already turned their attention toward him. Kushina sighed and rolled her eyes. With no other choice, she finally looked at the most troublesome student in the room. "Is there something you want, Obito?" she asked, keeping her tone as controlled as possible. If he was deliberately causing trouble again, she might just have to visit his family later. Obito immediately straightened up and said with excitement, "Kushina-sensei, who do you think will become the fourth Hokage?" The moment he spoke, the entire classroom quieted and then turned toward Kushina. The news that the third Hokage would retire after the war had already spread, and everyone had their own guesses. But hearing it directly from a jonin like Kushina made it feel more real. The fourth Hokage. Kushina thought briefly. For some reason, a certain person came to mind, but she could not possibly say that aloud. She shook her head. "I don't know either." The classroom instantly erupted into discussion. A blue-haired boy stood up and spoke confidently, "It'll probably be one of the Sannin, Orochimaru-sama." At this point in time, it was already 1 month after Tsunagakure's defeat, and village propaganda had firmly established the Sannin's reputation. Admiring them was normal for students their age. However, someone immediately objected. A boy from the Shimura clan stood up and said, "No, it has to be Konoha's Yellow Flash, Hayashi-sama. He defeated the Mist Village forces and, together with the third Hokage-sama, wiped out over 2,000 Tsunagakure shinobi." The mention of Hayashi instantly shifted the atmosphere. For a moment the classroom became chaotic, with students passionately defending their preferred candidates. Kushina leaned against the podium, allowing them to continue. She listened with mild interest while observing the scene. The names being discussed were all famous figures of Konoha, the Sannin, the Yellow Flash, the White Fang. Obito, who had started the discussion, looked extremely pleased with himself. He even shot a smug glance toward Kakashi, who was sitting nearby. Kakashi responded with a tired expression and muttered, "Idiot." Obito snorted and turned away, then shifted his attention to the girl beside him. "Rin, who do you support to become the fourth Hokage?" Rin tilted her head slightly in thought. "It's a difficult choice. But if I had to decide, I would choose Lady Tsunade. Lady Tsunade? Obito repeated. Rin nodded with admiration. Yes. She's the strongest female ninja in the entire shinobi world right now. If possible, I would also like to learn medical ninjutsu. Obito blinked. You really like medical ninjutsu? Yes, Rin replied softly. If I can learn it, I can help heal everyone. As she spoke, her gaze briefly drifted toward Kakashi. Obito, however, did not notice this at all. Instead, he became even more excited. That's great. Then when I fight against the Kage of other villages in the future, I won't have to worry about getting injured. Silence followed. Even Kakashi, who had been listening quietly, did not know how to respond. Rin asked next, what about you, Obito? Who do you support? Without hesitation, Obito said loudly, of course it's big brother Hayashi. He has a good relationship with my family. If he becomes Hokage, I will help him manage the village properly in the future. He quickly corrected himself after noticing Rin and Kakashi's strange looks. Rin then turned again. Kakashi, what about you? Kakashi shook his head slightly. I don't know. Choosing between his father and his teacher was not something he could easily decide. At that moment, Obito suddenly stood up again and slammed both hands on the desk. The sound startled everyone in the room, including Kushina. All eyes turned toward him once more. Obito's face turned red as he hesitated, then blurted out, maybe the fourth Hokage will be me someday. The classroom immediately burst into laughter. Even Kushina could not help but smile. Obito, thank you for the joke. Sit down now. Obito's face burned even hotter as he slowly sank back into his seat. Then he muttered under his breath, I meant the fifth Hokage. Before he could recover, another voice rang out. I support Kushina-sensei becoming the fourth Hokage. The classroom went silent. Guy stood proudly with both hands raised, full of energy. Kushina blinked in surprise, then her eyes curved slightly. No, I can't do that. After a brief pause, she added, still, good taste. Guy, you are excused from this week's academic assignment. The classroom erupted again, this time with students quickly following Guy's lead. I support Kushina-sensei too. I also vote for Kushina-sensei. Obito sighed dramatically in defeat. Unbelievable. He muttered under his breath, regretting that he had not thought of it first. Soon after, class ended. Kushina gathered her materials and prepared to leave for Tsunade when someone stepped in front of her. Kakashi. What is it, Kakashi? Kushina asked. She had always liked him. He was Chen's student, and his academic performance was excellent. Talented students naturally received more attention. As for troublesome ones like Obito, she still found them somewhat amusing. At least they made teaching less boring. Kakashi spoke politely, Kushina-sensei, I want to graduate early. The entire class immediately reacted. Even though his voice was not loud, everyone heard it clearly. Kakashi was one of the top students in the academy. In terms of talent, there were very few who could compare to him. By wartime standards, he was already qualified to become a genin. However, Kushina shook her head. Have you completed the task Hayashi gave you? Kakashi paused, then shook his head. Surprisingly, Kakashi had already completed one of the most difficult tasks first, Earth-Nature transformation. As expected of someone many would later call a future Kage-level talent. Kushina crossed her arms. Then you can't graduate. You need at least 2 chakra nature transformations completed. Most jonin could only fully master more than 2 types of nature transformation. Chen clearly had no intention of letting Kakashi leave the academy too early. At the very least, he would not graduate at 5 years old like in the original timeline. That would only harm his development. Graduating early meant entering the battlefield immediately, and there was no one available to properly supervise him. Even Hayashi and Tsukumo were both commanders. They could not take a child that young into active combat zones. So Kakashi remained in the academy. "I understand," Kakashi said quietly before returning to his seat. He wanted to fight alongside his father and teacher, but he also understood the reality. A genin-level strength was not enough for survival in the current war. Watching him return, Kushina let out a small sigh. Kakashi wanted the battlefield. She understood that feeling better than most. Her hands slowly tightened. No, she could not wait anymore. She would go to the third Hokage herself and request deployment. As a jonin of Konoha, Uzumaki Kushina. I'll drop one bonus chapter for every 10 reviews. Leave a review/comment. One bonus chapter will be released for every 100 Power Stones. Read 100 plus chapters ahead on patreon.com/_Zeph. Chapter 522, 522, Kushina pushes for battlefield approval. 1072 words. Hokage office. Third Hokage-sama, I want to go to the battlefield. Kushina stood straight, her voice carrying urgency and determination. She mimicked Kakashi almost perfectly, even the respectful tone sounding deliberate, as if she had practiced it several times beforehand. Hiruzen Sarutobi nearly dropped the pipe in his hand. If he had not used the telescope technique earlier to observe Kakashi applying for early graduation, he might have actually believed Kushina's emotional display. The tears in her eyes looked convincing enough. Ahem. Hiruzen cleared his throat, regaining composure. The battlefield is extremely dangerous. It is better for you to remain in the village. By the way, have you completed the task Hayashi assigned to you? Kushina froze for a brief moment. Hiruzen had used the exact same reasoning she used against Kakashi earlier. Her expression immediately changed. The act disappeared, replaced by a sharp glare directed at the old man. The task Hayashi gave her was simple in words but difficult in practice, mastering control over the six-tails chakra within her. However, the tailed beast inside her was unpredictable, sometimes cooperative and sometimes stubborn, with a terrible temper. Just answer me clearly, will you let me go or not? Kushina snapped, her hands on her hips, looking ready to grab his beard if he refused again. Hiruzen chuckled lightly. He no longer took such threats seriously. When Kushina was younger, she might have actually done it. Now, it was all talk. She had grown up, after all. Looking at her now, he could not help but feel a sense of pride, almost like a father watching his daughter. That was also why he never bothered correcting the rumors in the village that Kushina was his illegitimate child. But even so, letting her go to the battlefield was out of the question. Still, he had no intention of taking the blame directly. How about this, Hiruzen said, stroking his chin, go ask Tsunade. If she agrees, then I will allow it. In his mind, Tsunade was reliable in almost every aspect except her gambling habits. She was level-headed enough to reject such a reckless request. That is a promise. Kushina said immediately. Before Hiruzen could add anything else, she dashed out of the office. Even now, she still lacked a sense of proper decorum. It was not entirely her fault. Though she had lived in a war-torn environment as a child, she had not experienced many hardships after arriving in Konoha. Most of her life had been relatively sheltered, with only a handful of missions completed. Ahem, ahem. Hiruzen suddenly broke into a series of heavy coughs. During the battle at Mount Kikyo, he had fought at the front lines and later clashed with the third Kazekage. Though victorious, he suffered serious injuries. Tsunade had treated him, but some wounds required time to fully recover. Still, defeating Tsunagakure made it worthwhile. Meanwhile, Kushina had already left the Hokage building, and was heading straight for the Senju compound. At this hour, Tsunade was still asleep. After returning to the village, Tsunade had quickly resumed her favorite activity, gambling. In just 2 days, she had lost 3 million. Ironically, her presence had revived Konoha's struggling gambling economy. Casinos across the village welcomed her enthusiastically, hanging banners and treating her like a revered guest. Messages spread quickly among gamblers, calling her the perfect target, someone with deep pockets and terrible luck. Some even joked that Konoha prospered whenever Tsunade played. Inside her residence, Tsunade was still half asleep when Kushina pulled her out of bed. 6. Tsunade muttered, tossing a card onto the table as she yawned. Kushina, why are you here so early? Want to play cards? A shadow clone sat across from her, already focused and calculating. Compared to the original, the clone was far more alert. Since they needed a third player, Tsunade had created it to fill the spot. 8. Kushina replied, placing her card down. Tsunade, I want to go to the battlefield. No. The answer came instantly. Tsunade did not even hesitate. She played another card, then frowned slightly. Why are you asking me? You should discuss this with Hiruzen. I already did. He agreed and told me to go with you. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, clearly suspicious. Kushina, however, showed no signs of hesitation or guilt. Even so, Tsunade shook her head. Even if he agreed, I still refuse. The battlefield is no place for someone like you. I am not a child anymore. I am an adult. Kushina slammed down for 5s. Tsunade stared at the table in disbelief. The previous card was only a 10, yet Kushina had already used a bomb. Who plays like this? Pass, Tsunade said calmly. Pair of 3s, Kushina said, tossing her smallest cards. Pass again. Despite holding weak cards, Tsunade remained completely composed. It was the quiet confidence of someone experienced. She understood Kushina's frustration. While others of her generation were fighting on the front lines, Kushina had been restricted to the village, much like Hiruzen himself. In fact, her protection level was even higher. I can already control Kurama's power, so why will you not let me go? Kushina's tone grew sharper. No means no. Do you even understand? I trained for 3 months just to control that power. For 2 of those months, I barely slept, sometimes only 30 minutes a day. Tsunade shook her head again. I still refuse. You are heartless and shameless. Kushina snapped. You are being unreasonable. Tsunade shot back, slamming the table. If I am unreasonable, it is because you forced me to be with your heartless and shameless attitude. The argument continued as they played. Eventually, Kushina used another bomb and ended the round decisively. Humph. She calmly collected the money from the table and tucked it into her pocket before standing up to leave. Tsunade sat there, momentarily speechless. By the time Kushina reached the courtyard, she finally shouted after her. Leaving right after winning. That is terrible card etiquette. Watch out for dogs on your way out. Kushina did not even turn back. I do not care. That is what being heartless and shameless looks like. Tsunade rubbed her forehead, still holding her remaining cards. Just as Kushina reached the gate, Tsunade called out again. Wait. Play a few more rounds. I will think about it. A smile spread across Kushina's face. Without hesitation, she turned around and walked back inside. Chapter 523, 523, Orochimaru's negotiation with Root. 1265 words. Kushina's strength was never weak. In fact, it was the opposite. She was far stronger than most people in Konoha realized. Naruto, in his four-tails state, had once been able to suppress Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru at that time was heavily limited and could barely use ninjutsu at full capacity, the raw power of the Nine-Tails was still undeniable. Kushina herself was a master of sealing techniques within Konoha. She could also use the Rasengan and the multiple shadow clone technique with high proficiency. If she truly fought without holding anything back, even Tsunade might not necessarily defeat her. However, Kushina almost never displayed her full power in real combat, which meant the third Hokage never truly understood her capabilities. At present, the only one who likely had a clear understanding of her strength was Hayashi. It could only be said that Kushina's brilliance was often overshadowed. People focused on the Sannin, and on the brilliance of Konoha's yellow flash, but they overlooked that within the village itself existed another anomaly, one with overwhelming potential and a surprisingly close relationship with Kurama. The reason was simple. Konoha did not need the Ninetales Jinchuriki on the battlefield. The village already had enough strength to contend with the other major nations. Under such circumstances, there was no need to deploy the Ninetales Jinchuriki. But Kushina did not see it that way. She believed that with her current strength, she was no longer someone who needed to stay hidden within the village. She could fight alongside everyone else. That was her desire. Later, at a training ground within the Senju clan compound, after Kushina demonstrated a portion of her abilities, Tsunade finally agreed to her request. Tsunade had always been a free-spirited person. Whether due to Mito or her own nature, she never viewed Kushina as just a Jinchuriki. She saw Kushina as an individual first. That was also why, in later years when Pain attacked and the Fourth Great Ninja War began, Tsunade supported allowing Naruto onto the battlefield. She never judged Jinchuriki by their status alone. The same applied to Kushina. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was more conservative in comparison, but not to the extreme many assumed. Otherwise, he would never have allowed Naruto to leave the village on missions with Kakashi. In truth, both Tsunade and Hiruzen were influenced by Hashirama's will. Hashirama was someone who held deep compassion, and did not see the tailed beasts as mere tools. Once Tsunade agreed, and the third Hokage confirmed Kushina's strength, he no longer stopped her. Of course, not everyone approved. Udatane Koharu and Hamura Mitokado both strongly opposed the decision. Koharu, in particular, due to the earlier Himeji incident, was even more cautious regarding Kushina's safety. However, Danzo was not in the village at the moment, and their influence alone was not enough to overturn the decision made by Hiruzen. Although it was decided that Uzumaki Kushina would be deployed, the information was not made public. Instead, the third Hokage arranged an official leave from the Ninja Academy, citing illness as the reason. Kakashi, who had been preparing for battlefield deployment, was rejected by Kushina, only to later find that she herself had been approved to go. During this period, to further enhance Kushina's strength, Hiruzen cancelled Tsunade's break, and assigned her to train Kushina directly. Kushina had once been part of Tsunade's team, but Tsunade had never fully acted in the role of a proper teacher. When Kushina was young, Mito had trained her. After Mito passed away, Hayashi took over her instruction. After Hayashi went to the battlefield, Kurama became her primary influence. However, Kurama was far from an ideal teacher. The Ninetales, ancient and prideful, often encouraged reckless behavior and escaping confinement rather than disciplined training. Because of this, Kushina had not trained seriously for a long time. She often caused trouble in the village alongside Kurama's influence, and her progress had been inconsistent at best. Only after being informed that she would be deployed did Kushina finally begin serious training, focusing on mastering Kurama's chakra more effectively. Her growth during this period was rapid enough to shock even Tsunade. Meanwhile, deep beneath Konoha, in a dark and damp underground network of tunnels, something else was unfolding. The structure of the space was complex, layered like a maze. This was Root. Footsteps echoed steadily through the corridor. Thud, thud, thud. Orochimaru made no attempt to conceal his presence. This was not his first time here. The Root shinobi observed him silently from a distance, but did not move to stop him. Eventually, Orochimaru reached the main hall and stopped. Soon after, a figure appeared. A white-haired man wearing a Root mask stood before him, cloaked in black. Lord Danzo has instructed me to relay his message, the man said. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. A faint, cold smile formed on his lips. An instruction, you say? The masked man responded evenly, I am only delivering his words exactly as given. If you take issue, that is not my concern. Before the sentence finished, Orochimaru moved. A serpent burst from his sleeve and struck forward instantly. But the masked man's body collapsed into mud. An earth clone. At the same time, the real body dropped from above, landing lightly in the corridor. Careful, Orochimaru said in a low voice. Even within root, you use such precautions. Are you afraid I will kill you? The man remained silent, watching him closely. Orochimaru tilted his head slightly. Have we met before? The man answered calmly, I joined Root as a child. I would not have had the privilege of meeting someone of your status. Orochimaru gave a soft, non-committal chuckle. Speak. What does Danzo want? Lord Danzo stated he can grant you access to the place where forbidden techniques are stored. Orochimaru raised a hand. I have changed my conditions. The man frowned slightly. That was already agreed upon. I said it has changed, Orochimaru replied flatly. If Danzo refuses, then there is nothing more to discuss. After a short pause, the man asked, then what are your new conditions? Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged. I no longer need access to the Forbidden Techniques vault. Danzo only needs to obtain a specific ninjutsu for me. Most of Konoha's forbidden techniques were not stored in a single scroll, but secured in a protected facility. However, Orochimaru had no immediate interest in risking infiltration. The position of Hokage would not be out of his reach forever, whether it went to Jiraiya, Hayashi, or another. There was no need to take unnecessary risks now. In addition, Orochimaru continued, I will assist in his research on the first Hokage's cells. However, that alone is no longer sufficient compensation. Danzo must also help me gather shinobi with Kekii Genkai from other villages. I will report this to Lord Danzo, the man replied. Orochimaru nodded slightly. Then where are the first Hokage's cells? I will begin immediately. Everything had already been prepared. In the coming days, I will serve as your assistant, the man said. I will remain at your side to help manage the research process. It was a calculated arrangement. Danzo did not trust Orochimaru and had placed someone capable of observing him, while also learning from his work. Orochimaru let out a quiet, amused laugh. An assistant, then, he said softly. I wonder how satisfying you will be. I'll drop one bonus chapter for every 10 reviews. Leave a review/comment. One bonus chapter will be released for every 100. Power Stones. Read 100 plus chapters ahead on patreon.com/_Zeph. Chapter 524, 524, Hayashi and Orochimaru reunite. 1196 words. January, 39th year of Konoha. After several months of recovery, Orochimaru and Tsunade once again led Konoha's forces back into the battlefield. Rather than deploying thousands of shinobi into a single war zone, they divided their army into two advancing fronts moving north. One force entered the land of earth through the land of rain, while the other pushed directly into the land of grass. This strategic split made Konoha's intentions clear. They planned to deal with Iwagakure first before freeing their strength to face the more formidable Kumogakure. Although Inoki had predicted this move, the reality of it still weighed heavily on him. Over the past year, the Hidden Mist village had suffered a sudden attack, Hanzo had fallen, and Sunagakure had been defeated. The situation was steadily worsening, and Iwagakure now stood in a precarious position. Between the two battlefronts, the one that concerned Inoki the most was the southern border of the land of earth. That was where Konoha's Lightning Flash and Tsukumo Hatake were stationed. Even before Orochimaru's reinforcements arrived, Konoha had already fought multiple large-scale battles against Sunagakure along the border. With superior numbers, the Iwagakure commander Fuga advanced step by step, steadily reducing Konoha's maneuvering space. Within a month, he reclaimed lost territory and forced Konoha's army back toward the Land of Rain. With Rashi's use of the Four Tails, the advantage seemed firmly in Iwagakure's hands. Yet just as victory appeared certain, the smaller Konoha force suddenly surged with renewed strength and launched a counterattack. Tsukumo Hatake led only 1,000 shinobi but charged straight into the enemy ranks, his white fanged blade flashing as he carved a path forward. Surrounded by Iwagakure forces, he nearly killed Fuga in the chaos. At the same time, Senjin Iwaki and Hyuga Hayashi each commanded 500 shinobi, striking from both flanks and disrupting the enemy formation. Although Konoha was still outnumbered and struggled to halt Iwagakure's advance completely, the situation shifted again when another commander appeared behind enemy lines. Konoha's lightning flash, Hayashi, entered the battlefield alone and recreated his previous feat, blocking thousands of enemy shinobi by himself. Rashi was no ordinary opponent. He fought fiercely, holding his ground against Hayashi's massive chakra manifestation. Without his resistance, Iwagakure's forces might have collapsed under the pressure of that single assault. In the end, Iwagakure was forced to retreat back into the Land of Earth, while Konoha secured control of the border. Inoki's plan to contain the war within the Land of Rain had completely failed. Under these circumstances, Orochimaru and Tsunade advanced along both fronts with 3,000 reinforcements. Left with no alternative, Inoki mobilized a large portion of Iwagakure's forces to reinforce the battlefield. Soon, the total number of shinobi on both sides reached nearly 15,000. It became one of the largest confrontations of the Third Great Ninja War. The Land of Earth, one of the 5 great nations, was known for its harsh terrain, second only to the Land of Wind. Vast stretches of barren rock dominated the landscape. Strong northern winds carried gravel across the mountains, scattering it into neighboring regions, a phenomenon known as rock rain. Despite its desolate environment, many Konoha shinobi still considered it preferable to the endless rainfall of the Land of Rain. At the border encampment of the Land of Earth, inside a large command tent, only 2 figures were present, master and disciple, Hayashi and Orochimaru. Since Hayashi had been reassigned from the Land of Wind battlefield, nearly 2 years had passed since they last met. After handling their respective duties, they finally found a rare moment to speak in private. The current situation is this, Hayashi said as he pointed at the map laid out before them. Iwagakure has deployed an additional 5,000 shinobi, spread across the Land of Earth, maintaining distance while watching our movements. Orochimaru nodded slightly before asking, are Fuga and Rashi truly that capable? They are, Hayashi replied. Fuga is extremely cautious, and Rashi has near-complete control over the Four Tails. Even when I trap him in a genjutsu using the Mangekyo Sharingan, the tailed beast disrupts it almost immediately. Their coordination is seamless. In a one-on-one fight, Hayashi had no doubt he could defeat Rashi. However, the battlefield was far from ideal. Iwagakure had the advantage in numbers, Fuga rarely exposed himself, and Rashi was always heavily guarded. There was little opportunity for a direct confrontation. Orochimaru folded his hands, thinking for a moment before speaking again. When the third Hokage sent me here, he specifically told me to keep an eye on you and limit your use of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hayashi gave a small smile. I am aware. After several uses, he had already realized that the strain of the Mangekyo was less severe than expected. Overuse still caused discomfort and eye pain, but his vision had not deteriorated. His enhanced vitality played a key role. With his strong chakra reserves and increasing recovery ability, the strain on his body was significantly reduced. It was similar to how certain individuals could endure the burden of powerful abilities due to their unique constitution. Still, Hayashi understood his limits. His body could not yet compare to the legendary resilience of the first Hokage. To reach that level, far more effort would be required. At least it buys me time, he thought. Orochimaru suddenly changed the topic. Danzo approached me with a proposal. He wants my help researching the first Hokage's cells. Hayashi paused briefly. So Danzo had already begun considering that path. Given the setbacks on other battlefields, it was not surprising. Seeking greater power through unconventional means was entirely in character for him. Fortunately, such research would not yield immediate results. Even for Orochimaru, it would take considerable time before any practical application could be achieved. Without proper control, attempting such enhancements would be extremely dangerous. Hayashi remained silent for a moment, his thoughts turning inward. For now, there was little he could do on the battlefield. But once the war ended, he needed to confirm certain things as soon as possible. Preparation was essential. The conversation shifted again as Orochimaru brought up another subject. "I've examined the Mangekyo Sharingan you provided," he said. "Both contain an immense concentration of Yin release chakra. They can be considered the pinnacle of that aspect." As he spoke, he took out a glass container from his pouch and tossed it toward Hayashi. "This one belonged to your father." Hayashi caught it carefully. Orochimaru clearly had access to detailed knowledge about these eyes, including their potential evolution. Given their importance, Hayashi decided it was best to keep them in his own possession from now on. There was trust between them, but boundaries still mattered. Neither of them needed to say it aloud. "By the way," Hayashi said after a pause, "why are there root operatives near you?" Although Root operated under ANBU, their presence was distinct. Their movements, their aura, it was all different. Even with careful concealment, Hayashi had noticed the white-haired operative immediately. Orochimaru's lips curved slightly. "You mean Otsu," he said, his tongue briefly flicking out as he spoke. "An interesting individual. _____. Happy New Month." Chapter 525, 525, Capturing Shikaku Again. 1022 words. "Interesting," Orochimaru remarked as he evaluated the white-haired shinobi. At first, he assumed the man had simply been sent by Danzo to monitor him. However, it quickly became clear that the shinobi possessed enough skill to serve as an assistant. That realization surprised him. Orochimaru had long been searching for a capable assistant, but had never found a suitable candidate. He once considered taking Kana under his wing, only for Tsunade to claim her as a disciple instead. Now, encountering someone with genuine talent in experimentation, and a clear interest in the field, naturally pleased him. It only proved how many hidden talents Danzo kept within Root. Orochimaru even felt a trace of envy. He understood why Danzo had sent this man, to observe and potentially steal his techniques. Still, such core knowledge was not something that could be easily taken. If he wished, Orochimaru could mislead him with false data. But he chose not to. There was something oddly familiar about the white-haired shinobi. Yet no matter how he searched his memory, he could not place him. That only deepened his curiosity. Orochimaru was confident that, given time, he could turn this Root operative into his own subordinate. When that happened, the man could be used to infiltrate Danzo's network as a double agent. That alone made keeping him close worthwhile. Hayashi remained silent. If Orochimaru wanted to train a Root shinobi, then so be it. As for intelligence leaks, Hayashi did not concern himself with that. Root operatives were already scattered throughout the Konoha encampment. Danzo's influence was everywhere, whether acknowledged or not. By the way, Kushina has already been deployed to the battlefield. "You knew that, right?" Orochimaru asked. Hayashi nodded. "Yes, she informed me through her summoned beast." He still found it somewhat surprising that the third Hokage had allowed Kushina to enter the battlefield. "Aren't you worried about her safety?" Orochimaru continued. "She is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Hayashi shook his head. "That is exactly why I am not worried. She is strong enough to protect herself." Orochimaru gave a non-committal hum. "Then take this. You asked for it." He pulled out a scroll from his pouch and tossed it over. Orochimaru had brought only 1,000 shinobi to this front, while the remaining 2,000 accompanied Tsunade to the Land of Grass. The reason for that allocation was precisely the item now in Hayashi's hand. Inside the scroll was the one-tail Shikaku. Konoha had not returned Shikaku to Tsunagakure. Instead, they planned to deploy it on the battlefield to catch Iwagakure off guard. "Do you need assistance?" Orochimaru asked. Hayashi shook his head. "No. Shikaku is not a problem for me. He had captured it before without the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now controlling it would be even easier." "Suit yourself," Orochimaru replied. "Tonight, when Tsukumo returns, we will gather. I need to find a place to set up a laboratory first." With that, he left. Orochimaru's arrival brought renewed energy to the camp. Regardless of numbers, reinforcements always boosted morale and slightly eased Konoha's disadvantage. Not long after, Hayashi left the encampment and headed alone toward the border near the Land of Rain. He needed an isolated location to deal with Shikaku properly. Summoning technique. A puff of smoke appeared and Dabai materialized. Hayashi patted its head, prompting Dabai to spit out a scroll. Inside it was a smaller fragment, a miniature version of Shikaku. In addition, Dabai also carried chakra remnants from the 3 tails and 6 tails. Combined with the 9 tails sealed within Kushina, Hayashi had already gathered chakra from 4-tailed beasts. It was unfortunate that Dabai could not handle more. Otherwise, creating something far more powerful would already be within reach. After unsealing the scroll, Hayashi lifted the small Shikaku by its tail. The cat-sized creature looked at him with clear resentment. It had been captured for years, and freedom still felt out of reach. "I have a question for you," Hayashi said. "What is it?" the small Shikaku replied, its tone far less hostile than before after years under Dabai's influence. "Can you convince your main body to become my summoned beast?" "Absolutely not." "Don't reject it so quickly," Hayashi continued. "There are benefits. It is better than being forced through genjutsu, isn't it?" He paused briefly before adding, "You would agree either way. You might as well accept it willingly." The small Shikaku crossed its arms. "Even if you force me, you will never have my loyalty." Hayashi let out a short laugh. "Loyalty is unnecessary. Control is enough. Even the 9 tails has been subdued before." That struck a nerve. Shikaku burst into laughter. "Now that you mention it, that arrogant fox being controlled is hilarious." Hayashi flicked its head lightly. "Do not forget, you are heading down the same path." The laughter stopped immediately. Seeing no progress, Hayashi sealed the small Shikaku back into the scroll and pulled out another one. Forming hand seals, he released a barrier technique. Black markings spread outward, forming a sealed space around him. He was not taking any chances. A tailed beast escaping here would be troublesome. "I choose you, Shikaku." He threw the scroll forward. With a surge of chakra, the massive form of the one-tail appeared. "I'm finally free." Shikaku's voice rang out with manic excitement. Then it noticed Hayashi. Its expression changed instantly, eyes narrowing with caution as it prepared to flee. Hayashi smiled, his expression relaxed, almost harmless. The contrast only made Shikaku more alert. "How have I treated you all these years?" Hayashi asked. Shikaku recalled their encounters. Every meeting ended the same way, with it being overwhelmed and beaten down. Hayashi sighed. "Never mind. Talking was pointless." Before Shikaku could react, Hayashi's eyes turned crimson. The Mangekyo Sharingan activated instantly. The moment Shikaku met his gaze, the illusion took hold. Its final thought before losing control was simple. "If you wanted to fight, you could have just said so. I'll drop 1 bonus chapter for every 10 reviews. Leave a review/comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100. Power Stones. Read chapters ahead on patreon.com/_Zeph. Chapter 526, 526, Shikaku descends. 1089 words. Under Hayashi's guidance, Shikaku finally became his summoned beast. Although the process had been somewhat violent and not exactly suitable for children, compared to how Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama once handled the Nine Tails, Hayashi's method was far gentler. He quietly murmured to himself, hoping that kindness would one day be repaid in kind within the shinobi world. Now that Shikaku was under his control, Konoha could shift fully into an offensive stance. Everyone understood that relying on defense alone would never bring a swift end to war. At this moment, both internal readiness and external conditions aligned perfectly. The timing was ideal for Konoha to launch a large-scale assault. After several Jonin meetings, Hayashi, Tsukumo Hatake, Orochimaru, and Shikumo reached a unified decision. They would organize a decisive battle to crush Rashi and Fuga's Iwagakure forces in one overwhelming strike. War, at its core, was about depleting the enemy's strength until they had no choice but to surrender. Normally, achieving a decisive victory in large-scale warfare was extremely difficult. However, the situation with Iwagakure was different. Although they had 5,000 ninja, they lacked the strategic depth of the Land of Wind. Sunagakure could endure multiple defeats and retreat as far as Mount Kikyo without immediately collapsing. Their territory allowed them to absorb losses without deciding the war outright. Iwagakure did not have that luxury. While the Land of Earth was vast, their forces were split across two fronts. The deeper Konoha advanced, the more vulnerable Iwagakure's supply lines in the Land of Grass became. This was precisely why Inoki had sent Rashi to intercept Konoha's forces, even attempting to contain the conflict within the Land of Rain. The goal was simple: protect the logistics supporting the Land of Grass front. Because of this, Rashi and Fuga could not afford to retreat. A defeat here would force their entire front line to withdraw back into the Land of Earth, creating a situation similar to past invasions that had nearly destabilized the region. That outcome was unacceptable to Inoki. Konoha Year 39, March. The Land of Earth remained bitterly cold, with frost clinging to the ground before dawn. Inside a tent at the Konoha encampment, candlelight flickered softly. A massive blade, Samahata, rested on the table as a young man silently put on his Konoha Jonin vest. Outside, a young girl in gray leather armor stood quietly with her hands clasped, patiently waiting. Elsewhere in the camp, Orochimaru, having stayed awake through the night, closed his research notes and stepped out of his tent. Tsukumo Hatake, already awake, finished a sequence of Hatake sword-style movements before heading toward the main gate with his white light chakra saber on his back. In the medical tent, Nawaki, who had been wandering around for half the night, suddenly stood upright and glanced at Nono, who was carefully wiping a kunai. She adjusted her glasses and gave him a gentle smile. Each corner of the camp held its own quiet moment before the storm. Hayashi, as the commander, secured his vest and slung Samahata over his back. He paused briefly before pulling open the tent flap. The assault on Iwagakure was about to begin, only the first light of dawn remained. Konoha chose a foggy morning to launch the attack. Even so, an operation of this scale could not be completely hidden. It did not take long for Iwagakure to react. Inside their main tent, a ninja rushed in. "Lord Rashi, Konoha's army has arrived." Rashi stood fully armored, his purple garments neatly arranged, his hair tied back. His expression remained steady, but his eyes burned with intensity. "They've come at the right time." A faint smile appeared on his face. He intended to prove his worth, to show Inoki that a Jinchuriki was more than just a weapon. He was Rashi, not a tool. "Prepare for battle." His voice carried a hint of excitement. "Yes, sir." As the sky brightened, 5,000 Iwagakure ninja surged out of their camp, forming an endless wave. Among them stood Gari, his spiky yellow hair standing out like an explosion. His gaze was sharp, carrying a restless edge. As a user of explosion release, he had long been regarded as a genius within the village. He once believed his future would lead him to compete for the position of Tsuchikage. But that confidence had been shattered. Years ago, during a mission in the Land of Rain, he encountered a young opponent who nearly killed him. That person had since become known as Konoha's lightning flash. Gari had been only 15 at the time, already a jonin. Without Rashi's timely arrival, he would have died. Even now, the memory lingered like a scar. He narrowed his eyes, scanning the approaching Konoha forces, searching for that figure. But he was not there. A trace of disappointment surfaced. Gari had hoped to settle that score in the chaos of battle. At that moment, Fuga raised his hand. The horns of Iwagakure sounded, signaling the start of the battle. Their forces advanced like a tidal wave, moving from north to south with overwhelming momentum. The two armies had clashed many times before. There was no need for words now. Only combat. Tsukumo Hatake stepped forward, his silver hair catching the light. Kill. The Konoha forces echoed him in unison. Kill. As Iwagakure's main formation advanced, two flanking units of 200 ninja each moved into position. Specialists in earth release, they were prepared to defend against incoming ninjutsu while supporting the central assault. Fuga narrowed his eyes. Something felt off. Hayashi, known as Konoha's lightning flash, was always at the front lines. Yet today, he was nowhere to be seen. Just as the two armies closed in, a small black dot appeared in the sky. It grew rapidly larger. Soon, the outline of a massive hawk became visible, descending from above. Standing atop it was a single figure. Hayashi. Fuga frowned. Is he attacking alone? The distance between the armies was still significant. If Hayashi descended now, he would be surrounded instantly. The answer came moments later. Hayashi leaped from the hawk, dropping from the sky like a falling moon. Mid-air he formed hand seals. A dark pattern spread. Summoning jutsu. A massive yellow figure descended from above. Fuga's voice trembled. This is... Boom. Shikaku crashed into the Iwagakure formation, shaking the earth violently. Hundreds of ninja were crushed instantly, unable to escape in time. Hayashi landed firmly atop Shikaku's head. He spoke quietly. Shikaku, wind release, crushing sands. Chapter 527, 527, Start of the Iwagakure collapse. 931 words. An egg dropped from the 8th floor could crack a skull, an iron nail falling from the 18th floor might pierce a person's brain, and even a watermelon rind from the 25th floor could cause instant death. So the question becomes, what happens when something as massive as a tailed beast, comparable to a small mountain, drops directly into a tightly packed Iwagakure formation? The answer was already written in blood and debris. Hundreds of Iwagakure ninja who failed to escape were instantly crushed into a mangled mess, while a massive crater tore through the battlefield like a wound in the earth. Countless brutal realities confirmed one thing: never underestimate what falls from above, especially when it is a tailed beast. Shikaku's landing carried destructive force comparable to an S-rank ninjutsu. Yet, surprisingly, the beast itself remained unharmed and eerily still. The reason for its silence was simple. Its original feral consciousness had been suppressed, and its yellow beast eyes had been replaced by Sharingan control. From Hayashi's perspective, Shikaku still saw him as an enemy. If it retained full awareness, it would likely turn on him immediately. Direct control was the safest option. Otherwise, it might behave like Manda, attacking allies without hesitation. Meanwhile, the Iwagakure forces were far from silent. Panic erupted the moment such a massive entity appeared inside their formation. Every ninja instinctively looked up at the colossal beast standing in their midst, then at the young man standing calmly on its head. Fire! At that moment, Shikaku was like a living artillery platform, and Hayashi's presence above it was unnervingly composed. Roar! At his command, Shikaku lifted its head. Chakra rapidly condensed inside its mouth. Rashi's expression changed instantly. A tailed beast ball. Stop it immediately. The tailed beast ball required charge time, and interrupting Shikaku before completion was the obvious countermeasure. In theory. But Hayashi already understood that weakness very well. With a sharp metallic sound, multiple Rashomon gates descended from above, slamming into place between Shikaku and the incoming Iwagakure forces. One gate, then a second, then a third, forming layered defenses that enclosed the battlefield space. Following that, Earth release, Earth-style walls rose in sequence, reinforcing the barrier with dense defensive formations. Such preparation ensured that interference would be nearly impossible. Inside this fortified space, Yin and Yang chakra condensed rapidly in Shikaku's mouth, forming a massive spherical mass of energy. A purplish black-tailed beast ball hovered ominously, radiating pressure that made nearby ninja instinctively step back. Disperse! Fuga shouted. But thousands of ninja packed together could not simply scatter in an instant. Hayashi released his control over the Rashomon gates. The tailed beast ball fired. A deafening explosion followed, with waves of fire and shock rippling across the battlefield in layers. Chaos erupted immediately. Rashi's expression darkened sharply. At this rate, no matter how many troops Iwagakure had, they would be worn down. They were too densely packed. There was no room to dodge, no time to retreat, and every explosion meant mass casualties. Meanwhile, Konoha's main force remained at a distance, not engaging directly. Shikaku's rampage only affected Iwagakure. Son! Rashi roared as red chakra erupted from his body. He charged straight toward Shikaku without hesitation. At the same time, Shikaku had already formed its next tailed beast ball. Hayashi immediately noticed Rashi's movement. The attack was redirected. The tailed beast ball locked onto Rashi. If it hit directly, even a Jinchuriki would be obliterated without a trace. If Rashi dodged, the blast would strike the Iwagakure command center instead. A perfect pressure point. However, Fuga stepped forward at the same moment, followed by 10 elite Iwagakure ninja. Earth release, rising stone spikes. The ground shook violently. Under coordinated control from multiple ninja, the terrain within a 100-meter radius rose rapidly, forming a massive earthen barrier tens of meters high around Shikaku. The tailed beast ball shot upward instead, passing over the formation and detonating far in the distance against a distant mountain range. Hayashi observed calmly. A tailed beast alone, even one as powerful as Shikaku, could be restrained when facing coordinated ninja forces. This battlefield was not one where a beast could dominate freely. Still, the damage already done was significant. Two-tailed beast ball attacks had already shattered Iwagakure's numerical advantage. That alone was a major gain. Once a tailed beast entered the battlefield, proper usage could shift the entire war balance instantly. Ironically, Sunagakure had never fully utilized Shikaku's true value, even allowing situations where Gaara wandered into Konoha unattended. A wasted asset. Meanwhile, Rashi had closed the distance. He now stood near Shikaku. At this range, another tailed beast ball could no longer be fired freely. Lava release. Hayashi could already feel the intense heat radiating from Rashi's body. His lava release chakra mode covered him in molten energy, making direct contact impossible. Anything he touched would melt instantly. It was both offense and defense, a technique that surpassed most close combat styles in raw lethality. Rashi activated it immediately, likely anticipating Hayashi's lightning release capabilities. But Hayashi had no intention of relying on simple clashes. This was not a duel of basic counters. Rashi was alone. No bodyguards. No backup. Behind Hayashi, 3 shadow clones suddenly dispersed into smoke. A black pattern spread across his face. He stepped forward, then calmly leapt down from Shikaku's head. 4 tails. I'm taking you. I'll drop 1 bonus chapter for every 10 reviews. Leave a review/comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100. Power Stones. Read chapters ahead on patreon.com/_Zeph. Chapter 528, 528, Nawaki targets carry. 1,000 words. With Shikako leading the charge, Hayashi tore through the front lines, cutting deep into the heart of the Iwagakure formation. But once Rashi stepped forward to stabilize the defense, the Konoha forces resumed their advance. This time, Tsukumo led from the very front, charging straight into the enemy ranks like a piercing blade. The moment his white-fanged short sword was drawn, his presence became elusive, appearing and disappearing in rapid succession, like lightning flashing through clouds. Under Tsukumo's lead, the Iwagakure forces quickly fell into chaos. Almost no one dared to challenge a man who had already built such a fearsome reputation early in the Second Great Ninja War. Tsukumo moved with steady precision, scanning the battlefield. Wherever his focus landed, a long arc of chakra-infused blade energy followed, cutting through enemies in an instant. The white fang of Konoha carved a clear path forward. Orochimaru did not remain in the rear like he had during the Battle of Mount Kikyo. With Shikumo and Shikako coordinating the battlefield from behind, he personally led several hundred shinobi from another flank. After advancing a few hundred meters, his pace slowed. He stopped actively hunting enemy shinobi, and instead moved forward methodically, his eyes searching. He was looking for the Iwagakure commander, Fuga. Konoha already held the advantage in top-tier fighters, so Orochimaru felt no urgency. From time to time, he cast out ninjutsu with casual precision, striking down enemies without breaking stride. Not far from him, two figures dressed in white and gray moved freely through the battlefield, cutting down opponents with ease. Himeji, wearing her clan's white attire with her blue hair tied back, moved with remarkable agility. Kunai reined toward her, but her figure slipped through them effortlessly. Her movements were fluid and controlled, almost mesmerizing. Each time, she infused chakra into her sleeves. As she spun, her gentle fist redirected incoming weapons, sending them flying back toward their owners. The Hyuga clan's taijutsu was not overwhelming in raw power, but it was refined and precise. With each step, Himeji adjusted her posture, her palms striking vital points with pinpoint accuracy. One strike was enough to send an opponent collapsing. An Iwagakure jonin spotted her and swung his tachi down. In the next moment, he froze. No matter how hard he tried, his blade would not descend any further. Looking down in shock, he saw Tsukumo standing lightly on the tip of his weapon. Before he could react, his vision distorted. A genjutsu. To his right, a Konoha shinobi in a gray flak jacket looked at him coldly, her three-tomo Sharingan slowly spinning. Mikoto raised her hand slightly. The tachi's hilt drove forward, piercing straight into the jonin's chest. Using the motion, she leaned back, narrowly avoiding several incoming kunai. She landed lightly on her feet, her movement controlled and silent. With a flick of her wrist, 6 kunai shot outward. 3 Iwagakure shinobi behind her were struck before they could react, collapsing instantly. Behind her, Himeji stepped in. 8 trigrams scattered strike. She deflected several incoming earth release attacks, shielding Mikoto. Standing back to back, the two shared a brief smile. Himeji then looked toward another Iwagakure jonin, clearly an elite based on his attire. Her expression turned serious as she raised a finger and motioned for him to approach. The jonin hesitated, glancing at Mikoto behind her before forming hand seals rapidly. He understood he might not win against both of them, but reinforcements would arrive soon. Mikoto and Himeji had already noticed the gathering chakra signatures nearby. Still, they remained composed. Even if they could not win outright, their coordination ensured they could withdraw safely. And they were not alone on this battlefield. Elsewhere, Nawaki had a far more direct objective. Unlike the measured coordination of Mikoto and Himeji, Nawaki moved with a singular focus. His target was clear from the beginning. Explosion release user Gari. Nawaki charged forward without hesitation, ignoring every other enemy in his path. Anyone who tried to stop him was struck down. Years ago, when Nawaki, Hayashi, and Mikoto first stepped onto the battlefield, they had encountered Gari. Back then, if Yura had not sacrificed herself, they might not have survived. Yura had been younger than Nawaki was now. She should have had a future ahead of her, yet her life ended there. That memory stayed with him. Even as time passed and her face faded from memory, the desire for revenge only grew stronger. At 10 years old, he had felt something for her, something he could not fully understand. Now all that remained was a lingering attachment and a need for closure. Gari, however, did not recognize Nawaki. He had heard of him, of course. The grandson of the first Hokage, a powerful shinobi who had already built a reputation across multiple battlefields. But he did not understand why Nawaki pursued him with such intensity. To him, it made no sense. Of that past encounter, he only remembered Tsukumo. Mikoto and Nawaki had not left an impression, and someone like Yura was long forgotten. Nawaki closed the distance and drove a kick into Gari's chest before leaping back. As the space between them widened to several meters, Nawaki formed hand seals. Chakra surged violently around him. Water release, great waterfall technique. A massive torrent of water appeared instantly, crashing forward like a descending wall. Gari's eyes narrowed as he took in the scale of the attack. In a dry region like this, using water release already consumed significant chakra. Yet Nawaki's technique rivaled what most water-style specialists could produce near rivers or lakes. A grin spread across Gari's face. He had originally planned to face Tsukumo, but eliminating the grandson of the first Hokage would be just as satisfying. Chakra gathered around his arms as white vapor began to rise from his body. Explosion release, landmine fist. At the last possible moment before the waterfall crashed down, Gari stepped forward and threw a powerful punch into the oncoming torrent. Chapter 529, 529, Clashing at Full Power. 1131 words. A decisive battle is never a single moment, but a collection of countless shifting scenes. Tsukumo, Orochimaru, Himeji, Mikoto, Nawaki, and even the ordinary genin, all of them played their part in the wider battlefield. Each clash added its own weight to the chaos unfolding across the land. But the most intense focal point of it all was the confrontation between Hayashi and the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Hayashi formed a massive Rasengan, its size comparable to a two-story building. It pulsed with overwhelming chakra, distorting the air around it. Directly beneath it, Rashi raised a claw shaped from condensed chakra. His red chakra flared outward, erupting into molten lava that surged to meet the Rasengan. The searing heat immediately began melting the Rasengan's structure, chakra breaking down under the extreme temperature. Boom! Hayashi rotated his palm. The chakra within the Rasengan erupted violently, forcing the lava apart and scattering it in all directions. The impact sent Rashi flying backward. His massive body did not fall, but he still skidded dozens of meters across the ground. Iwagakure shinobi caught in his path were thrown aside instantly, many burned by splashes of molten lava carried by his retreat. When the dust finally settled, Rashi stood upright again. Though pushed back and slightly disheveled, his body showed few visible injuries. The chakra of the tailed beast granted him immense regeneration. Rashi's body was wrapped in dense red chakra, almost physical in form. Lava drifted around him like living matter, glowing under the sun. He looked less like a man and more like a partial manifestation of the Four-Tails itself. Hayashi exhaled slowly and tightened his fists once more, chakra surging through his body. He stepped forward. The ground beneath his foot exploded outward, spiderweb cracks spreading in every direction. In the next instant, he vanished and reappeared directly in front of Rashi. Rising into the air, he brought his right fist down with crushing force, drawing on natural energy as he struck. But Rashi did not move. At the last moment, he shifted slightly, just enough to avoid a direct hit. The blow struck the ground instead, carving out a massive crater that swallowed Rashi's original position. Hayashi landed at the edge of the crater, eyes narrowing as he looked down. The strike had missed. Rashi had reacted to it, even though it carried natural energy. Hayashi's expression sharpened slightly. This was the first time he had encountered someone capable of sensing an attack like snake style, which relied on natural energy. Yet in their previous battles, Rashi had never shown this level of perception. Hayashi narrowed his eyes. The only explanation was the four tails. Rashi now stood at the bottom of the crater, looking up at Hayashi. A faint grin formed on his face, his expression filled with rising excitement. As a shinobi from the same era as the third Tsuchikage, Rashi was one of the longest-serving Jinchuriki in the ninja world. Ever since the first Hokage distributed the tailed beasts, he had carried the four tails within him. Over 3 decades had passed since then. For most of that time, Rashi had struggled to understand how to coexist with the beast inside him. At first, there was only hostility. He blamed the four tails for everything, the scorn from his village, the constant surveillance, and the loss of his chance to fairly compete for the position of third Tsuchikage against Inoki. He knew he likely would not have won that position, but the opportunity itself mattered. And he believed the four tails had taken it from him. Over time, that hatred faded into something less intense, though never gone completely. Later, during life and death battles, the four tails even saved him on several occasions. Not out of kindness, but out of shared survival instinct. Still, it changed things. Gradually, resentment turned into reluctant coexistence. Decades of shared existence had shaped something closer to understanding. Now, Rashi believed he had achieved complete mastery over the four tails' power. His confidence stood at its peak. He looked at Hayashi with a challenging gaze, almost questioning why the attacks felt weaker than before. Was Konoha's lightning flash declining, or had Rashi himself become too strong? Hayashi let out a faint laugh. Being underestimated, huh? He twisted his wrist once, then clenched both fists. Lightning chakra erupted violently across his body. In an instant he vanished. A shockwave burst from his original position, as his speed tore through the air. A visible distortion followed his movement, forming a streak like a black lightning rainbow across the battlefield. No one could clearly track his motion. Rashi barely had time to react before he was struck again. The black streak collided with him, sending him flying dozens of meters. The impact did not stop there. The streak continued pressing forward, striking him again and again, driving him across the battlefield. Every collision sent shockwaves through the ground. Iwagakure shinobi caught in the path were thrown aside, many unable to even register what had happened before their bodies were blown apart by the force. The surrounding Iwagakure forces quickly began retreating. No one wanted to remain anywhere near the direct path of that fight. Even elite jonin understood clearly, watching this battle up close was no different from stepping into a death zone. Rashi, who had moments ago been full of confidence, now found himself completely overwhelmed. Hayashi showed no sign of fatigue. If anything, his attacks grew sharper, faster, and more precise with each exchange. A nearby jonin was swept into the shockwave of Rashi's movement and lifted into the air. Before he could regain control, Hayashi grabbed him and casually threw him forward. The jonin's body flew straight toward Rashi. Rashi raised a hand instinctively to block. The unfortunate shinobi was engulfed in molten chakra and disintegrated instantly. There were only two kinds of battles one should never observe closely: wars between beings far beyond you, or fights between those barely surviving them. One kills you outright, the other kills you by accident. Hayashi moved again. He passed through the lingering haze of battle, lightning chakra gathering in his right hand as he aimed directly for Rashi's chest. But this time, Rashi did not retreat. For the first time, he stepped forward instead of defending. Because at that exact moment, the sage markings on Hayashi's face faded. Rashi smiled. He had been waiting for this opening. Get access to the entire catalog on Patreon, where all chapters are conveniently organized into collections. If you prefer not to pay for a monthly membership, this is a more affordable option that gives you access to the content you want. Buying the collection gives you access to all chapters in it. Search for _Zeph on P at Trian to get started. Chapter 530, Roshi's Counterattack. 1176 words. Sage mode had a time limit. Very few shinobi across the entire ninja world were aware of that weakness, but Iwagakure was not careless. They had been gathering intelligence on Hayashi for a long time. During every battle, Sensor Ninja observed him from afar, carefully measuring how long he could sustain Sage mode. Roshi had been waiting for this exact moment. The instant the black markings on Hayashi's face faded, the opportunity he had been anticipating finally arrived. Heat surged violently. Scorching flames rose once more around Roshi, distorting the air with intense waves that spread outward in visible ripples. His chakra flared like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Lava release, flower fruit mountain. Magma burst from the ground in massive quantities, spreading rapidly in all directions. Within moments it covered dozens of meters, transforming the battlefield into a churning sea of molten rock. The earth disappeared beneath the rolling heat, as the magma advanced without restraint. The remaining Iwagakure ninja did not hesitate. Even from a distance, the sheer intensity of the technique forced them to retreat further, unwilling to be caught in something that resembled a natural disaster. Hayashi had already moved. Before the magma could reach him, he retreated swiftly while forming hand seals. The ground beneath him rose abruptly, lifting him above the spreading lava. Within seconds, a wide area of earth elevated, leaving him standing like an island surrounded by a burning ocean. Without wasting time, Hayashi flicked his right middle finger. A black scroll slipped out from his pouch, hooked with precision. Strange markings covered its surface, and the single character written across it stood out clearly. Sage. A faint smile formed on his face. You thought losing Sage mode would leave me helpless. Your information is lacking. Or maybe you have never pushed me far enough to see everything I can do. The scroll unsealed. Almost instantly, the familiar black markings returned to his face. Natural energy surged back into his body, stabilizing his state as he clasped his hands together again. Sage art, inorganic reincarnation, flame binding eternal burial. The surrounding magma responded. Infused with sage chakra, the molten rock seemed to gain life. Streams of magma twisted and surged like living vines, coiling tightly toward Roshi. In moments, they wrapped around him, restraining his movements with crushing force. Roshi's eyes widened. It was not just the return of Sage mode that shocked him. The magma he had created was no longer under his control. Then, something new appeared. A massive blue skeletal arm manifested in midair beside Hayashi. He did not summon the full form of Susanoo, only an arm, but the pressure it emitted was undeniable. From within it came a sharp, piercing sound, like countless birds crying at once. Lightning gathered. A black, flowing pattern, similar to a writhing tadpole, merged into the crackling energy along the arm. Sage art, Susanoo Chidori. The skeletal hand clenched, forming a blade-like shape. Wrapped in sage-enhanced lightning, it cut forward with overwhelming force, aiming directly at Roshi, who was still bound by the living magma. Roshi reacted instantly. Instead of relying on lava release chakra mode as before, he released a burst of chakra to break free from the restraints, if only for a moment. Twisting his body to the side, he narrowly avoided a direct hit. For a split second, he thought he had succeeded. Then the lightning expanded. The black current surged outward violently, striking him like a massive bell. His body trembled from the impact before being thrown sideways through the air. He struggled to regain control mid-flight, forcing himself to land against the magma with a heavy step that halted his momentum. But the damage was done. His right arm had been cleanly severed. The cut was smooth, almost unnatural. Without the foretails intervening at the critical moment, the attack would have split him in half. Roshi's expression darkened. His lava-release chakra mode, which he trusted as nearly impenetrable, had been torn apart effortlessly. Under that lightning, it offered no resistance at all. And it was not over. More streams of magma were already chasing him, moving with unnatural precision. Hayashi clearly intended to repeat the attack without giving him time to recover. Roshi gritted his teeth and pushed off the ground again, forcing his body backward. Distance was the only thing keeping him alive. Then, a voice echoed within him. Hand over control. It was deep and heavy, carrying a presence that could not be ignored. The Four Tails. Roshi hesitated. Their relationship had improved over time, but giving up control completely was not a decision to take lightly. Stop wasting time, the voice continued. At this rate you will die. And I have no intention of going down with you. Silence lingered for a brief moment. Then Roshi exhaled slowly. I'm counting on you, Son Goku. The moment he spoke its name, the Four Tails let out a low, satisfied snort. It had been a long time since anyone addressed it directly like that. Power erupted. A massive surge of chakra exploded from Roshi's body, far exceeding what he had shown before. The surrounding magma reacted violently, rising and spreading as flames intensified around him. The chakra began to take shape. Gradually, a massive form emerged from within the fire. The molten glow faded slightly as the figure became clearer, solidifying into something enormous. A towering creature appeared. It resembled a giant ape, its body radiating heat, with four long, red tails swaying behind it. The Four Tails had fully manifested. Hayashi observed calmly. So you went all the way. The beast roared in response, slamming its forearms against its chest, shaking the battlefield with its sheer presence. As expected, Hayashi muttered, his tone steady, still a primate. The Four Tails heard him clearly. Its eyes sharpened with anger. You talk too much, brat. It raised its head, opening its mouth wide. Lava began to gather rapidly inside, condensing into a dense, glowing mass. Within seconds, the molten energy formed a massive sphere, over 10 meters in diameter. The temperature soared. The air warped violently around it, the heat distorting everything in sight. This was far beyond ordinary fire release. Hayashi remained unmoved. He could counter it with an equally powerful technique if needed, but there was no reason to engage directly. Facing a tailed beast head-on like that would be reckless. If a tailed beast was the problem, then the solution was simple. Use another one. He formed hand seals. Summoning technique. In the distance, Shikaku vanished instantly from where it had been restrained by a Wagakure ninja. In the next moment, it appeared beneath Hayashi, its massive form stabilizing him atop the battlefield. Almost at the same time, the Four Tails launched its attack. The enormous lava sphere shot forward, crashing toward Hayashi with unstoppable force. Shikaku did not back down. With a loud roar, it raised a massive wave of sand, shaping it into a defensive wall that surged upward to meet the incoming attack. The collision was inevitable. One tail against Four Tails. Chapter 531, 531, One Tail and Four. 1,204 words. The question of how the nine-tailed beasts ranked in strength had existed since their very birth. For thousands of years in the ninja world, it had never truly been settled. This long-standing debate eventually formed two opposing camps. One was the tail number theory, and the other was the equilibrium faction. The most vocal supporter of the tail number theory was Kurama. From its perspective, a tailed beast's power was directly tied to the number of tails it possessed. Shikaku firmly rejected this idea. As one of the leading voices of the equilibrium faction, it argued that all tailed beasts were fundamentally equal in strength, with no one truly above the others. At the very least, it claimed it stood on equal footing with Kurama. However, this theory never gained strong acceptance. Especially after the battle at the Valley of the End, where Uchiha Madara chose to rely on the nine-tailed fox as his external force against the god of shinobi, Senja Hashirama, instead of Shikaku. That moment alone seemed to settle the argument in favor of Kurama. At the very least, it showed that in the eyes of those legendary figures, the Nine Tails was in a class of its own. Otherwise, there would have been no reason for Uchiha Madara to select Kurama, instead of Shikaku when wielding his complete Susanoo. From that point on, the Ninetales was widely accepted as the strongest among them. Afterward, a new question arose in the ninja world. How many of the other tailed beasts could the Ninetales fight at once? Hayashi had once casually asked Kushina about this, allowing the Ninetales to respond through her. Inside its cage, Kurama lazily raised a finger and said it could handle 8 at once. When asked why not 10, it simply replied that there were only 9-tailed beasts. Whether that was arrogance or confidence, Hayashi could not fully tell. Later, when he encountered Shikaku, he unintentionally mentioned Kurama's claim. The result was immediate. Shikaku flew into a rage. In its own words, it had never been weaker than anyone or anything in its entire existence. Hayashi believed it. And now, that belief was being tested in reality. Since Shikaku was that strong, then dealing with the so-called Four Tails should not be difficult at all. The battlefield reflected that moment. 2 fully transformed tailed beasts now stood in direct confrontation. Elsewhere, the chaos of battle continued, yet every shinobi on the field found their attention drawn here, whether they intended to or not. 1 tail against 4 tails. Shikaku versus Son Goku. It had been far too long since a battle like this had been witnessed. A deafening roar erupted. Shikaku locked its gaze onto the 4 tails with murderous intent, as if it wanted to tear it apart on the spot. However, the 4 tails had no personal desire to fight Shikaku. Among the tailed beasts, relationships were far less hostile than outsiders believed. Even Shikaku and Kurama, despite their usual arguments, rarely escalated beyond verbal conflict. But this Shikaku was different. With its consciousness suppressed and influenced by the Sharingan, it would not recognize any of that. Following its roar, Shikaku began gathering chakra for a tailed beast ball. A dark purple-black sphere formed above it, radiating a terrifying pressure that distorted the air around it. Inside the 4 tails, Rashi's voice rang out urgently. Son Goku, don't hesitate anymore, or we will both die. A brief silence followed before the 4 tails responded. I understand. It had no intention of submitting without resistance. A second-tailed beast ball began forming in front of it, equally dense and destructive in nature. But that brief delay meant it was slightly slower than Shikaku. Shikaku released its attack first. The tailed beast ball tore through the battlefield, erasing everything in its path, whether lava or rock. Just as it was about to reach the 4 tails, its own tailed beast ball was finally released. The 2 massive spheres crossed the battlefield like collapsing stars, carving deep trenches into the ground before colliding head-on. A deafening explosion followed. A pillar of light surged upward, thick as a mountain, engulfing everything within a 1-mile radius. From a distance, Orochimaru, who was engaged in combat with Fuga, turned his gaze toward the blast. Even from afar, he could see a faint black line splitting the light and the ground, as if space itself had been torn apart. The force radiating from it was enough to make even seasoned shinobi instinctively tense up. Many others turned away, unable to withstand the blinding intensity. The shockwave continued to echo across the battlefield. The ground trembled repeatedly, proving just how catastrophic the clash between the 2 tailed beasts truly was. The 4 tails had been slightly slower to react, and the explosion had struck closer to its position. 4 massive tails rose instinctively, forming a defensive barrier that absorbed most of the impact. When the light finally faded, scorch marks and injuries were visible across its body. However, such damage was not enough to truly threaten a tailed beast. Recovery would only take time. At the center of the explosion, a crater over a kilometer wide had formed. Water was already beginning to fill its depths. The sight alone caused countless Iwagakure ninja to inhale sharply. Even an S-rank technique would struggle to achieve such destruction. Tailed beasts were on an entirely different level. If the 4 tails fell here, Iwagakure would once again face a disaster they could not control. For a moment, despite their fear of Jinchuriki, many of them silently hoped for its victory. The Four Tails, however, paid no attention to their thoughts. Its eyes locked onto the young shinobi standing atop Shikaku. Its killing intent was no longer directed at Shikaku alone, but at Hayashi. To it, this entire conflict had been triggered by him. Especially those eyes, the Sharingan. Inside it, Rashi's voice spoke again. "What do you intend to do?" The Four Tails answered immediately. "Get close to Shikaku and break the Genjutsu." Rashi frowned internally. The Mangekyo Sharingan is not so easily dispelled, and there is no Jinchuriki inside Shikaku right now. Then there is no other option. We close the distance first. With that, the Four Tails slammed its foot down and launched itself forward. The force of the leap shattered the ground beneath it into a web of cracks. Shikaku responded instantly. Wind release, sand buckshot. Compressed sand projectiles shot forward at high speed, enhanced by wind chakra to pierce flesh and disrupt movement. The Four Tails did not hesitate. Lava chakra surged around its body, forming a hardened layer of protection that intercepted the attack midair. It continued forward, closing the gap in a series of powerful leaps. Within moments, it arrived beside Shikaku. A furious roar erupted as it drew back its fist and struck toward Shikaku's head. == Get access to the entire catalog on Patreon, where all chapters are conveniently organized into collections. If you prefer not to pay for a monthly membership, this is a more affordable option that gives you access to the content you want. Buying the collection gives you access to all chapters in it. Search for _Zeph on P at Trian to get started. Chapter 532, Armored Susanoo. 867 words. As the Four Tails closed in, the two-tailed beasts clashed at close range. The battlefield quickly descended into chaos. Massive bodies slammed into each other, claws scraped against hardened defenses, tails lashed and coiled, and deep growls mixed with thunderous roars. Each collision sent tremors through the ground. There were no elaborate techniques, no flashy ninjutsu lighting up the sky. This was raw, brutal combat, a straightforward exchange of strength and endurance. If anything, it resembled a monstrous brawl, like two giants locked in a relentless struggle. The difference, however, was clear. The Four Tails possessed overwhelming heat. Its lava was not ordinary, the temperature reached extreme levels, hot enough to melt through Shikaku's sand defenses with alarming speed. At first, Shikaku tried to hold its ground. Its massive tail lashed out and struck the Four Tails' head, but in return, it took a heavy punch to the abdomen. The Four Tails pressed forward, each step forceful and unyielding. Its fists hammered against Shikaku's arms, breaking through its guard piece by piece. The final blow smashed directly into Shikaku's face, forcing it to stagger back with a pained cry. Watching from above, Hayashi felt a bit speechless. So much for Shikaku's usual boasting. Still, this was not entirely its fault. Being controlled by the Sharingan meant Shikaku could not fully utilize its power, it was limited to instinctive responses. In contrast, the Four Tails was in perfect sync with its Jinchuriki. That difference alone decided the flow of the battle. Hayashi had observed long enough. If this continued, Shikaku would be completely overwhelmed. Standing atop Shikaku's head, he gathered natural energy and entered Sage Mode once more. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals. Sage Art, Water Release, Vortex Water Blade. A massive spear of water formed in his hand, far larger than usual. Empowered by Sage Mode, it carried immense force as he hurled it forward. The attack struck the Four Tails and immediately transformed into a violent vortex, spiraling around its body and restraining its movements. Taking advantage of the moment, Hayashi guided Shikaku to step back and regain distance. The Four Tails struggled against the vortex, but something else began to change. A faint blue glow emerged from Shikaku's body. Rashi's eyes widened as he noticed it. That chakra. Susanoo. The blue energy expanded rapidly, taking shape around Shikaku. It formed into a massive armored figure, resembling a Tengu clad in battle gear. Armored Susanoo. This was the same power once used by Uchiha Madara, a technique feared across the shinobi world. However, Hayashi's version was far from that level. Madara wielded a perfected form, while this was still developing. Even so, its presence alone was overwhelming. Fall back! Roshi shouted. The Four Tails hesitated, then began to retreat. It showed clear signs of caution now. Hayashi did not give it the chance. He urged Shikaku forward. The Susanoo extended a spiraled blade and thrust it toward the Four Tails' back. Lava surged up in response, forming a barrier between them. The heat distorted the air, but as the blade swung down, the defense shattered instantly. Forced into a corner, the Four Tails turned and braced itself. The two giants collided head-on. A deafening impact echoed across the battlefield. Lava erupted violently, but it failed to damage the Susanoo's armor. The Four Tails roared and lashed out with all four of its tails, striking the towering figure repeatedly. The Susanoo stood firm. Unshaken, it raised its blade and struck. A flash of blue light cut through the air. One of the massive tails crashed to the ground. The Four Tails howled, its eyes turning bloodshot with rage. It slammed both fists onto Shikaku's head in retaliation. Hayashi remained focused. He swung the blade again. The spiraled sword carved through the air with precision, slicing cleanly. In two swift strikes, all four tails were severed. The Four Tails let out a furious roar. Do you really think this is enough to defeat me? Its body, formed from chakra, could regenerate. Losing its tails was not fatal. But something was wrong. A strange expression appeared on its face. What is happening? A powerful sealing force erupted from the severed sections of its tails. Strange markings spread rapidly across its body, binding its chakra. The Four Tails froze in shock as it felt its power being suppressed. So this is Shikaku's sealing ability. The realization came too late. With its lava no longer protecting it, the sealing technique had taken effect the moment the blade cut through. I cannot hold on much longer, the Four Tails said. Roshi shook his head. This is not your fault. Without you, I would have died long ago. He gave a faint smile. Facing what was to come, he showed no fear. I should have tried to understand you sooner. It is not too late. The Four Tails raised its fist. Roshi did the same, gently bumping it with his own. Moments later, both their consciousnesses faded into darkness. As the sealing completed, Roshi's body appeared on the ground, covered in dense markings. Hayashi dismissed the Susanoo and leapt down. He picked up Roshi, then quickly sealed away the remaining fragments of the Four Tails using a scroll. Only then did a faint smile appear on his face. Chapter 533, 533, The Iwagakure Defensive Line. 1172 words. After Shikaku used sand to conceal Roshi's position, Hayashi began walking forward at a steady pace. The open battlefield that had been cleared by the previous clash was already filling up again. Iwagakure ninja surged back into formation, and even more of them were rushing in from the distance after disengaging from their own battles. Hayashi calmly brushed dust off his body and removed his jonin vest, now heavy and soaked with blood. Underneath, he wore a simple black Uchiha clan outfit. He looked toward the incoming Iwagakure forces and rested his left hand lightly on the hilt of Samahata. The blade responded with a subtle, almost excited vibration, clearly reacting favorably to his chakra. A pale-faced Iwagakure jonin stepped forward several paces and shouted loudly, "Hand over Lord Roshi." In the next instant, his body was launched into the air with terrifying force. He crashed back down into the crowd of Iwagakure ninja like a broken kite, unable to resist at all. Hayashi stood exactly where the man had been moments before. No one even saw him move. For a brief moment, the Iwagakure forces hesitated. It seemed they had forgotten what Konoha once represented during the era of Hashirama and Madara. Since they had forgotten, Hayashi had no intention of letting them remain ignorant. Hundreds of Iwagakure ninja drew their weapons at once. Yet none of them advanced. It was not because they lacked courage. Against any ordinary opponent, they would have already swarmed forward without hesitation. But the man standing before them was different. Konoha's lightning flash. His name alone carried weight across the entire ninja world. His performance in the Third Great Ninja War had already placed him among the most feared shinobi alive. In terms of reputation alone, he was already on par with, if not beyond, the 5 Kage. The logic in their minds was simple. The first to move would be the first to die. The Jonin who had spoken earlier was proof enough of that. They stood their ground only because Rashi was still in Hayashi's possession. Their duty was not to engage recklessly, but to ensure the Four Tails Jinchuriki was not taken. After a brief silence, a commanding roar came from the front line. The Iwagakure forces surged forward all at once. At a separate point on the battlefield, Nawaki and Kari had just separated after another exchange. Nawaki glanced at Kari with a faint grin. Rashi is your teacher, right? Kari, still catching his breath, narrowed his eyes in confusion. Nawaki continued casually, Rashi has been captured by Hayashi. As his student, aren't you going to try and save him? A faint smile formed on Nawaki's face. If I remember correctly, during the Second Great Ninja War, it was Rashi who saved you at the last moment. Kari's expression shifted slightly. How do you know that? Then realization hit him. You were there. One of the people who attacked my squad alongside Konoha's lightning flash was you, and the other was Uchiha Mikoto. Not bad, Nawaki replied flatly. Figured it out before you die. Kari's expression darkened. He was a genius of Iwagakure, known for his explosion release. Despite being older, he was gradually being pushed back in this fight. His stamina was dropping quickly, while Nawaki showed no visible fatigue at all. It was not just endurance. What disturbed him most was Nawaki's seemingly endless chakra reserves. What kind of monster was this kid? Nawaki continued speaking as if this were a casual conversation. Hayashi captured your teacher. You could always try retaliating by going after my teacher, Orochimaru. Kari rolled his eyes immediately. That was not a suggestion, it was suicide. However, the thought lingered in his mind. With Rashi captured, Iwagakure was already at a disadvantage. Losing their commander would only worsen the situation. Even if Rashi managed to return, he would likely be held responsible for the defeat. Kari exhaled slowly. He had never felt fully comfortable within Iwagakure to begin with. Now, with this situation collapsing around him, a different thought surfaced. Leaving. Becoming a rogue shinobi. The ninja world was vast. Surely there was a place where explosion release Kari could survive without being dragged into endless wars. But before that thought could fully settle, Nawaki moved. The earlier conversation had never been idle chatter. It was a deliberate distraction. Nawaki intended to end this fight here. Both released chakra at the same time and collided violently. A shockwave spread through the ground as cracks formed instantly beneath their feet. Nawaki swung his fist forward, condensing water chakra into it. Water release, great water arm technique. Kari met it head-on with his explosion release enhanced strike. The impact triggered a violent blast. Kari used the explosion to propel himself upward, forming a blade-like flame in his hand as he descended. Nawaki reacted instantly, forming seals without even looking up. Water release, water encampment wall. A massive barrier of water rose to block the strike. Without pause, the water transformed into compressed streams and fired back like bullets. Kari responded with explosion release, scattering flames that intercepted the incoming barrage midair. In the next moment, Nawaki vanished. A body flicker placed him directly behind Kari, kunai already aimed. Clang! Kari blocked it, but Nawaki immediately followed with a spinning kick. The impact sent Kari flying back over 10 meters. He used the force intentionally to create distance. Escape was his only option now. Nawaki's voice came immediately behind him. Trying to run. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. A massive surge of water erupted from Nawaki's mouth, rushing forward like a tidal wave. Another wave formed behind it, stacking pressure as he advanced across the surface without hesitation. Carry turned sharply. Explosion release, crossfire. Flames burst outward in all directions, colliding with the advancing water. But Nawaki had already closed in again. Carry felt a sudden shift in danger. Nawaki did not dodge the incoming counterattack. Instead, he rushed straight through and grabbed him. For a brief moment, Carry thought he had succeeded. Then his vision blurred. Nawaki's body dissolved into water. Water release, water prison technique. Carry found himself completely trapped inside a dense sphere of water. He struck outward immediately, but Nawaki was already in position. Water release, heavenly weeping. High-speed water needles erupted from Nawaki's mouth and pierced through the water prison with pinpoint accuracy. Dozens of impacts landed in an instant. Carry's movement slowed, then stopped completely. The water prison gradually turned red. The fight was over. Nawaki stood still for a moment, watching the result. Carry's body slowly sank within the water. There was no celebration. No relief. Only silence. Get access to the entire catalog on Patreon, where all chapters are conveniently organized into collections. If you prefer not to pay for a monthly membership, this is a more affordable option that gives you access to the content you want. Buying the collection gives you access to all chapters in it. Search for _Zeph on Patreon to get started. Chapter 534, Capturing Rashi. 1004 words. The battlefield had been completely reshaped. What was once rolling terrain had turned into shattered ground stretching for miles, scarred by the clash of thousands of ninja. Bodies lay scattered everywhere, many twisted unnaturally, caught in the aftermath of techniques that continued even after death. This battle had been especially brutal. Ninja from both sides fought without hesitation, throwing themselves into combat with everything they had. As time passed, a giant falcon swept across the sky, letting out a sharp cry. Moments later, several large signal flares burst into the air. It was the order for Iwagakure to retreat. Outnumbered and clearly at a disadvantage among their strongest fighters, their defeat had already become unavoidable. Then, the voice of Iwagakure's commander, Fuga, rang across the battlefield. Retreat. Withdraw. The command was quickly relayed through the Jonin. Though their eyes still burned with killing intent, the Iwagakure ninja had no choice but to suppress it. After one last glance at their equally battle-worn opponents, they began pulling back. According to their plan, the 1st Division stayed behind to cover the retreat. As the enemy forces withdrew, Nawaki broke free from his opponents and rushed over to Tsukumo. Big brother Tsukumo, should we chase them? Tsukumo shook his head. No need. Our losses aren't light either. Driving them back into the land of Earth is enough. War was not about endless slaughter. There was no benefit in reckless pursuit. They had already secured a decisive advantage. As long as they maintained steady pressure, victory would come. As the Iwagakure forces retreated, Fuga, still acting as rear guard, couldn't help but shout one last threat. This war isn't over, Konoha. Tsukumo merely glanced at him, his expression unmoved. In another part of the battlefield, Hayashi handed over the unconscious Rashi to the sealing squad in front of him. Rashi had been completely immobilized using Shikaku's sealing power. The seal on him is already stable. There's no need to reinforce it. Just keep him secured. Yes, Hayashi-sama. The sealing squad looked at Hayashi with clear admiration. As for Rashi, their reaction was calm. Having dealt with high-level targets before, they were no longer shaken by handling a Jinchuriki. With the battle over, Konoha's forces quickly began clearing the field before advancing their camp forward by dozens of miles. They had won. More importantly, they had captured Rashi. This was the perfect opportunity to tighten their control and force Iwagakure further back into the land of Earth. For now, Iwagakure had no choice but to retreat deep into their territory, unable to face Konoha head-on. Even so, Konoha did not rush into another offensive. The priority was recovery. Injured ninja needed treatment, and the army needed time to regroup. Pushing too aggressively could easily give Iwagakure an opening, especially considering their familiarity with the harsh terrain of their homeland, filled with rocky mountains and barren lands. Later, a meeting was held within the camp to discuss Rashi's containment. By the time it ended, dusk had fallen, and the sky was painted with streaks of red clouds. That night, the camp was unusually quiet. Outside a tent, Hayashi and Nawaki sat on small stools, each holding a flask of sake, enjoying the rare peace after battle. Dabai rested comfortably in Hayashi's arms, her eyes half closed as she dozed. Nearby, Samehada fixed its attention on the small, cat-sized Shikaku like a predator watching prey. Even without eyes, Shikaku could clearly feel it. That wide, jagged mouth, even dripping slightly, made it uneasy. Shikaku wanted to lash out, but glancing at its current tiny form, it held back. For now, it could only glare. Hayashi chuckled. With a flick of his hand, he tossed out several small clusters of red chakra. Samehada immediately opened its mouth and devoured them eagerly. After feeding, its body visibly grew slightly larger, and it wagged its hilt in satisfaction. Hayashi shook his head. That's enough. Too much isn't good for you. Samehada let out a low, dissatisfied sound but didn't argue. Instead, it kept its attention fixed on Shikaku. Shikaku shrank back, pressing closer against Dabai for comfort. Dabai lazily opened her eyes, glanced at the small-tailed beast clinging to her, and said nothing. She simply adjusted her position, and leaned more comfortably against Hayashi. Hayashi laughed softly and reached out, casually patting Shikaku's head. Most people kept pets like cats or dogs. He was casually petting a tailed beast. His gaze shifted back to Samehada. Looking at its sharp barbs and massive mouth, a certain thought crossed his mind. A rather bold one. Beside him, Nawaki laughed. You're feeding Samehada Shikaku's chakra. If anyone from Sunagakure saw this, they'd call it wasteful. Hayashi smiled. A little chakra won't affect it. Besides, Samehada is picky. It doesn't like ordinary chakra. It prefers something stronger. That was exactly why it kept staring at Shikaku. Interestingly, it wasn't fond of every tailed beast's chakra. It had no interest in Rashi's, likely because of its intense heat. So Shikaku became its favorite source. Nawaki took another sip before speaking again. I heard you ran into Gari. Yeah, Hayashi replied. He should have died years ago. Living this long was already more than enough. Nawaki gave a small nod. If Yura were still around, she'd be glad to know he's gone. The mention of that name made him fall silent for a moment. After a pause, Hayashi asked, What did you do with the body? No point bringing it back, Nawaki said. I've already settled things. I handed it over to Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru-sensei. Yeah. Nawaki let out a quiet sigh. He said explosion release is worth studying. Hayashi didn't respond immediately. That sounded exactly like him. Nawaki chuckled lightly. He doesn't drink, doesn't gamble, and doesn't chase after women. For someone that disciplined, this is his only interest. Might as well let him have it. Hayashi rolled his eyes. Collecting corpses as a hobby was one thing. But taking it this far, it was hard to call it normal anymore. Chapter 535, 535, Kushin awaits. 1207 words. The night was quiet, the sky stretched wide with stars scattered across it like faint lights. In the still air, only one sound stood out, a faint hissing from Shikaku. The small-tailed beast kept leaning toward the flask of sake in Hayashi's hand, clearly curious, and trying to sneak a taste whenever it could. Nawaki sat on a small stool nearby and let out a soft sigh. If only this war could end sooner. When he was younger, Nawaki used to dream about battlefields. Now that he had seen enough of them, he wished for nothing more than peace. Hayashi took a slow sip of the sake, which felt more like a mild drink than anything strong, then casually handed it toward Shikaku. It is not easy, but we did win this round. That alone gives us momentum. Peace will not be far off if things keep going like this. Nawaki gave a small smile. Yeah. Even the Iwagakure commander Rashi has been captured. The third Tsuchikage will not be able to hold out much longer at this rate. He paused, then added with a quieter tone. It has been a while since I saw my sister. If things continue smoothly, we might be able to regroup with her soon. Hayashi gave a slight nod. He stood up and walked a few steps toward an open stretch outside the camp, his gaze lifting toward the distant direction of the land of grass. At the same time, in the Konoha encampment in the land of grass, the night was just as still. After a day of intense fighting against Iwagakure, both sides had suffered heavy losses, and the battlefield had settled into another uneasy standoff. This kind of situation was not new here. The war in the land of grass had never been stable. Unlike the other fronts, this one had started later. By the time the third Tsuchikage declared war, Konoha's forces were already stretched thin across multiple battlefields. The land of wind front was already consuming a large portion of manpower. At the same time, the land of lightning was watching closely, and the hidden cloud village remained the strongest of the great nations in raw military power. Because of that, the forces assigned to the land of grass were limited from the beginning. Under those conditions, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had assigned his son, Sarutobi Shinosuke, as commander of this front. Within Shinosuke's division, apart from civilian ninja, the strongest contributions came from the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan. The Sarutobi clan's presence was expected since Shinosuke belonged to it. As the future heir of the clan, supported by the elders, he was trusted to avoid major mistakes on the battlefield. What stood out more was the Shimura clan's involvement. That arrangement did not come directly from Hiruzen. It was Danzo, the head of the Shimura clan, who personally placed his clan under Shinosuke's command. When Danzo made that decision, Hiruzen had been deeply moved. He almost took Danzo's hand, and in his own exaggerated way, celebrated their so-called lifelong bond. But Danzo's decision was not based on sentiment. There were practical reasons behind it. First, Danzo himself was commanding in the land of Hot Springs Front. If his clan members were under his direct control, he would be forced to lead them into the most dangerous positions to maintain appearances of fairness. Without them under his command, he could avoid scrutiny while still achieving results elsewhere. Second, Danzo needed military achievements. A large amount of them. He was competing for the position of Hokage, and war contributions were essential. By splitting opportunities across multiple fronts, both his personal command and his clan's performance could generate results. Two sets of achievements were always better than one. He had also avoided sending them under Orochimaru's direct command, wary of how unpredictable that front could become. Shinosuke, on the other hand, was a safer choice. As the Hokage's son and someone tied closely to both clans, he would not easily mistreat Shimura clan members. In theory, it was a controlled and profitable arrangement. But reality did not go as planned. Danzo remained stuck in the land of Hot Springs Front, and the land of grass had become far more unstable than expected. One major reason was the rapid defeat on the land of Waterfront, which triggered a chain reaction across the war. Anoki, reacting to the shifting situation, withdrew forces originally meant to contain the Hidden Cloud village and redirected them to reinforce other battlefields. The balance in the land of grass collapsed almost overnight. It was only when Tsunade arrived with 3,000 Konoha ninja that the situation was finally stabilized to some degree. Inside the Konoha encampment, lights burned late into the night. Tsunade entered the tent with tired steps after finishing another round of surgery. Her face showed clear exhaustion. Nono had been assigned to the land of Earth, and Kana was stationed in the land of Hot Springs. Without their help, Tsunade had to handle both command duties and frontline medical work. Most of her time after meetings was spent inside the field hospital. Inside the tent, Kushina was already half asleep, her head resting on her hands. Her red hair hung slightly damp near her cheeks, sticking lightly from sweat and recent cleanup after battle. On the battlefield, maintaining hygiene was essential. After a day of combat, most ninja were covered in blood and dirt, and without proper cleaning, infections would spread quickly. Fortunately, the camp had water release ninja, so water supply was not an issue. Tsunade pulled up a chair and sat across from Kushina, picking up a report she had not finished earlier. Her eyes briefly shifted toward the young girl wearing a jonin vest that still felt slightly oversized on her. Even Tsunade had to admit, Kushina adapted quickly. From nervousness at the beginning to steady composure now, her growth was noticeable. That was the Uzumaki clan for you. Strong instincts, strong resilience. Kushina stirred slightly, then opened her eyes. Sister Tsunade, you are back, she said, still groggy. Is morning already? I will go prepare breakfast. She immediately stood up. Tsunade face-bombed. It is still night. What breakfast are you talking about? Oh. Kushina rubbed her face, trying to wake herself properly. Tsunade glanced at her and asked softly. Why are you still awake? I was waiting for you. You were waiting this late. Tsunade tried to sound annoyed, but her tone softened despite herself. Waiting up just to see her return, it was an oddly warm feeling. She sighed lightly. Do not do that again. Staying up late is not good for you, even if you are worried about me. Kushina yawned again. But you said there would be a battle report from the land of Earth tonight, and told me to wait. If not for that, I would have been asleep already. Tsunade paused for a moment, then went quiet. Read 100 plus chapters ahead on Patreon, with every chapter organized into collections. Subscribing a membership gives you access to all fanfictions. Or you can buy only the collection you want to gain access to chapters ahead. patreon.com/_Zeph. Chapter 536, Tsunade's briefing. 1113 words. Kushina and Tsunade sat inside the command tent, the faint glow of a lantern casting soft shadows over stacks of reports. Was she just being sentimental? Tsunade looked slightly embarrassed, her usual composure slipping for a moment. With a dark expression, she said, I don't recall ever agreeing to give you a full report on the war situation in the land of Earth. Kushina puffed out her cheeks, and shot her a stubborn glare. Tsunade did not back down either, meeting her gaze head-on. After a short silence, Kushina straightened her posture and spoke seriously, Lady Tsunade, the situation in the land of Earth is more important. Just tell me already. Tsunade licked her lips, then leaned back lazily. I'm a bit thirsty. I want some shochu. The little fox, Kushina, reacted instantly. She stood up with surprising speed and rushed into the tent's supply corner. Clutching a small bag, she rummaged through it until she found what Tsunade wanted among the scrolls and supplies. Tsunade sat back with an unhurried expression, holding the bottle in one hand while resting her chin on the other. She closed her eyes and inhaled the aroma of the drink, as if the so-called Land of Earth war report had completely left her mind. Without even opening her eyes, she could tell Kushina was pretending to stay composed while clearly listening closely. The corner of Tsunade's mouth curled slightly. After taking a sip, she shook her head. Kushina, you're still too naive. I was teasing you. What I meant was that Iwagakure has deployed additional forces. It's not about that Konoha unit you were thinking of. Kushina gave a soft, oh, and turned her face away, pretending she did not care. Tsunade chuckled and leaned forward, casually ruffling Kushina's hair. The battlefield over there has already achieved a major victory. Hayashi even captured the Four Tails Jinchuriki Rashi alive. Their situation is much better than ours here. Kushina shook her head. I already know all of that. Tsunade froze for a moment. How would you know? A summoning technique. Then she clicked her tongue. Hayashi, as a commander, is leaking battlefield information too casually. That man is far too irresponsible. I'll report him to Third Sensei sooner or later. Kushina tilted her head, completely unbothered. Tsunade pressed on. Since you already know and even knew earlier than I did, what exactly do you want to ask? Kushina blinked. Sister Tsunade, when do you think our two units will be able to link up? You stayed up in the middle of the night just to ask that. Yes. You are the commander, so you know more than I do. Since they've already won a major victory, when can we meet up inside the land of Earth? Tsunade paused, then suddenly sighed. Sigh, I'm getting old. My shoulders and back start aching the moment night falls. Kushina narrowed her eyes slightly, clearly seeing through the hint. Still, she smiled brightly and stood up, walking behind Tsunade to massage her shoulders. Lower, a bit lower, yes, right there. Tsunade leaned forward onto the table with a satisfied expression. Sigh, a little more strength. Hiss. Kushina increased the pressure slightly, making Tsunade inhale sharply. Meeting Kushina's gaze, Tsunade finally relented. The answer is... I don't know. Normally, Kushina would have exploded in frustration, but today she only took a deep breath and held herself back. Tsunade rolled her eyes, immediately understanding why. Apparently, Kushina was trying very hard to maintain a gentle and proper lady image for a while. As for who taught her that, Tsunade still had no idea. Inside Kushina's consciousness space, the Nine Tails observed everything with interest. That's right, that's exactly it. Kushina, control your temper a bit. You look terrible when you get angry. Don't go around bullying people for no reason in the future. As it spoke, it recalled its own past suffering at Kushina's hands. It used to be the one overpowering her, but ever since she learned to use the Uzumaki sealing chains within her consciousness, the situation had completely reversed. Those adamantine sealing chains were extremely effective against tailed beasts. Because of that, the Nine Tails had started this little plan to make Kushina restrain her temper, and it seemed to be working. Back in the tent, Tsunade and Kushina played around a bit longer before Tsunade finally turned serious again. Based on the current battlefield situation, it will still take time before we can properly link up. At the very least, Hayashi, Orochimaru, and the others need to cut off Iwagakure's supply routes. Supply routes? Kushina repeated in confusion. Yes. There are still a large number of shinobi stationed in the land of grass. If we want to push further into the land of Earth, we must sever their logistics. The land of Earth is different from other countries. The terrain is rough and complicated. Although there are several routes, they all converge through Canopy Bridge. If we take control of that place, the IWA forces in the land of grass will have no choice but to retreat. Tsunade continued, even if we cannot hold it permanently, as long as Konoha's forces keep advancing into the heart of the land of Earth, they will be forced to pull back to protect their supply lines. Kushina nodded slowly, still processing it. Then if Canopy Bridge is so important, why not just attack it directly? Tsunade shook her head. It is not that simple. That place is heavily guarded by Iwagakure. With Hayashi's strength, he could even infiltrate the hidden mist village and escape unharmed. He could lead a unit to strike there, but it is unnecessary. A mission like that is extremely risky. If the third Tsuchikage appears, things become dangerous immediately. He is the only one in the entire ninja world who possesses a Kekei Toda. I have never seen dust release myself, but Third Sensei said anything it touches is reduced to dust instantly. So a steady advance is safer. There is no need to take unnecessary risks. Kushina nodded again. Tsunade added after a pause, if only my granduncle were still alive. He could use the Flying Thunder God technique, and was known as the fastest shinobi in history. Even if he encountered the third Tsuchikage at Kanabi Bridge, he could retreat at will without any danger. Unfortunately, no one in Konoha can fully master the Flying Thunder God technique anymore. Even Hayashi has not managed it yet. Flying Thunder God. Kushina murmured. She felt as though she had heard Hayashi mention it before, but that was years ago. Maybe he has already learned it by now. Chapter 537, Flying Thunder God. 1078 words. The land of hot springs, a country bordering the land of fire, had a landmass that was only average among small nations. However, its geographic position was highly favorable, with a long coastline, mild temperatures, and a climate that stayed pleasant throughout the year. Because of this unique environment, the land of hot springs became famous across the world for its natural hot springs, and developed a thriving tourism industry. Even though it was a small nation, when compared to the land of rain, which housed a so-called demigod, it was far more stable and prosperous. As a result, while the country was not large, its people had an unusually high happiness level, even slightly higher than that of the land of fire. In daily life, people in the land of hot springs did not greet each other with "Have you eaten?" but instead asked, "Are you feeling happy today?" They were cheerful, relaxed, and naturally optimistic. Unfortunately, that peace had not lasted in recent years. The land of fire and the land of lightning, two of the strongest of the 5 great nations, turned the land of hot springs into a battlefield. At its peak, even the land of water joined in, making it a 3-way war zone. War was the most destructive force for any infrastructure. Although the land of hot springs had its own hidden village, it could only remain angry in silence and endure the chaos. Konoha encampment. Deep into the night, the camp was quiet, but inside Minato's tent the light was still on. Even though exhaustion lingered in his body, Minato still chose to train at this hour. He had spent the entire day on missions, so only the night gave him time to improve himself. In Hayashi's words, aside from Uncle Dai, the hardest working person he had ever seen was Minato, the so-called Little Sunday. If Minato were only a hard-working genius, that would already be impressive. But the problem was that his talent was also top-tier, something seen only once in decades. Smarter than others and harder working than others, that was Minato. It was no surprise he stood out in Konoha, a village full of prodigies, despite being a civilian ninja. Of course, Minato himself had a different opinion. He believed his talent was average at best, certainly far below his friend Hayashi. After all, Hayashi was someone with a system cheat. Without that, his life path would probably have been limited to fathering Uchiha Shisui and dying young. Or perhaps he would have ended up like Kimimaro, remembered only in discussions like how strong would he have been if he had lived longer. Compared to that, Minato truly felt his talent was ordinary. At most, he had some achievements in sealing techniques, becoming one of the youngest sealing masters in Konoha. Just that. However, there was one thing Minato himself had noticed correctly. As he grew stronger over time, his rate of improvement had started to slow down. Part of it was lack of time due to missions. The other part was the massive effort he had poured into the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God technique was an S-rank space-time ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, allowing instant movement between marked coordinates. To use it, one had to first imprint a chakra formula in advance, and then teleport between those marks. Minato did not understand why Hayashi was so certain he could master it, but in his own judgment, his talent for this technique was only average. Fortunately, after nearly half a year of breakthroughs and failures, he had finally reached the final stage. A strand of chakra gathered in his palm, and slowly flowed onto a kunai. This was the final step, and also the hardest. Every previous attempt to inscribe the Flying Thunder God formula had failed. Minato focused, placed his hands on the kunai, and closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened them again. It was done. On the kunai, a complex black pattern appeared briefly, then faded into the metal, leaving behind only a faint inscription. Space-Time Gale Flash Sword. The Flying Thunder God technique was divided into two parts, the mark and the formula. The formula was the core, while the mark served as its carrier. For example, Tobirama's original mark resembled a stylized senju symbol. According to historical records, Tobirama had originally considered using the Senju clan emblem as the mark, but abandoned the idea because it could expose clan identity too easily. So he modified it into a more abstract pattern inspired by it, making it difficult to trace its origin. Minato's own chosen mark carried the name Space-Time Gale Flash Sword. He thought it sounded fitting. After successfully engraving the first mark, Minato immediately began producing more kunai. At first, his success rate was low, but as his control improved, it became more stable. A faint excitement rose within him. 2 years of study had finally reached a breakthrough point. Minato gripped a marked kunai and vanished from the tent in an instant. Outside, Jiraiya was walking through the encampment. Although he often acted careless, as a commander he was highly responsible, personally patrolling every night. After Kumogakure once ambushed the camp, he had become even more vigilant. Suddenly, a kunai flew across the night. The sound was faint, but Jiraiya detected it instantly. An attack. He did not immediately sound the alarm. Instead, he observed carefully. Then a figure appeared beside the kunai. The figure paused briefly, threw the kunai again, and vanished in a flash. Under the moonlight, the movement looked like a streak of golden light. Jiraiya froze. Minato. He rubbed his eyes, unsure if he had seen correctly. But he knew Minato's usual speed, and this was on another level entirely. It was not movement. It was disappearance and reappearance hundreds of meters apart. Jiraiya suddenly recalled a forbidden technique from history. The Flying Thunder God technique. Without hesitation, he moved to follow the direction Minato had gone. Get access to the entire catalog on Patreon, where all chapters are conveniently organized into collections. If you prefer not to pay for a monthly membership, this is a more affordable option that gives you access to the content you want. Buying the collection gives you access to all chapters in it. Search for _Zeph on P at Trian to get started. Chapter 538, Name Change. 1242 words. So you're not sleeping in the middle of the night just to practice ninjutsu here. Standing at the edge of the camp, Jiraiya shot an irritated glare at his disciple. Minato gave an awkward smile, scratched the back of his head, and let out a dry laugh. Sorry, sensei. I just learned it and got a bit too excited. Oh? Jiraiya crossed his arms. So you really learned the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique? Minato nodded. That's right, though I wouldn't say I've fully mastered it yet. I've only just gotten the basics down, and it's still pretty rough. He wasn't exaggerating. Even after managing a few successful jumps with the Flying Thunder God technique, his movements were still stiff. More importantly, his recent tests showed a noticeable margin of error. He could only teleport to the general vicinity of his marked kunai. Precise teleportation between individual kunai was still impossible, and he also couldn't properly control his body orientation during the jump. In other words, he had only barely grasped the technique, and there was still a long road of refinement ahead. Even so, the fact that he had created the formula himself and reached this level in such a short time already proved his extraordinary talent. The Flying Thunder God technique was practically made for him. Hearing that his disciple had actually learned it, Jiraiya's expression shifted immediately. His excitement even surpassed Minato's calm reaction. Good. Even Hayashi hadn't mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, but now you've done it. I can finally hold my head high in front of Orochimaru. You've done well, Sensei is proud of you, ha ha ha. Jiraiya quickly forgot about the earlier incident of Minato wandering around the camp at night and nearly causing a misunderstanding. Then his tone shifted. Now that you've learned the Flying Thunder God technique, can it be used in combat? Right now, Konoha was under heavy pressure from the Hidden Cloud Village, to the point where the situation was getting hard to maintain. In Jiraiya's view, the village's upper leadership, especially Danzo, was not exactly reliable. Still, Minato had been slightly lacking in combat strength before this. If the Flying Thunder God technique could be applied in battle, that would change everything. After all, the second Hokage was feared across the shinobi world for his unmatched speed thanks to this technique. Minato gave a wry smile. It's not that simple. The Flying Thunder God technique itself had no offensive power. Its combat usage was straightforward in theory. Use instant movement to evade attacks, reposition behind or beside the enemy, and strike immediately. But in practice, it demanded absurd reaction speed, spatial awareness, and timing far beyond ordinary shinobi. If the opponent's reaction speed surpassed his own, teleporting into close range would only expose him to fatal counterattacks. It could easily become a suicidal move. That meant Minato still needed more targeted training before he could rely on it in real combat. On top of that, the technique was not naturally instantaneous at his current level. High-level users could eventually cast it without hand seals, but that required extreme mastery. He was still far from that stage. Even so, he already had another key advantage. To properly support the Flying Thunder God technique, he needed a powerful instant attack method that required no hand seals. Speed alone wasn't enough. Without a decisive strike tool, kunai alone would struggle to break through strong defenses. Take his current hypothetical opponent, the son of the third Raikage. With lightning release chakra mode, even high-level ninjutsu would struggle to penetrate his defense, let alone kunai. Fortunately, Minato had already developed the Rasengan years ago. His strength at this stage far exceeded what he originally should have had at his age. Earlier in his development, Hayashi had intentionally guided him into learning sealing techniques. Without that, as a civilian-born shinobi, he would never have had access to such knowledge so early. The Rasengan itself had taken him 3 years to develop, and that time had already been saved. Now he was refining it further, attempting to add nature transformation. His first focus was wind release. He was already very close to completing the wind release Rasengan evolution. The reason for choosing wind release was simple. Nature transformation was not something that could be forced easily. Even Jiraiya, who also knew the Rasengan, had never successfully completed such a transformation. Hayashi and Minato had exchanged many ideas on the Rasengan's evolution. Hayashi had already successfully developed both wind release and fire release variations, which gave Minato a clear path forward without unnecessary detours. In a time of war, increasing strength quickly mattered most. Other attributes like water release could be explored later. However, Minato was also aware of a major drawback of the wind release Rasen Shuriken. It was extremely dangerous at close range. At the moment of detonation, it could severely damage the user's arm. Under normal circumstances, this made it a forbidden level technique. But for Minato, that weakness was significantly reduced. With the Flying Thunder God technique, he could strike and immediately warp away before the explosion took effect. In other words, the technique was essentially designed to synergize with his teleportation ability. Of course, this technique would only reach full perfection in Sage mode, but he had not yet learned it, nor did he have time to travel to Mount Myaboku. At that moment, Jiraiya had already picked up one of Minato's marked kunai, and was examining it closely. So this is the Flying Thunder God formula. His eyes landed on the engraved marking. Space-Time Gale Flash Sword. What kind of name is this? Oh, that's the mark I designed for the technique, Minato replied with visible pride. Jiraiya looked like he was in pain just hearing it. The second Hokage's mark was just a simple formula drawing, you know. I thought drawings were too plain, so I turned it into words instead. Minato's expression clearly said he was expecting praise. Jiraiya sighed. So you're telling me the marking can just be changed freely? As long as it doesn't interfere with the formula, it should be fine, Minato replied slowly, then paused as realization hit him. Jiraiya immediately ruffled his hair. Good disciple. Change it. If you walk around with a name like that, how am I supposed to show off in front of Tsunade while holding this kunai? I think the name is fine though. Jiraiya pressed a hand to his face. Change it. It's too long. If an enemy picks it up and reads it, they'll laugh themselves to death. But I... Jiraiya suddenly raised his voice. Change it now. Minato blinked, then muttered. Space-rending heaven light-slaying space sword. Jiraiya took a deep breath. This disciple of his really had no sense for naming. Konoha promotes love and peace. Let's call it Sword of Ninja Love. Sword of Ninja Love. Minato shook his head. It feels like it's missing something. Are you sure about that name? What about space-rending heaven light-slaying space sword? Jiraiya turned around and started walking away. Hey sensei, I still have more ideas, Minato called after him, chasing behind. Not far away, a root shinobi briefly appeared in the shadows, observing them before disappearing again. Jiraiya and Minato both noticed him, but neither reacted further. In a time of war, such surveillance was nothing unusual, especially from Danzo's side. Chapter 539, 539, Yugakure Manipulation Plan. 1108 words. The tent was silent except for the faint rustle of papers as Danzo flipped through intelligence reports. At this hour, Jiraiya was still awake somewhere in the camp, and so was Danzo. Since taking control of Root, Danzo's sleep had become shallow and brief. Even the slightest disturbance would wake him instantly. He finished reviewing the documents in his hands and slowly raised his head. Besides him, two Root ninjas stood motionless, waiting for orders. How did Fuya, the leader of Yugakure, respond? Danzo's gaze shifted to the taller of the two. The Root ninja immediately replied in a respectful tone. Fuya rejected the invitation. He said Yugakure is a small village that values peace, and lacks the strength to take part in the war between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud village. He wishes to remain neutral. Neutral? Danzo let out a cold sneer. The war had already spread across the entire shinobi world. There was no such thing as neutrality anymore, especially not for countries caught in the middle. In war, there were only allies and enemies. Those who tried to stand in between would simply be crushed by both sides. Still, Danzo had no immediate intention of forcing Yugakure into the conflict. A careless move could easily push them toward the Hidden Cloud village instead. That was precisely why he had held back until now. But the situation had changed. Konoha's current strategic priority was the conflict against Iwagakure, and resources could not be endlessly diverted to the land of hot water front. Though in truth, troop numbers in that region had never been small. Jiraiya had brought reinforcements when transferring from the land of wind, and Hamura Mitokado had also sent multiple support units. Even so, they were still being overwhelmed by the Hidden Cloud village. In Danzo's judgment, that meant one thing: insufficient manpower. And if there was a shortage of manpower, but victory was still required, there was only one answer. Use everything available. That included the local forces of the land of hot water. Yugakure was small, weak, and lacking in military strength, but even a mosquito contained meat. Unfortunately, Fuya had rejected cooperation outright. In Danzo's eyes, that was nothing but ungrateful. How is contact with Sakai progressing? Danzo asked, folding his hands together. Sakai was one of Fuya's subordinates. He had ability, ambition, and most importantly, dissatisfaction with remaining under someone else. Even more importantly, he was willing to cooperate with Konoha. Danzo valued people like that. Ambitious, useful, and controllable. I want Sakai to find an opportunity to lure Fuya out, Danzo said calmly. Then send a squad to assassinate him, and frame the Hidden Cloud village. The method was simple, even crude, but effective enough. There would certainly be suspicion within Yugakure afterward, but that did not matter. Yugakure was too small. Few would risk their lives for a dead leader. It was not worth it. After finishing the Yugakure matter, Danzo turned his attention to the second root ninja. Tell me about the Jashin cult. In the land of hot water, two forces had emerged recently. Yugakure, the established village, and the Jashin cult, a strange religious organization that had appeared from nowhere. The root ninja responded carefully. According to intelligence, the Jashin cult is a religious group. The exact details are unclear, but their doctrine promotes unrestricted killing without consequences. It even encourages members to slaughter each other. Danzo narrowed his eyes, his fingers tapping lightly against the table in a steady rhythm. The land of hot water is called the land forgotten by war. It is unusual for such an extreme organization to emerge there. The root ninja continued. Further investigation shows the Jashin cult has existed for some time. However, Yugakure suppressed information about it to protect tourism, fearing economic damage. Previously, it was only a minor organization, and was not considered a threat. He paused before adding. However, due to the war, many people in the region lost their homes. Under the influence of the cult's teachings, its influence has rapidly expanded. Danzo gave a slight nod. The sudden rise of the Jashin cult and its series of attacks had already drawn his attention. Whether caused by war or not, external forces are likely supporting it, Danzo said in a low voice. Just like how he intended to support Sakai and the former Akatsuki organization, other villages would also use proxy forces. The question was, who? His thoughts landed on one possibility. The Hidden Mist Village. They had previously allied with the Hidden Cloud Village, and operated within the land of hot water for a time. Their internal ideology of blood and slaughter also aligned closely with the Bloody Mist policy. Both motive and opportunity existed. It even made sense as retaliation against Konoha's lightning flash strike on the Hidden Mist. In Danzo's mind, conclusions were always quick to form. Someone must be responsible. Blame would be assigned first, details later. At that moment, footsteps sounded outside the tent. Is that Atsuki? Danzo asked. Yes, Lord Danzo. You two leave, he ordered. Yes, Lord Danzo. The two root ninjas disappeared without hesitation. Soon after, a root operative entered. What is it? Danzo picked up a cup of cold tea and took a slow sip. It is related to Lord Jiraiya and his disciple, Minato Namikaze. Danzo's hand slammed the cup onto the table. A commander and a jonin, running around the camp in the middle of the night causing disturbances, what kind of conduct is that? Atsuki remained silent. He had no authority to comment on another commander. Still, this was not unusual. Danzo had never been fond of Jiraiya. In his view, Jiraiya was inefficient. If he were truly capable, the battlefield situation would not have deteriorated this much. Of course, if Jiraiya showed strength comparable to Hayashi, Danzo's attitude would change, likely into concern over political balance and credit distribution. After a brief pause, Atsuki continued. Lord Danzo, Jiraiya mentioned the Flying Thunder God technique. Danzo froze for a moment. What did you say? Are you certain? Atsuki nodded. Yes. I was nearby and heard it clearly. Minato Namikaze was testing the technique when he encountered Lord Jiraiya. They should have noticed my presence, but I did not conceal myself. Get access to the entire catalog on Patreon, where all chapters are conveniently organized into collections. If you prefer not to pay for a monthly membership, this is a more affordable option that gives you access to the content you want. Buying the collection gives you access to all chapters in it. Search for _Zeph on Patreon to get started. Chapter 540, Awakening of Space. 1293 words. Jiraiya had no intention of hiding it. This was the Konoha encampment, and as the commander, Danzo held a clearance level high enough to be informed about intelligence regarding the Flying Thunder God technique. In fact, he needed to know. Only then could Minato Namikaze be properly assessed as a strategic asset and deployed accordingly in the war effort. There was no reason for secrecy. Yet, precisely because Jiraiya spoke so openly, Danzo, upon hearing the news so abruptly, felt a deep sense of unease settle within him. The Flying Thunder God technique. He knew it too well. It was the signature technique of the second Hokage. With it, Tobirama Senju had earned the title of the fastest shinobi in the world, slain Uchiha Madara's younger brother Izuna, and rewritten the course of ninja history. Danzo himself had once attempted to learn it in his youth. However, his talent was insufficient, and he had been halted at the very beginning of its comprehension. Despite his unwillingness to accept it, he had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. At least, at the time, no other student of the second Hokage had succeeded either. That small fact had offered him some comfort. But now, a technique lost for over 20 years had been mastered by a younger shinobi. How could Danzo possibly feel at ease? A sense of frustration rose within him. Why was it always Hiruzen Sarutobi's faction that produced such exceptional individuals? Not only the three Sannin, but even their disciples were extraordinary, each one surpassing the last. He had once considered Minato Namikaze to be merely a gifted ninja. But now, that judgment seemed laughably shallow. Could someone who had grasped the Flying Thunder God technique still be called ordinary? Once Minato fully mastered it, what kind of battlefield achievements would remain out of reach for him? And if that continued, what chance would there be for Danzo to compete for the position of Hokage? It was not that his own side lacked effort. It was simply that the opposition kept producing people who defied common sense. The night air of the land of hot water was warm, yet Danzo felt as if he were trapped in a relentless winter storm, cold and hollow. If there had been music at that moment, it might have sounded like drifting snow and howling wind across an endless wasteland. He exhaled slowly. Forget it. His voice carried exhaustion, as though he had aged several decades in a single instant. What Yugakure, what Jashin cult, it is all meaningless. Sir. Kimoku began cautiously. Danzo raised a hand, stopping him. The gesture was heavy, devoid of energy. I will rest. Leave me. Kimoku hesitated, then bowed slightly before silently withdrawing. For the first time, Danzo did not even bother to organize the documents on his desk. He simply extinguished the oil lamp and lay down fully clothed. Sleep came quickly. And then, he dreamed. It was a familiar scene, one he had not visited in a long time. The sun had already set, leaving the world swallowed in darkness. Distant explosions echoed alongside the sounds of pursuing enemies. 7 figures stood gathered around a map. On the right stood a young Hiruzen Sarutobi, his eyes filled with concern as they remained fixed on Danzo. Danzo was heavily injured from a recent explosion. On the left stood Uchiha Kagami, a man Danzo had once disliked. Nearby was Koharu, who had always harbored quiet feelings for Kagami. Further left, Koharu was focused entirely on the map, her brows tightly furrowed as she calculated their escape route. She was still in her 20s, youthful and strikingly beautiful. Danzo's gaze lingered for a moment before shifting forward. Directly opposite him stood the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Emotions stirred within Danzo as he looked at him. Of all people, the second Hokage had shaped him the most. His entire life had been built upon studying and imitating this man. A shame, however, that Tobirama favored Hiruzen Sarutobi. What is wrong? Hiruzen asked gently, still observing Danzo. Is your arm all right? Danzo did not respond. Looking at him now, Danzo felt a faint sense of irritation. Perhaps this was what it meant for admiration to sour into resentment. A moment later, the second Hokage spoke in a grave tone. We are surrounded. Someone must remain behind to hold off the enemy while the rest retreat. Silence fell over the group. Everyone understood what that meant. A sacrifice. Danzo did not hesitate. I will do it. Hiruzen's eyes widened slightly. Danzo, your arm is injured. I should be the one. I am stronger overall. Danzo looked directly at him. I raised my hand first. There was a faint sense of satisfaction within him. Finally, he had taken a step ahead of Hiruzen. Even Koharu looked at him with surprise and admiration. This was supposed to be the moment. The second Hokage observed him quietly for a long time before speaking. Danzo, you are still too impulsive. At a moment of life and death, you must think before acting. Otherwise, how can I entrust the future of the village to you? Danzo froze. Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped forward instead. I will stay behind. The second Hokage nodded without hesitation. Very well. Hiruzen Sarutobi, from this day forward, you are the third Hokage. Danzo, support him well. Danzo stood still. Everything around him blurred. Inside the tent, the sleeping Danzo's eye twitched, and a single tear rolled down his aged face. Elsewhere, far from the encampment, Hayashi had already learned of Minato Namikaze's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique even before the messenger frog arrived. Because the space attribute within his system had finally been unlocked. He had waited for this moment for a long time. The system's voice echoed faintly in his consciousness. System Koen, finally able to surface. This is worse than a life sentence. Space itself was a difficult concept to define. Invisible, intangible, yet real. It could be called a form of innate talent. Without it, even with deep understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique, Hayashi could grasp every formula, carve every seal, and comprehend every principle, yet still fail to cross the boundary of space itself. Now that limitation was gone. With the space attribute unlocked, he could directly allocate points to elevate it from nothing to an advanced level. Mastery of the Flying Thunder God was now only a matter of time. Hayashi opened his system interface. From the displayed data, he was already approaching the upper tier of Kage level strength, though the system labeled it with a note indicating initial self-preservation capability. He exhaled softly. The comparison standard remained unclear. First Hokage, Madara Uchiha, or perhaps even something beyond them. His chakra level had already reached a high stage within Kage classification, approaching the threshold of extreme power. This was not only due to allocated points, but also the awakening of his Mangekyo Sharingan, which had significantly increased his reserves. Even so, he was still far from Hashirama Senju, who stood at a level beyond ordinary classification. Beyond that level lay something even higher, the Six Paths realm. Among all his attributes, the most significant was still the system's fusion function. When two different chakra natures were combined in a precise ratio, they could form a new nature transformation known as a bloodline limit. Explosion release, for example, was born from Earth and Lightning Chakra, a technique once used by an enemy who had been eliminated earlier by Nawaki. However, such fusion required precise balance, something most shinobi could never achieve. The system's role was to calculate and perfect that ratio, allowing complete and stable fusion. And now, with space finally unlocked, that path had truly begun. Chapter 541, 541, The System's First Fusion. 1,270 words. If one were given the opportunity to use attribute fusion to form a Kekii Genkai, most people would immediately think of wood release. The power of wood release needed no elaborate explanation. It was a concept Uchiha Madara spent his entire life trying to understand, yet never truly overcame. With wood release, the first Hokage ended the era of chaos and established peace, becoming known as the God of Shinobi. However, it was more accurate to say that Hashirama Senju did not rely on wood release to become legendary. Rather, wood release became legendary because it was used by Hashirama Senju. Was wood release powerful? Of course it was. Even Yamato, an ordinary ninja, had become one of the stronger shinobi in Konoha simply by possessing it. In Tsunade's evaluation, he was among the strongest ANBU operatives of the Third Hokage's era. But truthfully, Yamato's wood release represented the most basic form of the technique. Its primary strength lay in binding and suppression, especially against tailed beasts. Beyond that, it did not possess extraordinary destructive power or hardness. Wood was still wood after all. It was not a technique designed for constant offensive dominance, but for control and containment. In practical terms, Yamato's wood release functioned mainly as a support tool for the village's tailed beast control system. In that sense, it was somewhat similar to Raza's magnet release, which manipulated gold dust for control and restraint. As for other known users, such as Obito Uchiha in his later state, the portrayal of wood release in his hands was inconsistent. It largely manifested as violent piercing techniques, which, while intimidating, were not fundamentally superior to Kimimura's Shikatsumiyaku in overall lethality. These examples represented the standard level of wood release. In essence, wood release was simply a Kekkai Genkai formed from the fusion of water and earth release. It was not inherently above other bloodline abilities. Its true reputation came entirely from one mun, Hashirama Senju, or more precisely, from his sage body. Because Hashirama's personal strength was overwhelming, and the yang release within his cells was abnormally powerful, his wood release became something entirely different from the standard version. It was not the same technique others used. A simple comparison could be made. It was like two martial artists using the same technique, yet one could defeat every opponent effortlessly while the other struggled to survive basic battles. As the reincarnation of Azura, Hashirama possessed chakra of the highest caliber, and a physical body unmatched in the shinobi world. With his battle experience gained from constant war, techniques like deep forest emergence, wood golem, wood dragon, and even true several thousand hands were simply expressions of overwhelming chakra output through wood release. If Hashirama had specialized in earth release instead, he could just as easily have created earth release versions of deep forest emergence, earth golem, earth dragon, and true several thousand hands. If his Kekkai Genkai had been Byakugan instead. It was not an exaggeration to say his gentle fist could have reached the level of a massive shockwave technique comparable to Shinra Tensei. If he had magnet release, his sand burial might have covered an entire desert region on the scale of the Taklamakan Desert. If it were ice release, he could casually produce ice release techniques equivalent to deep forest emergence, ice dragon, ice golem, and a true several thousand hands covered in frozen destruction, comparable in scale to an ice age. If it were dust release, even 5 times Inoki's output would not be an exaggeration. It could potentially erase perfect Susanoo outright. In short, wood release was powerful not because of the technique itself, but because of Hashirama's sage body, and the terrifying quality of his yang chakra. That was the foundation. Naruto, as another Azura reincarnation, did not possess wood release, yet in his later years, the destructive power of his Rasengan variations was not inferior to it. If Kakashi had access to a Rasengan capable of instantly destroying a Susanoo, the comparison would speak for itself. Therefore, if Hayashi used attribute fusion to form wood release, its power would far exceed Yamato's version. This was because his own yang release was already extremely strong, although still far from Hashirama's level. To reach that level, his yang release would need to evolve further. However, by that point, the effect of inorganic reincarnation would not be inferior to wood release either. Inorganic reincarnation was a technique that granted life and control to non-living objects. In simple terms, it was an alternative expression of wood release. For Hayashi, the priority of fusion was not limited to wood release alone. Even acquiring magnet release or lava release would not drastically change his current combat strength. There would be improvement, but it would also push him further into the path of imitation-based combat. A true imitation-type shinobi was one who could replicate multiple bloodline abilities with greater efficiency than the originals. It was not something on Kakashi's level of imitation. However, such a path still had limitations. Beyond its versatility, it did not represent true transcendence. Hayashi's higher goal was to use the system to fuse all 7 attributes into Kekkai Mora. Kekii Mora stood above both Kekii Genkai and Kekii Toda, formed from the fusion of fire, wind, earth, water, lightning, yin, and yang. In recorded history, only Kagaya Otsutsuki, the sage of six paths, and Himura Otsutsuki possessed this level of power. Kagaya and Himura could use Kekii Mora naturally, without external amplification. Madara Uchiha and Obito Uchiha only obtained partial access through the Ten-Tails, along with the truth-seeking orbs. Naruto, on the other hand, only reached that level after receiving chakra from the nine-tailed beasts, and the power of the Sage of Six Paths, entering Six Paths Sage mode. Even then, his truth-seeking orbs were consumable. Once used, they could not be regenerated. In essence, even Naruto remained within the limits set by the Sage of Six Paths. If Hayashi succeeded in fusing all 7 attributes, he would step directly into Six Paths level power. Although the system would be the source, it would not be tied to the Sage of Six Paths. His planned path was clear. Rinnegan Awakening, 7 Nature Fusion into Kekii Toda, and collection of the Nine-Tailed Beast Chakra. This was the roadmap he had chosen. Hayashi's eyes rested on the system panel. At this moment, the fusion interface was already active. However, he did not begin with the full 7 attributes. Instead, he selected a smaller fusion first, Genjutsu combined with the Mangekyo Sharingan. According to the system prompt, any attributes could be fused. Whether success was guaranteed was another matter entirely. For this fusion, 3 possible outcomes were displayed. Kodo Amatsukami, Tsukuyami, and Taikajin. Each represented a distinct Genjutsu-based ocular ability. Hayashi briefly examined Tsukuyami and Taikajin. Then he made his decision without hesitation. Kodo Amatsukami. Tsukuyami was powerful, and Taikajin had its own merits, but neither matched his current needs. Kodo Amatsukami allowed subtle manipulation of thought itself. Even if it could only be used once over a long period, its value was undeniable. Besides, it was Shisui Uchiha's technique. Using it through the system did not change that origin. The fusion process began within the system interface. Get access to the entire catalog on Patreon, where all chapters are conveniently organized into collections. If you prefer not to pay for a monthly membership, this is a more affordable option that gives you access to the content you want. Buying the collection gives you access to all chapters in it. Search for _Zeph on Patreon to get started. Chapter 542, Planning a Large. 1006 words. For the next few months, Hayashi focused entirely on studying the Flying Thunder God technique. He had been exposed to this technique for nearly as long as Minato, yet because he did not possess a natural affinity for space-time ninjutsu, he had never been able to use it properly. Now that limitation was no longer holding him back. Hayashi gathered chakra into both hands and infused it into a kunai. Before long, a complex formula took shape across its surface. When it came to the marking formula of the Flying Thunder God technique, he was already familiar with both the second Hokage's and Minato's versions. One used a refined variation of a clan-style pattern, while the other, after much persuasion from Jiraiya, had adopted a more stylized phrase tied to his own identity. Both reflected their creators in different ways. Naturally, Hayashi wanted something that reflected his own style. Mikoto suggested using a 3-tomo design, simple and recognizable. Himeji proposed a crescent moon, something elegant that resembled the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Kushina leaned toward a symbol inspired by the Nine Tails, thinking it would make the mark more distinctive. Nawaki, as usual, had no restraint at all. He suggested using his own face as the mark. Minato, trying to be helpful, offered several alternative naming ideas, each more dramatic than the last, including something along the lines of a space-time gale flash blade. Hayashi dismissed every single suggestion. With a decisive motion, he finalized his own design, leaving behind 8 bold characters that reflected his personal flair. May, year 39 of Konoha. The weather gradually grew warmer. Even the harsh winds of the land of Earth softened, no longer carrying the biting cold of winter. For the Konoha ninja who had endured months of harsh conditions, the change brought visible relief. The exhaustion on their faces faded, replaced by renewed energy. After spending so much time in foreign terrain, many had come to realize that no place compared to the land of fire. Short stays in other lands were manageable, but anything longer became difficult to endure. During this period, the conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure entered a temporary stalemate. After Rashi was captured, Fuga immediately ordered a large-scale strategic withdrawal. He maintained only the essential supply routes connected to the land of grass, abandoning control over other regions, which effectively became Konoha-held territory. His decisiveness caught Konoha off guard. It was clear that he had no intention of initiating another large-scale confrontation. Despite the withdrawal, the number of ninja under Fuga's command had not decreased. Reinforcements continued to arrive from Iwagakure, strengthening his forces. At present, he commanded around 4,000 ninja. Half were stationed near the Kanabi Bridge, while the other half guarded the supply lines leading toward Kizugakure, ensuring that Konoha could not disrupt Iwagakure's logistics. Konoha encampment. This is the current situation. I suggest we begin infiltration operations against Iwagakure as soon as possible, Shikaku said, pointing at the large map spread across the table. The map was densely marked with enemy troop movements and supply routes. If Konoha could disrupt these logistics further, it would force the IWA forces stationed in Kizugakure to retreat and defend their supply lines. If executed properly, this strategy could bring the war in the Land of Earth to an end within the year. That would allow Konoha to redirect its full strength toward the Hidden Cloud Village and secure victory in the Third Great Ninja War. However, infiltration would not be as simple as before. Previously, such missions were carried out by small squads, focusing on reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, and targeted sabotage, while avoiding detection. But after their earlier losses, Iwagakure had completely changed their tactics. They no longer operated in small groups. Every deployment consisted of at least 100 ninja. A small Konoha team would stand no chance against such numbers. Yet sending a force of equal size would make them easy to detect, leading to encirclement. Iwagakure also had aerial reconnaissance units. Using summoned creatures like ninja eagles, they could monitor movements from high altitudes and detect enemy activity from dozens of kilometers away. Under such conditions, launching a surprise attack was extremely difficult. Shikaku clasped his hands together and spoke with confidence. I have a plan that can bypass their aerial surveillance and allow us to launch a sudden strike. The room immediately fell silent. Shikaku had already proven his capabilities in previous battles. His strategic thinking and battlefield awareness had earned everyone's respect. Within the Ino-Shikacho alliance, he alone represented all three clans in such meetings. The others trusted his judgment completely. Let's hear it, Tsukumo said with a faint smile. Shikaku nodded. Since Hayashi can now use the Flying Thunder God technique proficiently, we shouldn't limit it to individual combat. It can also be used to transport multiple ninja directly onto the battlefield. Tsukumo turned to Hayashi. Is that possible? Hayashi gave a slight nod. It is. The technique can be used to transport others. He paused briefly before continuing. There is a condition. Anyone being transported must maintain physical or chakra contact with me. Shikaku picked up from there. The solution is simple. Nawaki and Nono can summon Katsuyu at the same time. Katsuyu can divide into countless smaller bodies and attach to each ninja involved. With Katsuyu distributing chakra, Hayashi only needs to stay connected to Katsuyu itself. That creates a link to everyone. The idea was clear. Using Katsuyu as a medium, Hayashi could effectively teleport a large group at once. In that moment, the Flying Thunder God technique transformed from a powerful individual ability into a decisive battlefield weapon. As long as a marked kunai was placed near the enemy, Hayashi could instantly bring a large force directly into position. In warfare, numerical advantage often determined the outcome. This method would allow Konoha to create localized superiority, overwhelming enemy units before they could respond. Even though Konoha's total forces were not greater than Iwagakure's, this strategy would let them dominate specific battlefields with precision and speed. Chapter 543, 543, Iwagakure Convoy Ambush. 1,212 words. As time passed, the climate in the land of Earth grew increasingly harsh and dry, shifting almost abruptly from winter's cold bite into a scorching heat that clung to everything. Yet the mood of the Iwagakure commander, Fuga, did not warm with the weather. He stood on a rocky hillside, tall and broad-shouldered, one hand resting on the hilt of his tachi as he surveyed the terrain below. Several months had passed since the battle on the southern front, and the commander Rashi had remained in enemy hands since then. Rashi was not just any commander. He was the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails. The capture of Rashi had already spread across the shinobi world, and more disturbing than that was the name behind it, Konoha's lightning flash. What unsettled the nations was not simply the ability to fight Jinchuriki, but the implication behind it. There was a clear difference between a Jinchuriki unleashing a tailed beast's power and someone controlling a tailed beast itself. One was raw force. The other was domination. Even worse, no one knew the limit of Konoha's lightning flash. How many tailed beasts could be controlled at once? If he were to deploy even one tailed beast alongside another in battle, the devastation would be unimaginable. Entire regions could be erased in moments. Only the third Tsuchikage could possibly stand against such a threat, but even he could not leave the village lightly. If he stayed in Iwagakure, he could defend against infiltration. If he left, the village itself might be exposed to a disaster similar to what had befallen Kirigakure. A convoy of 200 Iwagakure ninja passed safely through the Rivas Mountains. Fuga stood at the edge of the high ground, glancing back briefly. There was a hint of relief in his expression that no ambush had occurred. This group was escorting a vital supply shipment, and for safety, Fuga had personally joined the operation. Just as he prepared to issue the order to move out, a sharp whistle cut through the air. His expression changed instantly. Without hesitation, he performed the body flicker technique and moved toward the source of the sound. A scout-summoned beast had broken through their perimeter. Moments later, a badly injured Iwagakure scout ninja was found collapsed, a deep lightning release wound tearing across his back. Fuga arrived beside him. He recognized the man immediately, but the scout's life had already faded. One of the nearby subordinates tried to report, supporting the still warm body, but Fuga raised a hand to stop him. The subordinate understood at once and ordered the body to be taken away. Then he followed closely as Fuga moved to a quieter location. Once they were out of earshot, the subordinate spoke in a low voice. "Sir, it is Konoha's forces. Led by the yellow flash of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. They suddenly attacked Nakai's unit." Fuga's brows tightened. Even if Nakai's force was only around 100 men, they were still reinforced with sensory units. A sudden defeat like that should not have been possible. After a moment, the subordinate hesitated before continuing. "Sir, should we recall Kitsuchi from the land of grass? If we merge our forces, even if Konoha intensifies their attacks, our supply lines will be safer. And in our own territory, we still hold the advantage. They cannot fully exploit mobility here." His tone carried clear unease. The earlier defeat against Hayashi had already shaken many Iwagakure ninja. Fuga did not respond immediately. At that moment, another scout arrived with urgent intelligence. The report was even more alarming. 2 kilometers ahead, several hundred Konoha ninja had suddenly appeared, and were advancing rapidly toward their position. A direct collision was imminent. Leading them was once again Minato Namikaze. At such close range, and with the convoy already exposed, retreat was no longer realistic. Before Fuga could issue a command, another report arrived. Minato Namikaze had suddenly vanished from the formation. Now, the one leading the Konoha force was Senju Nawaki. Fuga let out a short breath. If it had been Minato, engaging would be extremely risky. But if it was only Nawaki, the situation changed completely. Even with a numerical disadvantage, victory was not impossible. He gave a cold laugh. If Minato is not here, there is nothing to fear. All units prepare for battle. We will crush them here. 2 kilometers was nothing to ninja. Both sides closed the distance rapidly. Soon, hundreds of Konoha ninja appeared at the base of the hillside, while Iwagakure forces descended from above. At the same time, jutsu erupted across the battlefield. Fireballs streaked through the air like meteors, colliding with earth release barriers that shook the ground with explosive force. Within moments, both armies clashed fully on the slope. At the front of the Konoha formation stood Nawaki alongside the Ino-Shikacho trio. Fuga narrowed his eyes. The enemy numbers were higher than expected. Konoha had nearly 600 ninja. Iwagakure had only 200. A 3-to-1 disadvantage. Worse, their scouting units had been placed far ahead to prevent surprises, yet this large force had still appeared 2 kilometers away without warning. It was as if they had emerged out of nowhere. There was no time to dwell on it. In a battlefield, hesitation meant death. Fuga drew his tachi with both hands and roared. Kill them. He charged directly toward Nawaki. Nawaki's expression lit up with fighting intent. This was exactly the kind of opponent he needed to establish his name. He met Fuga head-on, choosing not to rely on numbers. Kunai and Tachi collided, sending cracks spidering through the ground beneath them. Fuga smirked mid-fight. So you are the grandson of the first Hokage. The gap between you and the god of shinobi is larger than I expected. Nawaki ignored him completely and answered with a sharp spinning kick. Fuga dodged sideways and continued. You think defeating Shi makes you strong enough to face me? You should have brought your teacher, Orochimaru. He drove forward, striking Nawaki and forcing him back a few steps. Nawaki exhaled and grinned. What kind of person are you to even think you're worth Orochimaru-sensei's time? Instead of worrying about me, you should be thinking about Rashi. Fuga's expression darkened slightly. Nawaki continued, voice casual but sharp. Rashi is in Konoha right now. I heard they are preparing to deploy the Four Tails into Iwagakure territory. Maybe it is already in motion. Shouldn't you be worried about your Tsuchikage? Of course, it was a deliberate provocation. Nawaki formed hand seals quickly. A massive water dragon surged into existence and roared forward toward Fuga. At the same time, Nawaki followed behind it, charging into the fight again. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Konoha's numerical advantage was overwhelming. With the Ino-Shikacho formation supporting the front line and the sheer difference in numbers, Iwagakure was already being pushed back. Nawaki's grin widened. Equals. Get access to the entire catalog on Patreon, where all chapters are conveniently organized into collections. If you prefer not to pay for a monthly membership, this is a more affordable option that gives you access to the content you want. Buying the collection gives you access to all chapters in it. Search for _Zeph on Patreon to get started. Chapter 544, Collapse of the Grass Front. 1254 words. In the 39th year of Konoha, news following the end of the heat season spread through the ninja world like a shockwave. Facing a Konoha force of fewer than 3,000, the Iwagakure army had suffered a string of crushing defeats. On the southern front, nearly half of their shinobi forces were wiped out. The Four Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi, was captured and Fuga was forced to retreat with the remaining troops back to the Kanobi Bridge line. After that, the village dispatched several thousand reinforcements to stabilize the situation. Their numbers temporarily strengthened the Iwagakure army, but the outcome grew even more absurd. Within a few months, those reinforcements were systematically dismantled by Konoha forces, and the supply route into the land of grass was completely severed. After this campaign, Commander Fuga became the target of ridicule within the village, second only to the disgrace still associated with the third Kazekage, who had once been captured years earlier by four Konoha shinobi working together. Anger spread among both shinobi and civilians of Iwagakure. In the Land of Grass, they had once managed to hold their ground, exchanging victories and losses with Konoha, even pushing them back at certain points. Yet back in the Land of Earth, they were now being driven straight to their doorstep. It felt like a battle where one side was still landing in the early phase, only to suddenly realize the opposite lane had already collapsed, outer defenses destroyed in minutes, and the entire map control lost. There was almost nothing left to respond with. Aside from the third Tsuchika Jinoki, 8 elders of the council and several clan heads launched repeated impeachment demands against Fuga. Each accusation was backed by detailed battlefield reports. They claimed he had ignored village directives, initiated an unauthorized war against Konoha, and mishandled troop deployments so severely that a force of over 7,000 had been reduced to being crushed by fewer than 3,000 enemy shinobi. Where was the pride of the Land of Earth? On the battlefield itself, Fuga had no space to care about political storms brewing back home. He and his subordinates were effectively trapped, like turtles sealed inside a jar, a situation so absurd it bordered on laughter. Fuga was not old, barely around 30, but exhaustion clung to him. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and fatigue seeped through every movement he made. He had never experienced a war this suffocating. At first, it had been roughly 4,000 against 4,000. Even if they had failed to win, that would have been acceptable. After all, their opponents included Konoha's Lightning Flash, the White Fang Tsukumo Hitaki, and Orochimaru of the Sannin. But what came next pushed the situation into outright chaos. Konoha forces began launching continuous surprise strikes. Each attack appeared directly beside Iwagakure positions without warning, rendering their reconnaissance units completely ineffective. There was already a gap in individual strength between Iwagakure and Konoha shinobi. Now, each engagement saw Konoha fielding numbers several times larger than expected. It had turned into a one-sided slaughter. According to battlefield reports alone, it looked as though Fuga had split his own army into small squads of 200, and was sending them out to be eliminated in sequence. No wonder the elders were furious. Later, intelligence gathered by spies inside Konoha revealed the truth. Konoha's Lightning Flash, Minato Namikaze, had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to teleport large groups of shinobi instantly across the battlefield. With that ability, there was simply no way to respond. If this continued, Iwagakure's defeat was only a matter of time. Under mounting pressure, Inoki issued a secret order for Fuga to advance directly from Kanabi Bridge. Eventually, they established a forward position dozens of miles from the main Konoha forces, preparing for a final defensive stand. Their purpose was to cover the withdrawal of several thousand Iwagakure troops stationed in the Land of Grass back to the Land of Earth. Iwagakure was retreating. In the Land of Grass, inside the Iwagakure encampment, Kitsuchi sat on the ground outside the camp. Beside him, a young jonin was carefully wiping Itachi. Halfway through cleaning the blade, the shinobi suddenly spoke with clear frustration. "Is Fuga eating dirt?" Even with more than 7,000 troops, he still couldn't beat Konoha forces deep inside the Land of Earth. The young jonin, Mabi, was widely considered a genius among his peers. That reputation came with arrogance, and he had little tolerance for failure. After holding their position in the Land of Grass for so long, only to be forced into retreat because of problems in the homeland, his dissatisfaction was obvious. Kitsuchi replied in a steady tone. "You cannot blame Fuga entirely. His specialty is sealing techniques. The old man assigned him here to suppress Rashi, but no one expected Rashi to be captured so quickly." As someone from the same generation as Fuga, Kitsuchi understood him well. The rumors circulating in the village had already been suppressed by the third Tsuchikage. Inoki was not foolish. He would not remove a commander simply because of one defeat. Even the elders who voiced complaints understood Konoha's strength. Some things made sense when thought privately, but changed completely when spoken aloud. After a short silence, Mabi asked, "Is Konoha's Lightning Flash really that strong?" Rashi's strength was well known. Even without fully transforming into the tailed beast, He was not someone Mabi and Kitsuchi could easily defeat together. And yet, such a shinobi had been captured. It was only now, after hearing the name countless times over the years, that the reality of it began to sink in. Kitsuchi nodded slowly. He is strong. Very strong. Leaving aside the Mangekyo Sharingan, he also possesses the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. With talent like his, I would not be surprised if he eventually learns even the third Tsuchikage's dust release. Mabi exhaled. Then why are we still fighting? Even if we retreat to the land of Earth, Tsunade and Shinosuke will follow and regroup with the main Konoha forces. With the nine-tails Jinchuriki as well, Konoha will have three-tailed beasts. Can we even win that? I heard the agreements after the defeats of the Hidden Sand and Hidden Mist were not harsh. Maybe we should have surrendered earlier. Kitsuchi glanced at him. So even you are thinking like those fools in the village. Konoha has a chance to win, but do you think we do not? Mabi froze. Does that mean the village intends to defeat Konoha here in the land of Earth? Is Lord Third Tsuchikage going to take the field himself? Kitsuchi looked toward the distant horizon and let out a cold chuckle. It is not just him. The village has already paid too much for this war. Keep your eyes open, and you will see how we turn this situation around. Mabi gave a small laugh. Then I will be watching. 2 days later, Iwagakure had finished its preparations. On a wide plain that would soon become a battlefield, Kitsuchi stood at the front of the formation. His expression was grave as he looked toward the distant Konoha encampment, then back at his own forces. If we win, it will be Iwagakure's last battle worth remembering. If we lose, it will truly be the last. He raised his voice. Advance. The army began to move. After 3 long years in the land of grass, the Iwagakure forces were finally withdrawing. Chapter 545, 545, Final Convergence. 1,255 words. Spies were something every great ninja village could never fully eliminate. Iwagakure had learned that Hayashi mastered the Flying Thunder God technique precisely because of information gathered by spies. Those captured were often treated with extreme severity, yet no matter how harsh the punishment, infiltration could never be completely stopped. So, did Konoha have spies inside Iwagakure? Of course. Danzo would have preferred the entire ninja world be filled with his eyes and ears. Naturally, when Iwagakure withdrew its forces from the land of grass, Konoha was not completely unaware. However, Tsunade and Shinosuke did not immediately act. Instead, they simply observed as the Iwagakure forces began their retreat. Konoha's strategy was clear. Tsunade and Shinosuke would merge with the main Konoha army in the land of Earth, and everything would be decided in a single decisive battle. This was not a tactical choice alone, but a strategic requirement. Iwagakure still had no fewer than 5,000 shinobi. A force of that size in full retreat would sweep through anything in its path. No one would be foolish enough to attempt a direct ambush against such numbers. And pursuing them closely was even more unrealistic. Close pursuit only worked when the enemy was already broken in spirit and formation. Iwagakure, however, was retreating in an organized manner. If Konoha pressed too hard, the enemy might simply halt and force an immediate large-scale battle in unfavorable conditions. That was not the moment for a final confrontation. Although logic suggested that a force of 5,000 would slow down, Iwagakure's retreat speed defied expectations. They left the land of grass in the morning, and reached the land of earth in just 2 days. Konoha's movements were not slow either. Because this outcome had already been anticipated. Long before Iwagakure decided to withdraw, Konoha had already been relocating supplies from the grass battlefield to the land of earth encampment, leaving only a few days of reserves behind. And the method of transportation was simple. Hayashi. Everything was moved using his Flying Thunder God technique. Hayashi once joked that if he ever left the shinobi path, he could open a delivery service called Ninja Express. But supplies were not the only thing he transported. He also brought one person with him, Kushina. The red-haired girl had come to the battlefield for him, though she was not good at admitting it openly. Tsunade had pretended not to notice, and left her in the grass battlefield area. Now that the main army was relocating, there was no longer any reason to stop her. Even if there had been, it would not have mattered. Kushina had simply left a note behind, and been taken directly to the land of Earth through Flying Thunder God. Tsunade had been both irritated and helpless after finding out. Land of Earth beside a small stream. Not far from the Konoha encampment, Hayashi sat by the water while helping Kushina wash her hair. After drying it with wind release, he carefully tied it up with a simple red string. Her long red hair now reached near her waist, and although the style was simple, she still carried a sharp and confident presence. Hayashi stood up and picked up the wooden basin, preparing to pour the water into the stream. "If Tsunade-sensei sees this, she will probably try to kill me," he said casually. Kushina covered her mouth and smiled. "She won't. She actually wanted to come herself. She said that once she arrives on the battlefield, she can leave everything to you and relax without worrying." Hayashi gave a small laugh. "That sounds like her. But she might still take it out on me anyway. You remember the first time we met, right? She knocked me out in one hit." Kushina laughed softly at the memory. The two stood quietly for a moment beside the stream. Kushina looked up at him. "Hayashi, do you think this war in the land of Earth will end after this?" "It will," he replied without hesitation. "Will the third Tsuchikage come to the battlefield personally?" Hayashi set the basin down and answered calmly. "Logically speaking, most of Iwagakure's forces are already deployed. Their internal defenses should be weakened. Anoki should stay back to guard the village." He paused slightly. "But I am certain that when the battle reaches its final stage, he will appear. This war will decide the outcome of the Third Great Ninja War. Iwagakure will not hold anything back. Anoki cannot afford to stay away from it. And once he steps onto the battlefield, the entire situation will change." Kushina nodded quietly. They stood side by side. Kushina was tall, but still only reached Hayashi's shoulder. Before she could say something she had kept to herself for a long time, a blue-white falcon suddenly descended from the sky. A sealed intelligence scroll dropped into Hayashi's hand. 2 reports. One from Iwagakure, one from Konoha. Han, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, had entered the Iwagakure encampment with 500 shinobi. At the same time, Tsunade and Shinosuke had led 4,000 Konoha shinobi into their own encampment in the land of Earth. The moment Konoha's main force arrived, the tension in the camp finally eased. The sudden numerical pressure from Iwagakure had been deeply unsettling. Without hesitation, Hayashi used the Flying Thunder God technique, and brought Kushina directly to the main gate of the Konoha encampment. Their sudden appearance caused a visible reaction among the gathered shinobi. Many of them had only heard rumors of him from the land of grass battlefield. The man who ended the Mist Village conflict alone. The one who defeated a so-called demigod. The one who fought alongside the third Hokage against 2,000 Sand shinobi. Konoha's lightning flash had become a name spoken across the entire ninja world. To many younger shinobi, he had almost become a figure of legend. Some even looked around expectantly, as if searching for the rumored one-tail Shikaku summon said to have overwhelmed Iwagakure forces. Tsunade walked at the front of the arriving army. She glanced at Hayashi, gave a short snort, and pulled Kushina away toward the camp without saying much. Her subordinates naturally followed to be assigned elsewhere. Shinosuke, walking slightly behind, exchanged a knowing look with Hayashi. Without a word, the two drifted toward the encampment's dining area. It had been a long time since they last met. Some things did not need formal conversation. Meanwhile, inside the Iwagakure central tent, Han had already arrived. "I did not expect the old man to send you," Kitsuchi said. "I did not expect it either," Han replied honestly. After Rashi's capture, Han had assumed he would never leave the village again. Yet Inoki had personally ordered his deployment. This battle meant everything. Fuga stepped forward urgently. Did that person agree? Han nodded. They agreed. When the battle begins, that person will appear on the battlefield as promised. The tension in the room eased slightly. Even Kitsuchi let out a slow breath. With Inoki and that unknown force involved, Iwagakure still had a real chance of turning the entire war around. Get access to the entire catalog on Patreon, where all chapters are conveniently organized into collections. If you prefer not to pay for a monthly membership, this is a more affordable option that gives you access to the content you want. Buying the collection gives you access to all chapters in it. Search for _Zeph on P at Trian to get started. Chapter 546, Fugaku's Uneasy Rule. 1179 words. Land of Water, Hidden Mist Village. More than a year had passed since the attack led by Konoha's lightning flash. With the full force of the Land of Water behind it, the village rebuilt at an astonishing pace. Walking through Kirigakure now, it was almost impossible to find any trace of the destruction from that night. Everything appeared normal again. However, that did not mean the Hidden Mist had forgotten what happened. If anything, as the Great Ninja War intensified, the village began to change. Once isolated and closed off, it was now slowly turning its attention toward the outside world. The Bloody Mist policy still remained in place, but it could not suppress the curiosity of its shinobi. Many of them longed to break past the invisible walls around the village and witness the wider world for themselves. Despite strict restrictions, information from other lands still found its way in. Reports spread about the A and B duo overwhelming Konoha and injuring Danzo. There were also stories of Tsunade and Orochimaru, two of the Sannin, crushing a large portion of the sand forces during the battle at Mount Kikyo, effectively ending the war in the Land of Wind. Nearly every major update revolved around Konoha. This was not simply because Kirigakure paid special attention to Konoha, but because throughout this war, Konoha had been the primary target of multiple nations. Among all the news, the most anticipated updates were always about Konoha's lightning flash. After all, it was this man, Hayashi, who had single-handedly infiltrated their village and brought about a disaster that nearly destroyed it. And as expected, Hayashi did not fade into obscurity. Instead, more shocking news followed. There were reports of a so-called demigod being captured, and of Hayashi fighting alongside the third Hokage to eliminate 2,000 Sen shinobi. Within Kirigakure, opinions about him varied. Some were filled with anger, others with hatred, some with fear, and a few even felt admiration. Yet there was one strange point they all shared. No one wanted him to lose to someone else. It was a complicated mindset. Simply put, since Kirigakure had suffered at his hands, they did not want any other village to have an easy time against him either. Hayashi had to die, but not at the hands of outsiders. Only Kirigakure shinobi had the right to defeat him. If anyone in the village could accomplish that, or even hold him to a draw, that person would instantly rise to fame. They would be hailed as a hero and likely become the next Mizukage. It sounded absurd, but Hayashi had become something like a psychological shadow over the village. Under such pressure, Kirigakure had, in a way, become more unified than before. This, however, made Yugura uneasy. Or rather, it made Fugaku, who was secretly controlling Yugura, uneasy. If Hayashi was the most hated figure in the village, then Yugura came in second. His rise to the position of fourth Mizukage had already been questionable. Worse still, he disappeared during a crucial battle. Many viewed his actions as disgraceful, a failure to stand firm when it mattered most. If not for the ongoing war and the village's need to rebuild, he would have likely been removed from power already. Even so, dissatisfaction continued to grow. This was not something that could be solved through force alone. If pushed too far, the shinobi of the village might revolt. They were not helpless civilians. As evening settled in, Fugaku stood inside the Mizukage's office building, wearing a mask as he looked out over the village. Away from the battlefield, everything seemed peaceful. The sight stirred something within him. He let out a faint, self-mocking smile. I wonder how Konoha is doing now, and whether the Uchiha district is still as it was. It had been 5 years since he last returned. In quiet moments, memories of his former home would surface. At first, he resented Konoha, and had no desire to go back. Later, that feeling changed. It was no longer hatred but hesitation. He was afraid that if he returned, he might not be willing to leave again. In the beginning, all he wanted was to be a capable clan head, and lead the Uchiha to greater heights. He never imagined things would spiral this far. Fugaku placed both hands against the window. At that moment, White Zetsu emerged silently from the floor. Fugaku, Biwa Juzo has left the village. Should we send shinobi after him? Fugaku's expression hardened, the earlier trace of emotion gone. No. Let him go. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were no longer what they once were. Out of the original group, only 3 remained. Suikazan Fuguki and Kuratsuchi Raiga had died at Hayashi's hands. Akabino Jinin was killed by Nawaki. Kurierare Kushimara was executed by Fugaku himself after attempting a coup against Yugura. Biwa Juzo had been close to Kushimara for years. After witnessing his friend's death, and growing disillusioned with the village, he chose to leave. During a mission, he quietly defected, taking the Kobikurobocho with him, along with a slashed forehead protector. Based on his route, his destination appeared to be the Land of Iron, a neutral country known for its samurai, and its refusal to take part in ninja conflicts. Under normal circumstances, Fugaku would have ordered his immediate capture or execution. But this time, he chose otherwise. The morale within the village was unstable, and Fugaku himself did not intend to remain here forever. He had already begun considering preparations for the Eye of the Moon plan. There were several capable shinobi he had taken an interest in. Biwa Juzo was one of them. Letting him leave now would allow Fugaku to approach him later under different circumstances. Once he leaves the Land of Water, announce a bounty, Fugaku said calmly. Make it known that Biwa Juzo has defected. Allowing him to escape was one thing, but ensuring he could never return to Kirigakure was another. I understand, White Zetsu replied. Fugaku then shifted the topic. What about Sunagakure? Compared to Kirigakure, the Sand Village had suffered less damage, even though its defeat came later. It had also largely recovered. However, White Zetsu's surveillance revealed unusual developments. The 3rd Kazekage is having a difficult time, White Zetsu said with a quiet laugh. Now that the war is over, many in the village are demanding his resignation. Before the war, the 3rd Kazekage had secured support from the major clans by promising to step down afterward. Now that the Sand had lost, those same clans were demanding he honor that agreement. But power was not something he was willing to relinquish so easily. His earlier promise had only been a temporary measure. Instead, he proposed a new plan. While Iwagakure and Konoha remained locked in conflict, Sunagakure would move through the Land of Birds and launch an attack on the Land of Earth. In other words, the 3rd Kazekage intended to drag his village back into war. Only this time, the target would be Iwagakure. Chapter 547, Sasori's Assassination Plan. 1,260 words. Once the 3rd Kazekage put forward his proposal, many of the clans within Sunagakure began to show signs of hesitation turning into interest. Because on paper, the idea was highly feasible. Most shinobi of Sunagakure believed that Iwagakure was already on the losing side. If they joined the war at this stage, even if they could not claim the main spoils, they could still follow behind Konoha and pick up some remaining advantages. However, the proposal carried 2 major issues. The first was the alliance between Sunagakure and Iwagakure. This was not a loose agreement formed after defeat or desperation. It was a genuine, long-standing alliance. During the Second Great Ninja War, both villages had worked together against Konoha, and even maintained exchanges afterward. If Sunagakure suddenly launched a surprise attack on Iwagakure, the consequences would be severe. Not necessarily in terms of morality, because betrayal was nothing new in the ninja world. Alliances shifted whenever profit demanded it. But once that step was taken, there would be no way to restore the previous relationship. In the future, Sunagakure's strategic position would inevitably shift from cooperating with Iwagakure against Konoha to being forced into Konoha's orbit instead. In the short term, they might benefit. In the long term, it could damage their stability. The second issue was internal resistance. Most of Sunagakure's shinobi had already grown accustomed to peace. After a long period without large-scale conflict, convincing the lower-ranking ninja to return to war would be extremely difficult. The difference in perspective between the village leadership and ordinary shinobi was always clear. Those in power saw the broader picture, while those beneath them focused on survival. But the third Kazekage could not simply tell his people to think of the entire country as a single chessboard and accept sacrifice for the bigger strategy. Because of these two issues, the plan to invade the land of Earth was temporarily stalled. The third Kazekage and his supporters decided to wait and observe how the war unfolded before choosing the right moment to intervene. After hearing White Zetsu's report, Fugaku let out a cold laugh. If they had joined earlier, they might have still managed to gain something, Fugaku said. But once this war ends, even if Iwagakure loses, Inoki will never forgive them. He will drag Sunagakure into a prolonged conflict. In the end, it will only benefit Konoha. White Zetsu nodded. I understand. Is this what humans call not even managing to pick up the leftovers of a hot meal? Fugaku did not respond. White Zetsu chuckled lightly and continued. By the way, during my observation of Sunagakure, I discovered an interesting young ninja. A young ninja? Fugaku asked. Yes. His name is Sasori. A genius of Sunagakure. It seems he is preparing to assassinate the third Kazekage. Fugaku's eyes narrowed slightly. How old is he? 14. 14, Fugaku repeated as he thought for a moment. If I remember correctly, he is Chiyo's grandson. With that identity, there is no reason for him to target the Kazekage. Unless this is not his own decision. White Zetsu shook his head. It is not related to Chiyo or Ebizo. After the third Kazekage proposed rejoining the war, Sasori's attitude toward him changed completely. I observed him further and discovered he has secretly prepared a large number of puppets and toxins. So it is hatred for war, Fugaku said calmly. A child like that is indeed interesting. He rested his chin lightly on his hand. Keep watching him. If he is about to make a move, report it to me immediately. Fugaku smiled faintly. If he succeeds, he might even qualify to become one of my pieces. I remember the White Fang was the one who killed his parents. A ninja like that would naturally hold resentment toward Konoha. White Zetsu nodded. I will keep monitoring him. Fugaku then shifted the topic. What about the situation in the land of Earth? White Zetsu responded immediately. On Konoha's side, Tsunade and Shinosuke have already led their forces into position. On Iwagakure's side, Kitsuchi has also arrived with reinforcements. The Five Tails Jinchuriki has been deployed as well. The battle should begin within the next 2 days. And Inoki? Fugaku asked. He remains in the village, but he can arrive on the battlefield at any moment with his speed. Fugaku walked to the desk and looked down at a shogi board. He began removing most of the pieces, leaving only the essential combat units. Kings, generals, and key offensive pieces remained. Then he paused and spoke quietly. Inoki, the Five Tails Jinchuriki, Kitsuchi, and Fuga. He then moved to the opposing side. Tatsumi, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Orochimaru, Tsukumo, Tsunade, and Shinosuke. He studied the board in silence. Even though Iwagakure had greater numbers, the difference in top-tier strength was clear. Fugaku glanced at White Zetsu. Does Iwagakure have any hidden cards left? White Zetsu nodded. The third Raikage. Fugaku raised a brow slightly. The third Raikage of Kumogakure had once invaded the land of Earth during the Second Great Ninja War. For Inoki to involve him now meant he had set aside past grievances. More importantly, the third Raikage had actually agreed. That level of decisiveness was rare. White Zetsu placed another piece on the board. Now both sides had an additional king. Fugaku observed quietly. Konoha did not deploy the third Hokage directly, but Tatsumi is close enough in strength to be considered equivalent. He tapped the board lightly. Even if it is 5 against 6, the third Raikage is capable of fighting the Eight Tails head-on. In that sense, the balance is nearly even. With Iwagakure's numerical advantage, they may even appear slightly stronger on paper. White Zetsu tilted his head. Should we inform Konoha and help them? Fugaku shook his head. Didn't you say earlier that maintaining balance is preferable? If Konoha loses, then so be it, Fugaku replied. He swept his fingers across the board. There are different scales to this game. On the largest scale, I started this war to weaken all the great villages and deepen their conflicts, making true cooperation impossible. Everything is for the Eye of the Moon plan. His finger traced another line. On a smaller scale, this war exists to force Konoha into full-strength deployment, and to settle old grudges. He withdrew his hand. At this point, we simply observe. Fugaku leaned back slightly. Even though he said that, if conditions allowed, he would still prefer Iwagakure to gain the upper hand. But at the moment he could not act freely. Exposing himself or the hidden mist would ruin future plans. There was still another stage of his plan that required preparation after this war ended. So restraint was necessary. He looked at the shogi board and spoke quietly. Life always has its limits. I tried everything to kill Tatsumi, yet even with control over the hidden mist, I failed. Madara once had overwhelming strength, but still lost to Hashirama. And Konoha believes victory is close, unaware of what the third Raikage is waiting for. Fugaku exhaled softly. But when the Eye of the Moon plan is complete, everything will be corrected. He closed his eyes. White Zetsu stood silently beside him. It remembered Black Zetsu's words about him once. That fool. Read 100 plus chapters ahead on Patreon, with every chapter organized into collections. Subscribing a membership gives you access to all fanfictions. Or you can buy only the collection you want to gain access to chapters ahead. patreon.com/_zef. Chapter 548, The Final March. 1114 words. Land of Earth, Northwest Gobi Desert. At dawn, a tall shinobi was sprinting across the barren wasteland. His speed was so extreme that sand and dust were violently kicked up behind him, forming a long, rolling trail across the desert floor. Strapped securely to his back was a specially built chair. Seated on it was a short man wearing a red headscarf and a green striped vest. He was none other than the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. Inoki sat upright, his gaze fixed on the endless, desolate horizon ahead. Despite the severity of the coming battle, his expression remained steady, almost detached, as though he had already weighed every possible outcome. Only one guard accompanied him, Akai's. Under Akai's protection, they were heading toward the Iwagakure forward encampment, where the decisive battle would soon unfold. With Inoki's abilities, he could have flown there directly. However, for this final confrontation, conserving chakra was essential. He needed to arrive in peak condition. If nothing unexpected occurred, the war in the land of Earth would end today. Inoki leaned forward slightly and tapped Akai's shoulder, signaling that he could slow down if necessary. There was still time before the battle began. Akai's, however, silently shook his head and maintained his maximum speed. As the personal guard of the Tsuchikage, his stamina and endurance were extraordinary. This distance meant little to him. Seeing this, Anoki said nothing further and lifted his gaze to the cold, empty sky. Along the journey, intelligence reports had been delivered repeatedly via messenger falcons. Anoki would read them briefly, then destroy them without hesitation. He made no direct interference with the village's defense deployments or frontline operations. To an outsider, his role might have appeared relaxed, almost as if anyone could sit in his position and manage things the same way. But that assumption was wrong. Everything necessary had already been prepared long ago. From this point onward, it was no longer about planning, it was about execution. Anoki's fingers subconsciously brushed against the rough ropes securing his chair, as he turned his thoughts toward Kumogakure. This alliance with Kumogakure had been a last resort. Originally, when he stationed troops at the border of the land of waterfalls, it was not only to guard against a surprise invasion from Kumogakure. It was also part of a larger strategy, sending forces through the land of waterfalls during the peak of war to strike directly into the land of lightning, and avenge past losses from the Second Great Ninja War. However, Konoha's overwhelming rise had completely disrupted those plans. One after another, they had crushed Kirigakure and Sunagakure with absolute force. The balance of the shinobi world had shifted faster than expected. Even though Anoki harbored deep hatred toward the Third Raikage, he had no choice but to cooperate, even at a heavy cost to Iwagakure. Because alone, Iwagakure could not defeat Konoha. As for joining forces with Konoha against Kumogakure, that was never an option. Anoki did not fear Kumogakure, he hated them. But Konoha inspired something far more dangerous in him, caution and unease. Kumogakure possessed strong military power, yet it lacked the ability to dominate the five great nations. Konoha, however, had shown the potential to do exactly that. With the emergence of the so-called Konoha lightning flash, the threat had become even more obvious. Thus, Kumogakure would serve as a sharpened blade, one pointed directly at Konoha. If Konoha fell, the fertile land of fire would be like an undefended prize waiting to be carved apart. There was no doubt the Third Raikage, a fierce and aggressive man, would be eager to strike as well. After roughly 200 miles of travel, the distance was not particularly taxing for elite shinobi. By the time Anoki arrived at the Iwagakure encampment, a group of jonin had already assembled outside the command tent. He waved off formalities and stepped directly inside. Inside the tent, chairs were arranged in a circle, with no distinction in rank. At the center lay a cloth map spread across a table, detailing the northwestern region of the Land of Earth. Anoki got straight to the point. Has the Third Raikage arrived? Kitsuchi shook his head. No sign of him. Our scouting units have expanded search coverage for over 100 miles, but there is still no trace. Another jonin added, our intelligence source in Kumogakure reported last night that the Third Raikage was still in the village. Could he be? The implication was clear. They suspected Kumogakure might be stalling or intentionally misleading them. Anoki calmly dismissed the concern. That will not happen. He continued, since he has not arrived, we will not wait. When the battle begins, he will appear when it is time. Anoki stood up. Around him, the gathered shinobi, from elite jonin to the proud clan members, all straightened their posture. Even Kitsuchi adopted a serious expression. Anoki's voice deepened. I know you are all exhausted. But today is the final battle. If we win, Hiruzen Sarutobi will be forced to return the benefits we lost during both great ninja wars in full. And more importantly, we will remove Konoha from its position above us. This is the moment we have been waiting for. I am counting on all of you. At the Konoha encampment, a raised platform stood overlooking the battlefield. Four commanders were present, but only one stepped forward to address the troops. Tsunade. Wearing standard gray combat armor, she raised her arm and pointed toward the distant Iwagakure position. This is the final battle in the Land of Earth. To defeat Iwagakure, many of us will die here. Some will never return to Konoha. I want everyone to return alive, but war does not work that way. If you are here, you are already prepared for death, otherwise you would not have come. Her tone sharpened slightly. But I will say this clearly. There are only two things you need to remember today. From the moment we are born, death is certain. But I refuse to accept that we should die in some forgotten wasteland like this. If we must die, then we die in Konoha. We die in our home. And when is the right time to die? Not here. Not now. It is when you have seen your children grow, when you have watched them become genin, then chunin, and one day jonin, step by step. Her words cut through the air like steel. 6,000 Konoha shinobi surged forward as one, moving like a vast flood breaking loose. Traps scattered across the battlefield were instantly overwhelmed and rendered meaningless. Opposite them, 8,000 Iwagakure shinobi advanced in full force. Chapter 549, Dust Release. 1,159 words. The two armies collided without any warning or theatrics. There was no verbal sparring, no commanders sending out elite shinobi for dramatic pre-battle duels. Konoha and Iwagakure simply advanced and struck the moment contact was made. The battlefield was flat and open, ideal terrain for large-scale shinobi warfare. It was also the kind of place where death came quickly, and in overwhelming numbers. At the very front of Konoha's formation was its sharpest blade, Tsukumo Hatake. He drew his white chakra blade in a single motion. The light reflected off its edge like a flash of silver, and in the same instant, hundreds of Konoha shinobi raised their kunai. A deafening roar spread across the battlefield. The distance between both armies was roughly 50 meters. Konoha's front line moved like a surging tide, releasing a dense rain of kunai that darkened the sky. Normally, this would be followed by large-scale ninjutsu exchanges as both sides closed in. But something unusual happened on the Iwagakure side. Hidden within the overwhelming rain of kunai were dozens of smaller, faster projectiles. Their speed and precision were far beyond standard throws, making them nearly impossible to distinguish in the chaos. Hayashi's hand snapped into the final seal, the Tiger Seal. Multiple Shadow Shuriken Technique. Thousands of kunai suddenly multiplied in midair, scattering into the Iwagakure formation like a breaking storm. Hayashi's intent was not direct lethality. His objective was disruption. The next moment, his body vanished. He reappeared instantly in the center of the Iwagakure army. In his hand was a kunai engraved with a strange inscription that read, "The great sage equaling heaven was here." Without hesitation, he formed another set of hand seals. Summoning technique. A massive figure crashed onto the battlefield in an instant. Shikaku. Its enormous body landed with a violent impact, instantly crushing multiple enemy formations beneath its weight. The battlefield, already chaotic, tilted further into destruction. Lives disappeared in waves beneath the overwhelming presence of the one tail. Hayashi did not pause. He shifted again using the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing at another marked kunai point. At that exact moment, a deep voice echoed from the sky. Dust Release, Atomic Dismantling Jutsu. A white conical barrier formed where Hayashi had stood moments earlier, erasing everything within its range. Hayashi had already moved. Shikaku, however, was not fully spared. One of its massive arms was caught in the edge of the technique, and was partially disintegrated. The beast roared in pain as sand reformed to restore its limb. This was exactly why Hayashi had changed his approach. He had learned from earlier engagements. Against opponents like Iwagakure, repeating the same tactic was dangerous. They adapted quickly. Anoki was already waiting. Hayashi's gaze sharpened as he continued moving between marked positions. Shikaku's presence alone was tearing through enemy ranks, but the real danger was that Tsuchikage himself. Anoki floated above the battlefield, his expression tightening. Forward. Engage Konoha's forces directly, he ordered. Iwagakure shinobi surged ahead in response. The moment both armies fully collided, Shikaku's wide-area attacks would become more restricted. Even its allies could be caught in the devastation. The battlefield compressed rapidly as both forces locked into close combat. In a short span of time, more than 300 Iwagakure shinobi had already fallen under Shikaku's rampage before even reaching Konoha's main line. Inoki clicked his tongue. His dust release was lethal, but it required precision. Hayashi's constant teleportation and Shikaku's unpredictable movement made it difficult to land a clean hit. A full-scale atomic dismantling technique would be required to suppress Shikaku completely, but that option was too costly. That technique had been reserved for higher priority threats like Susanoo-level defenses. Using it now would drain far too much chakra. And worse, there were strategic consequences. If the one-tail was eliminated here, it would shift the balance of power in ways even Iwagakure could not afford. Inoki's expression darkened slightly. "Stone golem formation," he ordered. The ground trembled. A massive stone construct rose from the earth, forming a towering giant of rock and reinforced earth. Inoki stepped onto its shoulder and moved forward, each step shaking the battlefield. Hayashi stood atop Shikaku, observing the shift in enemy strategy. Shikaku raised massive quantities of sand, compressing it into a gigantic spear and hurling it forward. The stone golem responded immediately. It brought both arms together and struck downward with immense force. Weighted rock fist. The impact collided with Shikaku's attack midair. A deafening explosion of force erupted across the battlefield. The surrounding ground fractured instantly, collapsing into a dense web of cracks. Shikaku's spear was stopped completely, while the stone golem's fist slammed into its head with overwhelming force. The one tail was driven deep into the ground. Even so, it continued resisting, sand shifting and reforming as it attempted to recover. From a distance, Nawaki, who was cutting through enemy shinobi while carrying Samahata, glanced over briefly and twitched his mouth. That looked painful. Shikaku roared in frustration as repeated strikes hammered its head, each blow driving it further into the earth. Hayashi had already disengaged from direct control of Shikaku. He clicked his tongue lightly. Even within tailed beasts, there's still a difference in durability. He formed another set of seals. Sage art, inorganic reincarnation, sand binding eternal funeral. Countless sand arms erupted from Shikaku's body, wrapping around the stone golem and binding it tightly. Hayashi vanished again. Sage art, strength of 100 seal. He reappeared behind the stone golem and struck. The punch landed with terrifying force. Even a structure comparable to Madara's Susanoo would crack under such impact. The stone golem shattered instantly. Inoki leapt away into the air before the destruction fully reached him. Hayashi seized the broken remains of the golem, gripping one massive limb with both hands. With a full rotation of his body, he hurled it upward. Inoki dodged sideways, but the sheer mass still forced destruction across the battlefield as it crashed down, crushing both terrain and scattered shinobi beneath it. In the distance, Nawaki paused for a split second before continuing his advance. Even he had to admit that was brutal. The battle escalated further. Hayashi continued using the shattered remains of the stone golem as projectiles, launching them repeatedly toward Inoki in midair. Inoki raised his hands, preparing another dust release technique. But before he could release it, a sudden flash of light pierced through the battlefield and erased the incoming debris midair. A new presence descended from above like a streak of black lightning. A voice followed shortly after. "Am I late?" Inoki gave a faint smile. Perfect timing. The figure surrounded by crackling black lightning turned his gaze toward Hayashi. == Read chapters ahead on Patreon, with every chapter organized into collections. Subscribing a membership gives you access to all fanfictions. Or you can buy only the collection you want to gain access to chapters ahead. patreon.com/_Zeph. Chapter 550, The Third Raikage's Arrival. 1,328 words. In terms of dramatic entrances, Hayashi had seen plenty throughout his life, but the Third Raikage's appearance could still rank among the most impressive. Descending from the sky through the heavenly transfer technique, while wrapped in black lightning release chakra, the massive figure crashed onto the battlefield like a meteor. Dust and shattered rock erupted across the Gobi Desert as thunder roared through the air. It was flashy, intimidating, and completely fitting for someone like the Third Reikage. Being cool was clearly a lifelong commitment for that man. Still, Hayashi found the situation strange. Why was the Third Reikage here? If Kumogakure had arrived as enemies, that kick from the sky would not have landed near the Third Tsuchikage. It would have smashed directly into Inoki's skull. Yet now the two of them stood side by side, exchanging looks like longtime allies. Hayashi narrowed his eyes. So Iwagakure and Kumogakure had secretly formed an alliance. No wonder Inoki had acted so confident from the very beginning. Hayashi glanced at the burly Reikage, his expression turning odd. Logically speaking, without Hayashi's interference in the timeline, the Third Reikage should have died fighting 10,000 shinobi alone during the Third Great Ninja War. Yet here he was, alive and cooperating with Inoki. The butterfly effect really had become ridiculous. Hayashi did not rush forward. Instead, he calmly remained where he stood, observing the two Kage. The pair clearly disagreed on something. Inoki had invited the Third Reikage here specifically to deal with Konoha's lightning flash. Because Hayashi possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, killing him quickly was nearly impossible. If Inoki stayed behind alone, the battle would only drag on endlessly. At the moment, Hayashi alone was tying down the two strongest fighters on Iwagakure's side. The battlefield's balance was extremely delicate. The high-level combatants on both sides stood at 6 against 5. With Hayashi holding back both Inoki and the Third Reikage, the remaining elite shinobi were essentially locked into one-on-one fights. More importantly, Konoha still had two monsters that Iwagakure could not stop. Those two were Orochimaru and Tsukumo Hatake. The pair moved through the battlefield like blades tearing through cloth. Everywhere they passed, Iwagakure shinobi fell in waves. Because of that, Iwagakure's strategy was straightforward. The Third Reikage would fight Hayashi. Inoki would stall Orochimaru and Tsukumo. The remaining forces would engage normally, relying on Iwagakure's superior numbers to overwhelm Konoha. From Inoki's perspective, this exchange was worth it. The Third Reikage, however, clearly had different intentions. He did not want Iwagakure winning too easily. If both Konoha and Iwagakure suffered devastating losses, Kumogakure would ultimately benefit the most. Ideally, the Third Reikage wanted to join forces with Inoki to eliminate Hayashi first, then deal with Tsukumo Hatake and the others afterward. As for how many Iwagakure shinobi died in the process, he could not care less. Even as allies, they remained wary of each other. Otherwise, the Third Reikage would not have waited until the war had already begun before appearing through the heavenly transfer technique. Unfortunately for him, the disagreement was pointless. Inoki had already decided to leave. The Third Reikage could not stop him, nor could he abandon the battlefield himself. Turning against each other now would benefit nobody. After reaching an agreement, Inoki slowly floated into the air. Third Reikage, I'll leave this battlefield to you, he said with a faint smile. No matter how this war ends, Iwagakure will support Kumogakure afterward. The Third Reikage merely snorted. Inoki exhaled lightly before flying southward at high speed. Hayashi did not attempt to stop him. Against someone flying high in the air, interception was far too difficult. Soon, only Hayashi and the Third Reikage remained facing one another. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. The Third Reikage stared at Hayashi in silence. He had no interest in underestimating this young shinobi. Konoha's lightning flash had already shaken the entire ninja world. Hayashi also had no intention of speaking. In his eyes, the Third Reikage was already dead. Whether today's corpse belonged to the Tsuchikage or the Reikage made little difference. Sizzle. Violent lightning suddenly exploded around the Third Reikage's body. Dense lightning release chakra wrapped around him, forming the famous lightning release armor. Unlike the Fourth Reikage's brighter chakra cloak, the third Raikage's lightning appeared darker and heavier. It was not because his chakra was weaker. On the contrary, his chakra was so condensed that its color had deepened. The third Raikage slammed his fists together in front of his chest. Boom! The impact sounded like a massive bell echoing across the desert. The ground beneath him cracked apart as dirt and debris exploded outward in every direction. Then he moved. The third Raikage charged directly toward Hayashi. For the first time, Hayashi felt such terrifying chakra from someone without a Kekii Genkai. It was comparable to a tailed beast. Honestly, Hayashi respected the third Raikage. Ignoring the Otsutsuki clan and monsters like Might Guy, the third Raikage could easily be considered the peak of what an ordinary human shinobi could achieve. Unmatched durability. Overwhelming strength. Extreme speed. A body refined to its absolute limit. He truly was a monster. Unfortunately, Hayashi himself was hardly normal. When it came to close combat while in Sage mode, he feared nobody. Shikaku quickly retreated from the area. The third Raikage could physically wrestle with the 8 tails. With Shikaku's smaller frame, staying nearby would only make him a target. It was better for the tailed beast to rampage through Iwagakure's forces instead. Meanwhile, the streak of lightning had already arrived before Hayashi. The third Raikage raised his right arm. His hand flattened as for fingers extended forward. Blue lightning released chakra condensed around them, forming sharp spear-like points. Using his Mangekyo Sharingan, Hayashi could clearly see the compressed lightning particles gathering around each fingertip. Hell Stab, 4-finger Nukite. The attack pierced directly toward Hayashi's head. Hayashi merely smirked. With a casual motion, he raised his hand and tossed 2 flying Thunder God Kunai into the air one after another. At the same time, his body blurred. Hayashi was naturally a speed-type shinobi. Combined with Sage mode and the Flying Thunder God technique, even the third Raikage struggled to keep up. The Raikage could only see an afterimage where Hayashi had originally stood. The real Hayashi had already appeared behind him, gripping one of the marked kunai. Sage Art, Massive Rasengan. A sphere of blue chakra erupted in Hayashi's palm. Within an instant, it expanded into a gigantic spinning mass of destruction. The third Raikage reacted immediately, launching himself backward. But before he could fully escape, the Rasengan expanded several more meters outward. Midair, the third Raikage twisted his body and thrust his arm forward once again. This time, 1 finger bent inward. Hell Stab, 3-finger Nukite. Boom. Lightning exploded around him as he accelerated forward violently. His sharpened fingers pierced straight into the massive Rasengan. The gigantic sphere of chakra split apart under the force of the attack. The Rasengan surged past both sides of the Raikage before detonating in the distance. A storm of blue chakra scattered across the battlefield like glowing rain. Hayashi had expected this outcome from the beginning. Before the Rasengan fully exploded, he vanished once more through the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly reappearing behind the third Raikage using the second kunai. From the moment the kunai were thrown to the instant the Rasengan collapsed, Hayashi had already used Flying Thunder God twice consecutively. To ordinary shinobi, the exchange was impossible to follow. Even the third Raikage failed to react in time. Electricity burst across Hayashi's body as Chidori current surged around his leg. Then he struck. Bang! The kick slammed heavily into the third Raikage's back. Enhanced by Sage mode and lightning release, the attack carried monstrous force. The third Raikage was blasted downward like a cannonball. The ground exploded on impact. Dust swallowed the battlefield instantly. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.